In a universe where necromancers are the top dogs, a poor orphan child who was born in a junkyard has to fight every day just to survive. No matter how he tried, he could never make a deal with even a single corpse, earning the ridicule of all the people around him. But one day, his gaze landed on a corpse that the shop owner was preparing to throw away, one which no necromancer had ever been able to bind. Assuming this was to be his last, he was amazed when he actually succeeded. What secret is inside this odd and silent corpse? The story begins with a fight, a necromancer on stage in a brutal arena. He releases his creation, a fearful corpse by the name of Hector, fire glowing inside its eyes. The challenger does no more than point, bringing out a monstrous creature with long, curved claws to attack. The creature strikes out, its tongue whipping from its mouth like a death's whip. These are no ordinary spell users. They are necromancers, controllers of the dead who make corpses fight each other in brutal battles. Their creations are their champions, and such violent battles have become the great spectacle of the era. Among the cheering crowd is a boy named Yuzu. His eyes shine with awe as he observes. This is not just a spectacle to him, it's a dream, a vision of what he wants to be. 17 years have passed, and Yuzu, now an adult, resides in a rundown hut. The roof is broken, rats run along the floor, and there is a dead body on a table, its chest glowing weakly. Yuzu whispers an incantation, feeding energy slowly into the corpse. A crystal starts to grow inside his chest, pulsating with tremendous energy. The body begins to stir, but at once a faint crack appears across the crystal. The light goes out, the energy drains away, and the body falls back into darkness again. Another failure. Disgusted, Yuzu curls up on the ground, cursing under his breath. He's back to square one. Over the next few days, he does whatever odd work he can find. Fixing, cleaning, whatever pays a coin. After one grueling shift, he walks home while reading a page of scribbled notes. Distracted, he doesn't catch a voice calling out his name. Before he can turn around, a monster's fist crashes into his face, and he goes tumbling. His master, another necromancer, walks over and taunts him, sneering that he'd told him to get out of the city. He refers to Yuzu as trash, the same trash he emerged from, and even insults his deceased father as another piece of trash. The abuse doesn't end there. The man taunts that Yuzu doesn't even own a knight, but Yuzu does not cower. Bleeding and spent, he gets up again, his notebook clutched tightly in his hand. He says that he is not garbage. Only he can determine what he will be. The necromancer tells his monster to hold Yuzu in place and gives a final warning. Leave the city, or next time he'll be totally annihilated. No one, no matter how they are, created, can decide but themselves who they will become. Those were the first words uttered by the necromancer Raffle, a slum-born orphaned boy like Yuzu. He entered the War of Corpses single-handedly, won 6 straight battles, and was the world's most famous human. Yuzu aspired to be just like him. At least once during his life, he wished to be the best, loved by everyone, his name shouted throughout the globe. But afterwards, in secret at home, a hard voice gave him insults, soaked in disdain, calling him again and again a worthless thing. In the aisles of weird substances of a necromancer's store, Yuzu roamed. There, he saw a dead woman on the side. Wondering, he asked the shopkeeper about the human-shaped substance. The shopkeeper told him that it was strange. It had been discounted for a year and had already been purchased 13 times. All the purchasers had not activated it, but returned it. Yuzu inquired why, unlike other failed substances, it had not solidified and broken. The shopkeeper answered that every now and then, such defective bodies surface, indestructible but dead. Since it was to be disposed of in any case, he would sell it at a low price, provided that it could not be returned. Inspecting the knuckles of the corpse, Yuzu inquired about her hands. The shopkeeper informed him that she had once been a legendary mercenary, rumored to decimate anything with one punch. But he continued that a knight is merely an instrument. It does not think or feel, so whatever she was while alive did not matter anymore. Yuzu blanched, then refused, calling a product that had previously failed 13 times a risk too big. The shopkeeper just shrugged and told him, "Trash is always trash." The comment set Yuzu's anger ablaze. Convinced, he purchased the corpse with all his remaining money. He could not afford tomorrow's food, much less next week's rent. He knew it was almost futile, yet something within him forced onward. Regardless of what anyone told him, he felt that he could pull it off. That someday he'd be the greatest, cheered by the world. He started the ritual, chanting with determination. Power exploded through the room. The corpse creation worked. Then the corpse opened one of her eyes and spoke, inquiring who he was. Yuzu froze in shock, screaming as he grabbed a butcher's knife, not knowing how a dead body could speak. At that moment, the corpse saw the knife in his hand. Power flashed around her fist, and then she attacked, her lethal blow hurtling directly at him. The shadow came back again, tormenting Yuzu's mind. It taunted him, addressing him as useless, informing him that his life and his mother were worthless. No amount of effort on his part, it told him, would ever get him noticed by others. Yuzu woke up with a shriek. His ragged breath came in sharp gasps, but he regained his composure soon, persuading his brain that all of it had been a dream. Corpses couldn't talk after all. Then, out of the darkness, a voice spoke. The corpse of the dead woman, now sitting upright on the floor before him, informed him that he was a lucky man. If her right leg had functioned, her punch would have hit him. Yuzu's eyes bulged in shock as he understood he was strapped to a chair. The woman's corpse stared at him, telling him what he'd done to her body, threatening not to let him try her patience again. Next time, she didn't say, she wouldn't miss. That was when Yuzu noticed the severity of damage inflicted by her previous blow. She gradually came to understand the situation. She had passed away and was brought back to life. She expressed appreciation to Yuzu for reviving her, but instructed him never to show his face in front of her again. She attempted to depart when Yuzu halted her. He told her that her left arm and right leg weren't working. They were not originally hers. After that, he showed her that he could move them himself. Because he was a necromancer, he needed to control those limbs for her. She didn't hesitate to take a butcher's knife and amputate her leg. Standing on one foot, she declared her name, Eleonora, the world's strongest and most beautiful warrior. She started to walk away again, but Yuzu called out to her. Being a mercenary in life and selling her own body after death, it was obvious that she desperately needed money. So he asked her to work for him, to fight for him. Eleonora answered that as long as the salary was high, she didn't care about the risk. She couldn't turn down the proposal anyway, since she owed a debt larger than he could possibly comprehend. Serenely, Yuzu inquired, "Would 80 billion gold suffice to repay your debt?" She confessed it would, and then inquired as to how he intended to obtain so much money. Yuzu introduced her to a poster for Corpse War this year. The prize, 100 billion gold. He asked if she wanted to participate. Because technically she was a corpse knight, entry would not be a problem, if they kept quiet about the fact that she was really alive. Eleonora consented, but immediately began bargaining on her share. She insisted on 95% of the winnings. Yuzu attempted to appeal to her on a logical basis, citing the material costs and maintenance, and suggested 85%. She was adamant. He upped it to 90% in the hopes that she would give way, but she was immovable. In the end, he acquiesced. As soon as he consented, Eleonora insisted that it be made in writing. She didn't believe anything said. Days went by and the two drilled moving in tandem, but it wasn't working out. Eleonora complained of his too quick pace and growled about the awkward mask she wore. Yuzu reminded her of the regulation. When using human-shaped materials, they had to be worn so as to cover 80% of the face to avoid recognition. He insisted again that no one should ever discover she was alive. As if on cue, a voice yelled out Yuzu's name. It was the woman who had already beaten him up. She reminded him of her previous threat to get out of the city. Her eyes landed on the knight standing next to him, and she glared at Eleonora, disparaging her looks and referring to both of them as trash, ugly, and sad. She laughed and told him it would be fun to see him get annihilated in the tournament. She turned her back and told him she'd let him off this once. But Eleonora quickly retorted, "Says the one who resembles a skin tag." Yuzu overheard her and went into panic mode, trying to shush her, but damage was done. Rather than diffusing the tension, he instead escalated it by firing another insult. Incensed, the female necromancer called for her corpse knight to strike. With no hesitation whatsoever, Eleonora went into battle mode and attacked. The two corpse knights clashed immediately, both bent on the first strike. Kilina was a necromancer of decent skill, nothing special, but better than most. She achieved mediocre results with mediocre effort. That was her routine. And she leveraged those small achievements as a way to be superior to others, particularly those who worked harder, but still were beneath her. It made her feel superior, her life's best pleasure. In a sense, a person like Yuzu, who worked her tail off and was still worth less than garbage on the ground, was the perfect target, perfect plaything. And now, Kalina was paralyzed, her gaze transfixed on the sight before her, her own corpse knight totally wrecked by Eleonora's onslaught. Both Kalina and her friend were flabbergasted and could not believe what they were seeing. Yuzu, coolly confident and with a mocking tone, inquired if she had a problem, but Kalina, gazing at Eleonora in terror, was also speechless. Subsequently, in an alleyway, Yuzu reprimanded Eleonora for brawling outside the competition, reminding her it was against the rules. Eleonora was not apologetic. She informed him that he shouldn't give her orders. Regaining his composure, Yuzu explained that it wasn't an order, merely a request. He reminded her that he was the War of Corpses specialist, and that she should not forget the debt she owed him. They couldn't take unnecessary risks. At the registration desk, Yuzu practiced his corpse knight's movements. Eleonora tripped clumsily, her movements stiff and crude. Nevertheless, the examiners took their entry. Although it was clear she passed barely the fundamentals, they required sufficient participants to complete the lower ranks. Yuzu then put on his necromancer gear with great pride. He had waited 17 years for this moment. Putting on his robe and catching up on an aside with Eleonora, there came a booming announcement in the compound, calling all players to the arena. In an instant, the huge arena was packed. Necromancers, spooky corpses, knights. Much more than anyone anticipated. Then a strong voice boomed throughout the Colosseum. It told of names, how they survived bodies. Meat rotted, bones crumbled to dust, but a name could survive. Some names would survive for years, some for centuries or even millennia. On this cruel and magnificent killing ground, the War of Corpses, the speaker announced his desire for a name that would again arise, a name never to be forgotten. The voice spoke to all 8,304 necromancers, filling them with wonder and fear. Were they prepared to embark on this war, to sacrifice their souls, to inscribe their stories into eternity? The arena let out a shout of determination. Then the announcement. The 145th War of Corpses had officially commenced. The crowd cheered. The air itself shuddered. The earth shook beneath the force of expectation. The purpose of the opening round was to spotlight new competitors, giving them a chance to be noticed. The format was simple, yet merciless. Each necromancer would be paired randomly. To advance, one needed 2 victories. 4 losses meant immediate elimination. Initial matches were determined by placement. Whoever stood on the dividing black lines would face the person behind them. Yuzu was on one such line. Gradually, he turned around to know who was following him. There was a big man in front of him, along with a really huge corpse knight. The man gazed at Yuzu and uttered a few words. He questioned whether Yuzu would say that he was ugly and disgusting. Then, with determination, he stated that he would reveal to Yuzu the most beautiful thing of all, something he had himself made, and he promised that Yuzu would comprehend it. Yuzu answered the man at his back that he had been looking at his corpse knight. He said it looked good and started praising the design and build, admiring its craftsmanship. Then, with a smile, he asserted that even if it was a great knight, he still meant to win. He bid the man a good fight and offered a handshake. The guy agreed and said that it was the first time that someone had ever offered to shake his hand. He was amazed that Yuzu did not care at all how he looked. The initial phases of the War of Corpses started. There were 3 rounds of competition, and the winners of just 1,000 would advance to the main competition. The rules of each of the initial phases differed with each iteration, so it was difficult for the participants to prepare beforehand. Prior to battle, Yuzu gave a communication device to Eleonora that he had slightly tampered with. It was worn on her ear and enabled them to communicate over a 300-meter range. Resonance magic was used in the device, so that sound was continuously transmitted at the same level, and only the wearer could hear it. Eleonora tested it by covering her mouth and whispering, and Yuzu confirmed that he could hear her clearly. She asked whether communication checks might detect something like that, but Yuzu explained that the competition encouraged individuality among necromancers, so such accessories were allowed. Moreover, the arena was sealed by a powerful magic circle that blocked outside communication, meaning their gadget was permitted. It only functioned within the arena itself. The game started. Yuzu approached the platform as Eleonora came into the arena. As it was just the initial round for unfamiliar opponents, the stands were vacant. No cheers, no applause, silence. The overseer issued few commands, then lifted a hand to give the battle its start. Eleonora came forward to strike, but tripped and collapsed. There was a clear mismatch in that they weren't in sync. The one was too quick, the other slow. They didn't coordinate well. Eleonora promptly suggested playing as she wanted and asked Yuzu to simply go along. Without any second thoughts, she made a direct charge at the opposing knight. The opponent's knight had a frog-like appearance, but it was able to bound away. Yuzu told her that winning relied on destroying the center of the enemy knight, which appeared as a red bead, and protecting their own. Their tactic was based on strong up-close attacks, but didn't help with defending. He proposed examining the pattern of their opponent's attack first. Eleonora opposed it, explaining that delaying would just make their opponent have time to adjust, an advantage because they were not able to move properly yet. She charged again, closing in on the Frog Knight. But again, the Frog Knight dodged with ease. Yuzu saw Eleonora wasn't even attempting to sync up with him. She fought wildly with one working arm and leg, making her movements slow and predictable. Then he saw something strange. The Frog Knight wasn't attacking, just retreating. His gaze moved to its back, where strange round things were stuck. Another necromancer spoke, inquiring if that was the best they could do. He said that great players tend to camouflage themselves among the unknowns, so he had been observing for a while. But now, discovering Yuzu not worth more effort, he declared his decision to forfeit. One of the spheres on the back of the frog stretched out, showing a human face. The necromancer claimed that he had created perfection. Eleonora inquired as to whether faces weren't meant to be 80% covered. He informed her that it wasn't an actual human face. It was one he had created after all these years of observation and meticulous measurement. It was the most perfect, the most ideal form, his own personal concept of beauty, he thought. And since it didn't exist on a real person, no regulation necessitated that it be hidden. He challenged them to see its beauty, just before it detonated. The face of the Frog Knight started to pucker, unmistakable evidence of an impending strike. Yuzu immediately knew it was an explosive and yelled at Eleonora to move back, but too late. The face of the creature hurtled out, and the blast exploded before her. Yuzu was discovered to have taken over Eleonora's arm and caused it to detonate exactly when the enemy's blow reached her, resulting in her losing an arm. Eleonora asked if the face could be taken over by the enemy necromancer similarly. Yuzu clarified that any removed limb from a knight couldn't be taken over and would only last for a few seconds, so the bomb's flight path would always be straight. He continued to say the explosion appeared to be from enzymes of deadly amphibians, the type which only ignited under high, sudden pressure. Eleonora knew that all they had to do was dodge. The Frog Knight took another shot, which she dodged in a hurry. She moved rapidly and confessed she was enjoying the battle. A shot exploded beside her feet, pushing her back. The frog continued to fire blasts and then sprang high in the air, sending out 3 more face bombs. Eleonora evaded them, although she could no longer move around freely. As another bomb approached her, set to attack, Yuzu controlled her leg to push her out of the way, rescuing her once more. Yuzu then told her they were at their limit. If she couldn't run properly, they had no chance of victory. He had been observing their poor coordination, realizing the biggest problem was trust. Her right leg, not being originally hers, existed physically, but not mentally. It was normal for her to not rely on it, which disturbed her entire equilibrium each time she attempted running. She was asked by him to trust him and forget about that leg. But Eleonora responded that she did not trust comrades who would not share her risks. She was not fighting, so he was. He was only wagging his fingers from far away safely while she risked her life. There were more explosions that shoved her back once more. And then Yuzu explained to her that this was his final opportunity. Born in a trash dump hated by everyone, he was called the son of trash. He was constantly teased throughout his life, particularly due to his alleged father. He had lived his life being forgotten. No one would ever get to know what it felt like to live with the knowledge that every aspect of you was useless garbage. Then the man from his worst nightmares showed up again. He told him he couldn't proceed without proving to that man and to the world that they were mistaken, that he could be great. If he did not succeed, he had no life left. Encountering Eleonora, he went on, was his last hope. He would not ask her to have faith in him, but pleaded with her to believe in his desperation. Another attack flew towards Eleonora next. She turned and started running, at last letting go of control to her right leg and running naturally. Yuzu felt the difference at once. She was no longer restraining herself. She was believing in him. She instructed him to get no ideas. She didn't care about his history. He'd already rescued her twice, and now she was only hoping that he would do it once more. Then she continued to run, bearing the entirety of her weight on her right leg. It wasn't optimal, but it didn't have to be. Even if her stride wavered, it was sufficient to get away. With fewer than half the frog's bombs left, they were at an advantage. Without them, it was merely a giant toad. The frog knight pressed on its attack, but now Eleonora dodged with ease. She was quicker and more accurate. Even when a bomb almost hit her, she dodged it easily. The necromancer panicked as Eleonora dodged all attacks. Yuzu started counting the bombs. One after another, Eleonora evaded them all. Then he informed her that the bombs were expended and the frog was depleted. Preparing to pounce, Eleonora coiled strength in her fist and advanced towards the toad, but at that very moment the toad jumped over her. Abruptly, the necromancer disclosed his surprise. The body of the frog contained 10 reserve bombs reserved for this very purpose. Next, all 10 bombs that were fired from the frog simultaneously landed around her. Yuzu told Eleonora not to throw her attack upwards, but rather hit the ground. Not blinking an eye, she followed his orders and released her ultimate attack on the arena floor. Her fist, coupled with the frog face bombs, triggered an enormous explosion that destroyed the entire battlefield. The other opposing necromancer was speechless, utterly shocked at the sheer devastation his adversary had wrought. As the dust cleared and the field was in shambles, Eleonora said that Yuzu's judgment worked. He stated that, with the strength behind her punch, he had reckoned that the shockwave and the rubble from destroying the ground would be sufficient to activate the bombs without touching them. There was a flashback of them having a conversation. Eleonora had explained to him that the technique was only usable once in a game. It emptied everything in her fist, blackening her arm and taking 4 hours to recover. Yuzu wanted to know what would be the result of using the move again before her body recovered. She admitted that she had done so once before, and it resulted in her death. Her corpse lost an arm, a leg, and experienced a huge hole close to her heart. That was the cost. When she pushed it again, her heart would burst, and she'd actually die. In the present, Yuzu reminded her that while their most powerful attack was exhausted, so too was the enemy's. Eleonora smiled. Then, it was time for vicious close combat. She desired him. She attacked. There was a violent collision, and she ended the battle by stabbing the Toad Knight directly through the heart, petrifying him in an instant. The game was over. Player Yuzu was the champion. Eleonora and Yuzu stood together after the fight. Yuzu congratulated her on having fought beautifully and won the last round with ease, describing her as the best warrior. Then he saw the other necromancer standing over his dead knight. Walking up, Yuzu complimented him, saying he was proud of what he had made, proving real effort and love. He said, though, that his own knight was slightly more perfect. The necromancer was surprised. He told no one had ever complimented his work on its beauty or acknowledged his effort previously. Yuzu nodded, indicating one thing: the faces utilized as bombs. They had been created to compare against others' standards of beauty. Actual beauty, Yuzu explained, was objective and subjective. Rather than striving after others' validation, would it not be preferable to let out the beauty he envisioned? The necromancer was surprised, acknowledging he had never considered it. He grinned, referring to it as a wonderful idea, and informed Yuzu that he'd be his very first fan, seeing him become the best, and one day design an even more flawless, beautiful knight to amaze the world. At home, Yuzu informally started referring to Eleonora as Ellie. He told her it was convenient. She protested immediately. He wasn't her friend and no one had ever called her that. But after some back and forth, they reached a compromise. He could call her Ellie in battle. "I'll call her Ellie from now on anyway, just to make things simpler." Ellie asked about their next match. Yuzu told her that necromancers must rebuild their knights within a week. The issue was that the opponents were chosen randomly. Then he demonstrated the skull he wore all the time, telling her that it was his ID card, identifying him as a necromancer. All the necromancers were forced to wear one, and the shape and color of the skull indicated their ranking in the tournament. The system started with rank 7, black, for beginners or losers in the second qualifying round. Next came rank 6, bronze, rank 5, silver, rank 4, gold, rank 3, diamond, rank 2, emerald, and rank 1, ruby, showing growing achievement. The top of all was rank 0, onyx, which was given to the champion. Each rank possessed its own skull emblem. Don't worry, I will remind you of the ranks when necessary. The higher your previous rank, the stronger your opponent. Because matches were random, a rank 6 bronze might be against a rank 3 diamond, or even a rank 2 emerald, if unlucky. Yuzu opened the envelope and stopped. The name within shocked him. As he did, the scene moved to an opulent room. There was a man in darkness, while his assistant read the name of his next opponent, Yuzu. The man did not recognize it. There was no data. It appeared that this was Yuzu's first competition. He brushed the idea off, sure the first round would be a walkover. That guy lurking in the darkness was a rank 1 ruby, which meant that in the last tournament, he had come in between 10th and 2nd. The scene changed to a man standing in front of hundreds of thousands of ecstatic spectators. It was player Ralph, the impregnable wall, winning his second title in a row. The huge crowd basked in that great and glorious moment, calling out Ralph's name all over the stadium. Ralph was in the middle of it all, reveling in the crowd's ecstasy. The scene changed back again to Ralph in the real world, still wearing the ruby skull. He called Sophie and inquired how many fan letters he had received this month. She informed him that the figure stood at 1,244. He then calculated that it was a 15% decrease from last year, and inquired if the media and analysts had anything to say about his chances of finishing first this time. She informed him that the mean of 13 media and 43 commentators set his chance of winning at 2.736%. Enraged, he stated that he would demonstrate the unbeatable Ralph could still win. He then requested information on his opponent, Yuzu. Sophie told him that as it was Yuzu's first time, there were no figures on him. Ralph stated that his chances of winning were 99.74%, since a newcomer would never keep up with his plays. He stated that to ensure his win again, he needed to show an overwhelming disparity of power so that nobody would be able to turn a blind eye to it. The scene went back to Yuzu and Ellie. Yuzu described Ralph wasn't a player to take lightly. He had placed 10th in the previous year's competition and had already won twice previously. He then said there were only 2 methods of determining the winner and loser in the War of Corpses. One was to obliterate the other player's knight's heart, and the other was to forfeit. Forfeiting wasn't a matter of giving up. It was a matter of leaving the whole War of Corpses. Only after the forfeit match results were noted would the subsequent match not be played. Those who forfeited were similarly criticized. Ellie stated it was crazier than she expected, basically a fight to death. Yuzu stated that a knight was just a tool, but for her, having her heart shattered meant dying for good this time. Yuzu then asked Ellie what she intended to do. Thinking he was proposing they give up, Ellie responded that she had spent her entire life killing mercilessly in order to settle her debt. If she was going to emerge victorious, she had to vanquish these men sometime. Twice risking her life was of no importance. She instructed him never to give up without asking her first. He nodded, assuring her that he was happy that she felt that way, because this was also his last opportunity. He told them that they had to prepare to fight a battle that might be their last. Ralph stood outside the arena, psyching himself up before he went in, declaring his presence. Ellie was surprised at how many crowds were there, although they were only in the preliminary rounds. Yuzu told him that it was because Ralph was a champion. Ralph's corpse knight arrived, large and like a wall. Yuzu explained that it was made up of many things and living organisms, creating a living shield and barrier. Its surface had never been broken by any assault before. And in fact, whoever did so with reckless abandon would end up damaging his own weapon and not his enemy, at a disadvantage. No matter how powerful her punches were, she couldn't possibly destroy it. They had only one shot, so they needed to come up with a way to get at the main body behind the wall. Ellie said that it would be easy. If it was that big, it had to be slow. But as Yuzu started telling her why the wall was so frightfully dangerous because of its enormity, the wall crept and fell towards her, enormous, immovable, and blocking off all the routes of escape. Yuzu, acting quickly to save Ellie from crushing, reached with her left arm in haste, unleashing a hook-like protrusion. It gripped something outside the wall's reach, and she pulled Ellie in as if with an improvised Batman-style grappling hook. He said that the arm was crucial, but because of how it was made cheaply, it did not do well. Nevertheless, it acted like a biological grappling hook, able to cover around 5 meters. They saw the wall monster flip over for a moment, and they figured that was their opportunity. Working together with the hook, they charged forward into the wall in a flash, and Ellie initiated charging her right arm to deliver an attack. But Yuzu intervened, reminding her that no one had been able to break that wall yet. She withdrew her strike just in time, only to be pushed into the wall itself. The wall started to break down its structure to be able to move more easily. Yuzu said that it was the subtle coordination of each little capillary of another person's body to control a knight. Constricting the gastrocnemius, flexed the Achilles tendon, raising the heel. Not being able to control the erector spinae lost upper body equilibrium. The more massive and complex the structure, the more difficult it was to control. Maneuvering big knights was known to be dangerous. But Ralph didn't just push the wall. He broke it apart and maneuvered every piece on its own. Yuzu had never seen Ralph move as he did now. Clearly, Ralph had rehearsed beforehand. With ruthless intent, Ralph announced that he would show overwhelming strength and entered his mode, crushing zone. The shattered wall pieces started creating an enormous box intended to confine Ellie within. After being sealed in, it would be the end. Yuzu acted in a split second, employing the grappling hook to pull Ellie out of the trap. But the wall broke up once more, trying to envelop her. They had to depend on the hook in order to escape and run clear of harm. Yuzu and Ellie looked for a gap. When a slight opportunity arose, Ellie shot her grappling hook and hooked onto the wall, pulling herself up. Yet, the trap quickly reorganized itself, reforming to ensnare her once more. Ralph acted quickly in response, telling the wall to buckle in upon itself, hoping to crush her between the pieces. As this happened, Yuzu attempted to send out his own hook to rescue them, but with poor visibility, he couldn't hook on to anything. Time was running out. The wall was closing in quickly. Just in time, Yuzu was able to grab hold of his hook and yank Ellie clear, pulling her away as the wall came down. The rescue was successful, but the grappling hook shattered with the tension. Yuzu gazed at the wall, recognizing how impossible and invincible it felt. But at that moment, he realized something. Perhaps there was a way to break through it. He informed Ellie that no one had ever managed to, but no one had attempted it under this one condition before. Was the wall actually invincible? He recalled a long time back when a knight who was a master of brute force had cracked it once in desperation. Everybody who attempted it thereafter failed even to scratch it, and direct attacks were thought to be a waste of time. But what if they could unleash the strongest attack in the world, even stronger than that knight's? Then perhaps perhaps maybe, it would be possible. Yuzu then faced Ellie and asked if her punch was able to break through that wall if it was the strongest in the world. Enthused, Ellie set herself up for her finishing blow, stating that it was worth dying for. Yuzu instructed her where the core mass was, roughly 45 degrees from his location, and indicated he'd use her left arm as a signal. Then he instructed her to strike it with one blow. Ellie concentrated, pouring all of her strength into her right arm. On the other side of the wall, Ralph was amazed and yelled that they were crazy to hit his wall head-on. He engaged his compression chamber method, shooting wall chunks at Ellie, but she bolted forward with all her might and gave her finishing blow directly into the center of the wall. Her punch cut through cleanly, shattering it. Ralph stood still, his mind unable to comprehend what had occurred. His supposedly invincible wall had finally been penetrated. The audience was silent for an instant, shocked at the impossibility of what they had just seen, then cheered across the arena. Jubilation replaced shock as they cheered the incredible game that they had seen. Yuzu stood there speechless, mouth agape, soaking up the clapping and allowing the crowd's roar to envelop him. After the game, Yuzu approached Ellie and asked her if she had heard people clapping. She answered with pride, thinking that she had shown the world that her fists were strongest. Yuzu concurred, agreeing that they had done what nobody else had ever achieved. The two were in the arena as the door behind Yuzu opened. Ral walked out, serene and stable. He warned that individuals would be more concerned with Yuzu's errors rather than his accomplishments. To him, individuals were always more attracted to failure than success. Yuzu responded with unshakable conviction, his resilience and optimistic attitude recalling Ral of when he was young. With a brief goodbye, Ral warned he would not leniently treat Yuzu the next time. Then, later on, Yuzu and Ellie divided their prize money for reaching beyond the first preliminary round. For Yuzu, it was the first time he had ever received money in acknowledgement of his title as a necromancer. Since they had both cleared twice, they had technically passed the first stage. The prize money for this round was part of their contract, so Ellie proposed spending it. When Yuzu inquired about her itinerary during the break, Ellie gestured toward her left arm, which implied that she would not be moving anywhere in her current form. In reply, Yuzu instructed her to wait. With some time passing, he realigned her arm and leg to look as much like her original form as possible. While not ideal, they were well made. He also provided her with casual attire, explaining that when she dressed in them, she would be able to blend in as an average individual. He wanted her to dress up so that they could go out and experience the city. Given that they had earned the money together, it was only logical that they should spend it together. Ellie, bemused by his excitement, was taken aback at how charming he could sometimes be. Yuzu lingered outside her room. When the door opened and Ellie emerged, he was utterly surprised. She seemed natural and lovely, leaving him to blush in the spot. Ellie advanced on Yuzu, annoyed at the manner in which he was blushing, wondering why on earth he was so annoyingly flustered. Yuzu, his face as impassive as a desert skull, stared her straight in the eyes and stated firmly that, from an objective point of view, she was beautiful. To him, it was quite normal to be attracted to her, given the casual outfit, which transformed her in a big way from her typical dark look. Ellie shifted back in shock at his bold statement, her tone skeptical. She asked him what he was attempting to do. Was this some sort of confession? Had he forgotten the strange, convoluted dynamics of their relationship? But Yuzu's expression never changed, a picture of complete calm. He justified that he hadn't meant it romantically. He was just announcing a biological truth. Ellie arched an eyebrow, more irritated at his clinical tone than the remark itself. Suspicion underlined her question as to whether he had any friends. Oblivious, Yuzu replied that everybody called him trash, and his only friends were cockroaches and maggots. Ellie was left speechless, her eyes wide with stunned amazement. At a later time, the two sat across from one another at a busy diner. As Ellie wriggled uncomfortably in her seat, Yuzu's eyes darted about the room, captivated by the trappings such as a rapt tourist. He was too engrossed for a person who was not the one being treated. Ellie mentioned this, wondering why he seemed like he was the one being served. Yuzu, continuing to admire the interior design, described that it was his first time at the diner. He normally could not afford a place like this. He went on to mention that the skulls adorning the walls were allegedly crafted from waste ingredients. Ellie, gazing at the bone jewelry in revulsion, figured they were probably human skulls. She figured that was utterly mad, even for Necromancer City. While they conversed, their meal was brought, a steaming bowl of tongue of the dead. It resembled thick, fetid slop, with dubious, wriggling pieces beneath the surface. Ellie gaped at it. The food was writhing. Yuzu was undeterred, though. He promised her that it wasn't alive, simply looked that way. The meal was prepared with a special plant known as ghost potato, which grew only on dead and then revived land. Its regenerative starch was combined with powdered eggshell basilisk, spice, and magical ingredients. The outcome was pasta that moved with every spoonful. Ellie said that Yuzu knew too much about the meal. Yuzu said it was one of the city's mythical dishes. He'd always been curious about trying it, so he'd researched it first. Offhand, he informed her that since she still had a sense of taste, she should consume it when it was still squirming, because that was when it was at its best. Ellie gazed into the bowl, embarrassed. She picked up a piece with her fork, hesitated, then took a deep breath and ate it. Her jaw crept hesitantly, feeling the texture. Then her eyes grew wide with incredulity. It was quite good, actually. Ellie confessed she had never tasted anything remotely similar. The consistency emitted a gentle tingling with each bite, the creamy richness and deep umami garlic making it strangely delightful. Yuzu wasn't far behind. He gobbled spoon after spoon, eating as if he'd gone without food for days. Smiling between mouthfuls, he shoveled more in, lost to the taste. Hours afterward, Yuzu and Ellie walked along the city streets and found a gigantic statue of a lady with a hand gesture resembling that of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ellie didn't know her, so Yuzu told her it was last year's winner, Karen Crow, just 19 and the youngest ever. He went on to mention that every winner had a statue erected in the central square so that tourists would see it and be awed. Yuzu stared in wonder at its sheer size, amazed at what it was to stand there, hailed as the best of the city. Ellie, not so impressed, breezed past quickly. Imitating the statue's stance, she asked why it stood like that. Did the champion think it was cool? She thought it was tacky. Yuzu explained that it was not supposed to be fashionable. It was an official stance referred to as the single focus stance. The stance, with regulated limb movement and attention, turned all actions thoughtful. In demonstration, he led Ellie's left arm and instructed her to envision his fingers as the knight he commanded, attention on just two of them. Genuine mastery, he explained, was achieved through intention, mental or physical, to combat. In the days that followed, Yuzu and Ellie set out to explore the city as a pair. They attended a play at a dilapidated theater, sampled something cold and creamy that looked like ice cream, and strolled through markets and narrow alleys, absorbing the city's life and history. One night, they stood on a balcony overlooking the shining spread below. Warm air was filled with the faint sounds of life, as Yuzu discussed all the places they hadn't been yet. Ellie looked down at the lights, quietly thinking about how big the city was. 2 weeks of walking, and it still seemed like they hadn't even started. She had anticipated a necromancer-controlled dark city, but what she saw was culture, rhythm, and life. Looking to Yuzu, she confessed he wasn't what she expected either. There was a bizarre honesty in him, a naivety and innocence that was both unsafe and charming, and yet she couldn't help but find it endearing. Yuzu similarly found her mystifying. While she referred to herself as a mercenary, there was something about her that felt staged, almost polished, not quite comparable to the coarse existence she explained. For a brief moment he pondered whether there was anything to the story behind her, but before he could frame the thought, a voice close by called out Ellie's name. Yuzu spun on suddenly, tight, eyes scrunched up. A man was just out of clear sight, his face concealed, only visible as a twisted shadow in Yuzu's eye. The stranger spoke once more, incredulity in his voice. He addressed her as Eleonora, and told her that she was supposed to be dead. The stranger took a step forward, his features gentle and nearly boyish. Yuzu stopped in his tracks. The understanding hit him like a slap to the face. Eleonora was not just any mercenary. She was a legend. It was no surprise that finally someone had penetrated her disguise. He instantly placed himself between Ellie and the stranger, his voice even but firm as he denied recognizing the man the stranger referred to. He was going to call her his sister when Ellie caught on and nodded almost imperceptibly, whispering that they didn't even resemble each other. Uzu didn't miss a beat, turning and addressing her as his wife, Sabrina. The use of the title slapped Ellie. Her eyes went wide, her breath caught as she struggled to believe what he said. The stranger did not back down. He squinted, examining Ellie carefully, and insisted that she was Eleonora. Her hair may have changed, her skin tint changed, but he was positive that it was she. Then his attention turned to Uzu. If they were married, he inquired, where were their wedding rings? Uzu didn't blink. With a careless shrug, he defined that he had ordered a special ring, costly and impossible to replace. He would not wear it recklessly, not in a city like this one, but he did not leave it there. With the same analytical charm that was both annoying and persuasive, Uzu leaned forward and started to rationalize. He explained that the human face contained approximately 40 to 50 unique variables: bone structure, spacing, proportion. The chances of two individuals being similar enough to be confused with each other were at 0.01%. Multiply that by the population of the world, and statistically, hundreds could be almost an exact match. So judging someone's identity on physical appearance only, he claimed, was coincidence. Still, the stranger would not give in. His tone grew acidic, his eyes cold, and he insisted there was no possibility he could confuse anyone with Eleonora. He knew her too intimately. Uzu's tone got rougher, less suave now, more authoritative. Looking at Ellie, he called her Sabrina and asked whether she recognized the man. Ellie hardly shook her head, her expression unyielding. Looking back, Uzu said bluntly that she didn't recall him. Firm and unshakable were her words. A boot hit the stranger's face with a square blow, and he fell to the floor, blood already dripping from his nose. Ellie blinked in shock. It was Uzu's boot. He had hurled it with brutal precision. No warning, no hesitation. Ellie hadn't even had time to move before Uzu was on his way, giving her a quick glare and a silent nod. She trailed behind without speaking. They merged into the rhythm of the city, abandoning the stranger behind, cursing and bleeding, reaching for nothing. That evening, in Uzu's apartment, the atmosphere had quieted enough for questions. At last, Uzu asked who the man was. Ellie leaned against the couch and gave his name, Naren. A fellow archer and mercenary, she called him a constant thorn. Uzu surmised if Naren was a competitor. Ellie winced, massaging her forehead as if the mere thought was painful. It was the opposite, she told him. She had saved his life by mistake, and since then he'd been trailing around after her, assuming it was more than that, attempting awkwardly but incessantly to woo her. Uzu scratched at his chin in puzzlement, hand to head, lost in thought. After a pause, he said he didn't care about her type. So long as she fought well beside him, that was what mattered. Ellie sighed and explained that Naren was a man. Uzu froze, eyes widening slightly. He sat with it for a moment, then nodded slowly and dropped the subject. Ellie continued, saying the real problem was Naren's obsession. She had rebuffed him categorically, and even though he'd lost interest in her, he was the type who would go to any lengths for her. He could still be looking for them. And actually, his being here could mean that he'd come looking for her corpse, never knowing she was alive. Uzu's face darkened upon hearing this. Naren was trouble in his book. Now that he had caught a glimpse of Uzu's face, any mistake further would endanger both of them. They had to be prepared for the worst. For now, however, Naren had no concrete evidence, nothing concrete to act against them. Uzu thought it wise to leave. The second preliminaries were set to take place, and that was where their concentration had to remain. The scene shifted back to Naren. His nose was bandaged in a coarse bandage, still puffy from the hit. His gaze fell on a sketch tacked to the wall, a portrait of Ellie. As the camera backed away, his fixation was apparent. The whole wall was plastered with doodles of her. Naren stood before them, clasped hands as if in prayer, gazing at Ellie's face, sure that odd man had done something to her. He vowed to do whatever it took. Even if it meant giving his life, he would rescue her. Then the narrative shifted to the tournament administrators. The fellow who had made the opening address now headed a line of underlings down a cramped hallway, their footsteps resonating off the stone. As they moved along, the underlings gave run-of-show reports. Revenue was down 4.6% from the previous season. Ticket revenues were consistent, while city expenses decreased by 8.44%, and investments as well as ad revenue had decreased more than 4% as returns declined. When the chief inquired why, one of his underlings responded that the fans' behavior had changed. The audience now concentrated on popular brawls, lingering for a moment before departing once their featured match finished. Shouts resounded down the hallway suddenly. A man burst into security, carrying a corpse and demanding to meet the CEO. Guards chased after him, but the CEO held up a placating hand. As the man drew closer, the CEO asked calmly what had occurred. The intruder produced the corpse knight, explaining it had been refused registration as a participant. Its silence wasn't incapacity, he stated. It was intentional. To demonstrate it, the body came back to life for a few seconds, spewing out green muck. A junior officer tittered, which his CEO overheard. In recognition of the demonstration, the CEO made a proper apology, acknowledging the rejection had been unwarranted and entirely their error. He instructed the guards to take the man away so compensation and arrangements could be made. After he was gone, the CEO faced the guffawing junior officer. Challenged, the underling apologized but taunted once more that such a frail frame wouldn't survive the preliminaries in any case. Annoyed, the CEO challenged him, asking if he had the right to pass judgment on people. He reminded his team their responsibility wasn't just to establish the industry, but to shape the lives it impacted, and that anyone who spoke ill of the value of a rival didn't belong among them. Sitting back in his chair, he said human strength frequently originated through weaknesses. With that, the underling was dismissed. As the rest departed, leaving him behind, the CEO directed that the guards who had flunked on the job were to be relieved, and the Division 2 security chief to undergo disciplinary review. Lastly, he issued one final instruction. All staff were to prepare for the second preliminaries. This time, as part of efforts to enhance player visibility, the matches were to be scheduled unlike any tournament ever before. By the stadium, there were already a few who had gathered, their voices mixing into a hum. Among them, some started to applaud for Yuzu. The applause was anything but deafening, but Yuzu accepted it gladly, raising his hand in appreciation to those few who still had faith in him. But even in that brief moment of acceptance, the usual shadow crept back. The cold, dark, merciless one. It whispered its poisonous truth, that he was worthless trash. The shadow took hold of him, not his body, but his very soul, and proclaimed that he and his mother were garbage, bred from garbage, and that they would always be the same. No amount of trying could make them otherwise, it spat. Yuzu, under its weight and its venom, did not succumb. His shaking arm gestured upward in defiance as he vowed to rise, to become great, to disprove the shadow. But the shadow merely sneered, laughing at the possibility that a man like him could ever hope. And then, with crushing power, it smashed him, grinding his will beneath its heel. Yuzu opened his eyes with a gasp, his hand around his throat, breathing rough and eyes staring in horror. Bleary, he looked around the room until he caught sight of Ellie. Stumbling towards her, she began to cry, condemning him for showing his true colors at last. She had suspected it since he'd told her she was pretty. But rather than fight, Yuzu fell, weeping into her shoulder. Through sobs, he pleaded with her to make him invincible, someone no one would ever look down on again. Ellie remained silent. She just put a shaking hand on his back and silently promised to stick with him. The following morning, Ellie mentioned what had occurred. Yuzu had been in a haze, she explained. Did he recall? Would it influence the fight? But Yuzu blankly looked at her and asked her to explain what she was speaking about. When she reminded him of the way he'd clutched her, weeping hysterically, he dismissed it, saying she must have been dreaming. Collectedly, he instructed her to prepare. The second preliminaries would soon commence. Seconds later, red envelopes popped up throughout the city, each one with the new rules of play for the next round. When competitors opened them, alarm was passed. When Yuzu read his face grew harder. The rules were not good. Competitions would now be competed in groups of 3. Best 3 out. Ellie knew right away the problem. They already had trouble communicating, and now cooperation would be necessary. But Yuzu revealed the actual twist. Each group could have only one gold-ranked or higher player. Ellie got it right away. It meant less overpowered groups, more balanced matches, and more limelight for up-and-comers. But she still scrunched up her face. How were they supposed to get teammates when everybody was rushing to join with big names? In front of the magnificent mansion of Ral, a throng of necromancers assembled with a hope to collaborate with the legendary master. Yuzu observed it from across the street on the rooftop, describing the facts to Ellie. It was necessary to establish teams by direct negotiation within 3 days and seal the membership with signatures of all the members. With a confident grin, Yuzu told her to wait. He had someone in mind. Below, Ral strode through the crowd as fans called out to him. Ellie's eyes widened. "You're planning to recruit Ral?" "Of course," Yuzu replied. "With his unmatched shield and our strategy, we'd be unstoppable." He waved at Ral from the rooftop. Ral looked up, paused for a moment, then looked away as if he hadn't spotted him. The next day, Yuzu attempted again. Another wave, another cold shoulder. On the third day, Ral didn't even attempt to hide his disgust, cursing that he'd never stoop so low as to ally with Yuzu. Finally, Yuzu realized Ral had been intentionally avoiding him. His brash veneer started to crack. Ellie stared at him, concerned. "What now?" "We only have 5 hours remaining until the team submission deadline. You need a plan B, right?" Yuzu didn't say anything initially. Then, in a hollow tone, he conceded the fact. He'd never had proper friends. The realization struck Ellie like ice. Her face went pale as she stared at him in silence. There were only 3.5 hours left before teaming up closed, and the main square was filled with nervous activity. There were perhaps 800 necromancers there, almost all struggling to complete their teams. The clock was ticking close, and desperation gripped the crowds. They all had a few things in common. They were black bronze level, had average abilities or reputations, and struggled to work well together. Faults that were previously insignificant now became hindrances. A grand old man yelled above the din, proclaiming his 30 years of necromancy experience. Rather than admiration, this declaration was rewarded with scorn. A younger necromancer sneered, stating that being bronze for 3 decades was something to be ashamed of, and his age only made people nervous. And then, rising above the commotion, Yuzu stood up and yelled in the center of the square. Brazenly, he announced that he was the person who broke through Ral's wall, something no other had been able to do. He referred to it as a feat impossible to accomplish, stating that if that did not awe anyone, then nothing would. The crowd went quiet, eyes scanning him. Ellie, in the background holding back amidst the corpse knights, buried her face in her hands in embarrassed silence at his boisterous performance. As Yuzu's assertion subsided, hushed voices spread. Some undid his declaration, stating that Ral was already over the hill, and his wall was bound to fall anyway. One such boisterous necromancer mocked that if Yuzu was referring to today's Ral, then even he could have shattered that wall. In spite of the doubts, at some point someone came to Yuzu with an offer to partner. Yuzu asked the man immediately what type of knight he commanded. The necromancer gestured over his corpse knight and boasted that it would be able to crush 5 meters of solid rock when hurled at maximum speed. Yuzu did not care. He informed the man immediately that they were not a match and offered that he might want to try elsewhere before leaving. Others came over, but Yuzu vetted every necromancer and knight with careful attention, rejecting them one by one. The more powerful players he attempted to approach rejected him flat out. Yuzu was too fresh on the scene. Nobody knew him. In a game where reputation was everything, that was a death sentence. Maybe if he had done the crowd better, attempted to bond, or sold himself, things would have turned out differently. But Yuzu, who had never experienced proper camaraderie or teamwork before, found it more and more impossible to join a team. One of the tournament officials then blew through a megaphone that there was only an hour left. Anyone who was not registered into a team at this point would be out. Breathing softly beside Ellie, Yuzu whispered to himself. Ellie, obviously upset, informed him that he had squandered too much time and hadn't managed to get even a single. Teammate time was running out, and she proposed that they quit and begin making preparations for the next match. Yuzu would not hear of it, however. Disqualification was not just humiliating. It carried a ban of 10 years before being allowed to re-enter. The full impact of that fact struck Ellie forcefully. 10 years essentially ended a player's career. She balled her fists, recalling their promise of never surrendering until the last. The cruel rules compelled every contestant to his limits. Frustrated, she demanded that he partner with anyone, but Yuzu shook his head. For him and her, losing was not defeat. It was death. He wouldn't risk her life through a hasty decision. With new resolve, he promised to enlist the best remaining necromancers, as few as they were. As he was about to make a move, 2 necromancers approached him and offered to be a team. Yuzu instinctively asked for their knights. One presented a Kikan-based knight, an underwater creature with the ability to release unique ink that blindingly blanketed large areas. The other spoke of a knight with the ability to interfere with signals and shoot blood projectiles from a distance. Yuzu evaluated them. Both had solid specialized skills, one a disruption specialist, the other good at range combat. Between them, they had the missing pieces he and Ellie didn't: defense and reach. At silver and bronze rank, this was probably the best duo Yuzu was likely to get. He questioned the two on why they picked him among all the other applicants. They responded with a simple answer. His raw offense, the capability to break through Raoul's wall, had impressed them. They had not had that level of strong decision-making and felt that with his addition, they could gain an upper hand. A necromancer offered a hand, and Yuzu shook it, formalizing their alliance. They sat down hastily to discuss coordination. As they chatted, an officer's voice resonated through, saying that there were 20 minutes left before registration ended. As they spoke, Yuzu shared a vital piece of information. His most powerful attack would only be usable once in a match and had a 4-hour cooldown. With the restriction in place, he promised them its value, stating it could kill even a knight behind Raoul's wall, a guaranteed kill. A single necromancer lingered at the limitation, knowing that a reliance on one blow was unsafe. But Yuzu calmed him, saying that his knight had several all-around abilities that were superior in most fight situations. The disadvantages were obvious, but the allure of such unmitigated strength was irresistible. They continued to talk about battlefield coordination and how to deal with command conflicts when in stressful situations. Just as they were finishing, another officer's message blared across the square. 8 minutes left. Yuzu, aware of the dwindling time, urged them to finalize and submit the registration immediately. At that moment, the red-haired necromancer suddenly stood, saying he needed to use the restroom and would be right back. The officer's voice boomed again. 4 minutes left. Yuzu grew restless, wondering why the necromancer hadn't returned. There was no time to hunt down another partner, but the other. Necromancer did not appear to be fazed by the passing clock, seemingly unbothered by the present situation. Then it hit them. While Yuzu fumed, a familiar taunting voice chimed in from behind. Kalina walked up to him with a self-satisfied smile, teasing him for expecting anyone to team up with a loser. When he spun around to her, it became evident. The 2 necromancers had never planned on being a team with him. They were her cohorts, dispatched to delay and disrupt him. Kalina scoffed, telling him that lying was simply another aspect of the game, and that not seeing it simply illustrated his ineptitude. She labeled it, in feigned politeness, a negotiation breakdown. Her one ally spoke of the promised payment, and Kalina gave a nod of approval. She told Yuzu that all teams were now set and congratulated him on his unavoidable disqualification. And with that, she turned and went away with her conspirators content. The last declaration of the officer resounded. The last minute. Yuzu was rooted to the spot, his eyes contorted with fury as the weight of betrayal and powerlessness sank in. Uzu ran, panic in his tone as he yelled out across the square, summoning anyone who was still untamed. His voice boomed through the madness, urgency rising with each split second. From the corner of the square, someone jumped up, saying that he was also unteamed. With no time to waste, Uzu shoved the registration form into his hands. 40 seconds to go. The two commenced shouting once more, pleading for one final teammate. 20 seconds remaining. 10. As the officer began the last countdown, 3, 2, Uzu ran to the registration booth and pushed the completed form in front of him. The officer grabbed it just in time, nodding in recognition and remarking at how close it had been. Uzu's team was officially established. The team members were announced. Uzu himself, the elderly man from before, Borak, and the last to be added, a player named Aira. The new three-member team started strategizing prior to the resumption of the tournament. Uzu approached Aira and inquired about her fighting method, but she was unresponsive and unmoving, her eyes quivering slightly without comment. Perplexed, Uzu wondered if she even heard him. In the meantime, Borak was throwing a tantrum, packing his belongings with anger. It was announced that out of the 8,304 necromancers who had entered the first preliminaries, 5,005 had qualified. There were also 2 forfeits, and this figure did not include the former winners who had been exempted from the first round. In total, 1,660 teams had been formed for the next rounds. As Uzu learned, he couldn't help but wonder about his team. Among all those players, theirs had been the last to coalesce, the leftovers, so to speak. In his mind, they were the worst team on paper, hands down. But he attempted to salvage face, telling himself, well, except for me, of course. I'm not the problem here. No, of course not. This was all Kalina's fault, her Olympic-level sabotage to blame. Because what better excuse than a genius schemer's interference when your team looked like it was assembled from a bargain bin? Borak puffed out his chest, declaring that their team was blessed, lucky even, to have him, the great Borak. Seated opposite him, Uzu recalled that he'd been stuck in bronze for 3 decades and hadn't advanced to a single finals match. But Borak, indifferent, waved it away with a smile, saying experience was the only thing that counted. He'd passed the second prelims more often than any freshman alive, and this season he was confident he'd make the finals. To him, the team had just acquired a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. When Uzu inquired about what type of knight he possessed, Borak sneered and disclosed his so-called trump card, a corpse knight in the form of a colossal cockroach. He referred to it as the Cockroach Knight, the product of 30 years of struggle. Uzu and Ellie gazed at it in silence, their faces a combination of horror and incredulity. Borak, completely unflappable, went on to give a talk about how cockroaches were the greatest survivors, a species which could survive for days without their heads, feed on anything from glue to soap, and survive even the most violent stamping. Yes, they were disgusting. Yes, the world hated them. But they lived. And wasn't that, in some sick way, admirable? Listening, Uzu saw that Borak was literally outlining the life of himself, 30 years in bronze, holding on to hope. The cockroach, it appeared, was his spirit animal. As he examined the knight, Uzu conceded it wasn't awful. Its basics and balance were good, if it didn't have any outstanding qualities, just obstinately functional. Going to Aira, Uzu inquired about her knight. She did not speak but called it out instead, a huge black cat. Both Uzu and Borak blinked in surprise. Aira scribbled something in a small notebook in silence and held it up. It's a cat. Simply a cat. Later at Uzu's, Ellie complained in frustration. How is it just, she insisted, for you to put her life at risk with a walking plague and a silent girl with a wild cat? Didn't he vow to pick teammates carefully for her own good? Uzu, resting his face against his hand, let out a defeated sigh. He confessed things hadn't really gone according to plan. It just so happened. Nonetheless, what was done was done. Accusing anyone now was futile. Looking up, he spread out before her their bleak reality in stark words. 3 choices: win and rise, die and disappear, or lose and be forgotten. nothing else. He pressed Ellie for the last time what she had planned to do. Ellie went quiet, her thoughts speeding. Following a pause, her eyes hardened in resolve. There was no going back. They'd traveled too far. Resolute, she said, "No matter what, we see it through to the end." Uzu nodded resolutely. The world transformed, becoming a huge arena filled with energy. The audience cheered, and the announcer's thundering voice dominated the air, explaining the regulations. 3-man teams would clash in a best-of-3 series, with winning granted only when all three of the opponent had fallen. No tie, no do-overs. The introductions started. Team 1, Uzu, Borak, Ira. Their names elicited nothing more than stiff applause and interested whispers. Then the second team, each member draped in immaculate white robes that obscured their faces. The announcer's voice cut with recognition. Claude, Sarin, Bertar. The crowd exploded at the mention of Claude's name. Just as if cueing, one of the robed figures came forward and imperiously shed his robe with dramatic flair. Underneath was Claude himself, posing so melodramatically it was impossible to know if he'd gotten the battlefield confused with a stage. His corpse knight mimicked his actions with supernatural accuracy. A long-bladed humanoid, elegant but horrible, like a gallant executioner. Ellie stared at the corpse knight in front of her, tall, blade-legged, and tastefully macabre. She narrowed her eyes, confused. "Was that a ballerina?" she whispered to Yuzu, unsure what manner of depraved combat technique she was watching. It was lethal, yet beautiful, the kind of art that could pirouette someone into death. Yuzu concurred. Its capability was undisputed. The two rapidly checked their comms, which functioned flawlessly. Yuzu, masked now and brooding, whispered through the channel to make sure Burak and Ira wouldn't listen in. Softly, he reminded Ellie of their previous strategy meeting. He would first send in the agile cockroach knight to reconnoiter the enemy's rhythm and tempo, taking damage if necessary, but living to gather data. Once they'd gained enough information, Ellie would kill a major target to alter the balance. That would result in a neat 3 versus 2 situation. Yuzu then, with a hint of annoyance, asked out loud what the crazy cat knight would even be doing while they carried out their plan. Ellie, skeptical to begin with, said wryly the big cat couldn't fight at all, provided it even cared to. Yuzu didn't actually know. He hesitated, remembering a past conversation with Era. He had questioned her explicitly about her knight's potential. Anybody who'd passed the first prelims must at least have some strategic value. But Era, being herself, did not say anything. She did write something in her notebook and flipped it over. "My kitty is so cute," it said. Yuzu and Burak were aghast. Hearing this secondhand, Ellie seethed. Reality struck her. This battle was really down to her and the cockroach knight. Yuzu, sternly, told her to prepare for the worst, even a 1 versus 3 possibly. With that in mind, he swore they were going to keep it with prolonged battle instead of mobility. Ellie's left arm, custom rebuilt with a blade built into it, was evidence of that strategy. Yuzu poked it, reminding her why he'd switched her hand in the first place. She inspected the sword, conceding it was the proper decision. Her fighting skill would have broken down after taking one good hit otherwise. With no reluctance left between them, both of them stood mutely but firm, prepared to complete what they had started. The announcer's loud voice boomed throughout the stadium, signaling the beginning of the first bout of the second preliminaries. With a dramatic flourish, he waved his arm to the fighters to start. Burak, frantic, bellowed that he would now show them the power tempered through 3 ruthless decades. His cockroach knight charged forward, quicker than anyone could have believed, gliding low and smooth along the floor with supernatural ease. Claude, though draped in his customary theatrics, approached his teammates Seren and Berder with a flourish, saying that every performance was lacking without music and light. On signal, the two dropped their hoods. Seren, blue hair and intent, offered to take care of ambience, demanding the opening act be slow and measured. His knight, a monstrous mixture of bones and stringed instruments, started plucking at its own ribs, loosing sad, haunting harmonics that sounded across the arena. Berder, cool and deliberate, instructed his own knight. Increase the light. Power all 17 segments of the vertebrae. Hold the beam stable on center. His device, a spider-like framework of bones topped with a single blazing eye, complied. It stretched up in the form of a shattered lighthouse, sending a blinding beam across the field. As the light and sound merged, Claude breathed in rapture, proclaiming that they would now fight through rhythm. His ballerina knight started to dance, scimitar-shaped legs shining as it turned and glided with unutterable beauty, a killing dance of horror and elegance. While Burak had intended to begin cautiously, pride overcame him. Observing the other team's stage crew, their light operator and musician, apparently laid bare, he could not help but stand idle. The ballerina's perfect twirls appeared to leave it open, and the cockroach knight, always in favor of haste over wisdom, charged forward. In a moment, it was cut in two neat halves. The ballerina had swung out a blade leg during twirl, cutting it in half with ease, never missing a beat. The attention of the crowd fell upon the main stage. Ellie recognized the ballerina as the main danger immediately. She charged forward, sword extended, meeting it head-on. Its blade-like limbs snapped out in lightning kicks. But this time, Ellie didn't back down. Her sword intercepted the first strike, screaming metal against metal. The knight changed stance, firing a series of spinning attacks. Ellie threaded the tempest, her moves swift and calculated, her reflexes cutting through disorder. When the knight charged at her center, she fended, but the brute force sent her back. She slammed hard, rolled, and leaped back up in a bewildering motion, attention honed. The ballerina's speed and power dwarfs hers. Its reach overwhelmed the arena, controlling the flow of battle. Yet her focus did not falter. All she needed was a clean break. Their struggle went on, steel clashing in rhythmic savagery. But during the exchange, the ballerina's sword bit through Ellie's, cutting it in two. Momentum drove it onward, a killing blow about to fall. When suddenly the splintered cockroach knight re-emerged, dragging Ellie back in a flash. Yuzu looked at Burak in shock. Pride-swelled Burak elaborated. On the brink of death, his cockroach knight's body reddened, pumping octopamine in its system, going into berserk mode. There, in that frenzy, it traveled 10 times its normal speed, fueled not by self-preservation, but raw, violent energy. Ellie rode upon its shattered frame as its cowed rage shook with restrained violence, seconds from detonating another rampage. Yuzu listened to Burak's logic in silence. 10 times the speed of normal would see the knight traveling so fast it would hardly be perceptible to the human eye. The reasoning was outlandish, but at such a speed, the knight would in fact become unapproachable. Burak was confident as he stated that at such speed, any physical attack could never hit. He explained his strategy. His knight would charge, create an opening, and Yuzu's would follow through. In doubt, Yuzu assented, willing to bet on the madman's zeal. In dramatic bravado, Burak announced the culmination of his lifelong work. His groundbreaking device, a technique that would astonish the world, his voice raw from excitement as he bellowed its name, Annihilation Dash. The instant it powered on, the cockroach knight exploded into twisted metal and sparks. Debris rained onto the field. Ellie gazed in shock. Yuzu blinked. Neither of them said anything, then both of them turned to Burak, their disappointment an aching drizzle. Under Yuzu's critical stare, Burak's grin broke and cracked. He exhaled and slumped, as if the bitter reality of failure had finally come to settle over him. With a tired shrug, he admitted defeat. The method had never succeeded before, never at all. Still, he had really thought so this time. Instead, it annihilated itself alone. Claude was unimpressed and looked down his nose at the explosion, calling it a pitiful excuse for a performance. He told them their job. As villains, their job was to make the protagonist better, and this debacle had not done so. He called for more of the second act. On cue, the ballerina knight changed. Extra limbs, which looked like arms, unfurled from its torso. Claude called for a faster pace. The knight struck rapidly, twirling and jumping like a whirling drill. Ellie attempted to flee, but the whirling storm pursued her relentlessly, only inches away. Hassien observed in the background the transition from adagio to accelerando, and cautioned Claude of an identifiable note within that tempo. one with cataclysmic potential. As the tempo quickened, the instrumental knight altered its melody, swapped arms, and launched a projectile. The beam struck Ellie directly, throwing her against a pillar. Bruised and stunned, she continued to stand, determined to fight. The Eye Knight then burned her with a hot red sigil. Berter watched quietly that as the pace quickened, so did the temperature. The assault, known as Melting Ray, lasted but a moment. 3 seconds exposure could melt flesh to cinders. Yuzu imbued Ellie's right leg with energy, compelling her to jump out of the way just in time, untouched. Another note sounded. Another projectile. Ellie jumped out of the way, but the ballerina would not give up, slicing mid-air with its blade-like legs. Just in time, Ellie deflected the blow with the broken pieces of her sword. Yuzu assessed glumly. She'd pass out before delivering a killing blow at this pace. A radical change was necessary. He came up with an equation, a diagonal punch, 45 degrees to the floor. Ellie followed orders. Strength surged through her right arm, and she punched into the ground at the established angle. The effect was instantaneous. The earth exploded in fury. Stone and dust ripped outwards as a shockwave uncoiled through the arena. The land cracked open under her strike, compelling all fighters to stumble. For a beat, quiet dominated the aftermath. The enemy knights stood frozen, awed by the raw force of the blow. It wasn't just destruction, it was Ellie's moment of mastery. Yuzu saw the greatness of the technique, not in raw power, but in accuracy. The force drilled inward, distorting the battlefield itself. Getting a direct hit was still hard, but the twisted landscape provided holes. The irregular terrain sabotaged enemies that depended on range and equilibrium. The ballerina knight staggered through the wreckage, its originally elegant movements breaking down. Ellie attacked from hiding, though the knight's reflexes remained keen. They fought again, though now the landscape betrayed the dancer. Every move stumbled against the broken floor. Ellie dodged around rubble like a ghost, closing the gap. As she approached, the ballerina retaliated, cutting off her left hand. Fearless, Ellie advanced. Her single arm pounded into her opponent. The ballerina stumbled halfway through her movement. Claude called out for backup, but the debris obstructed their line of sight. The weapon knights had nothing to shoot, and the Eye Knight saw nothing. Ellie was stuck in tight quarters. Her opponent was immobilized. Her last attack smashed the knight's central gem, ending the battle. Claude stood in shock, stunned by the destruction. Barak gazed in wonder, amazed at Yuzu's spontaneity. The ballerina knight was silent, paralyzed, its form disintegrated to a weak, charred shell. The story transports us to a flashback. What is a knight to a necromancer? Some would say it is nothing but a pile of reanimated flesh, a macabre amalgamation of corpses welded into an instrument of war. But some would dissent. To Claude, his knight was remarkable. He handled it with respect, appreciating the elegance and precision of its legwork. To him, Feniliv was not a monster or a puppet. It was art. It was identity. Enticed by it, Claude yearned again to take his rightful place as the star of the stage. Feniliv was not just a work of creation. It was a replica of Claude's soul, a precious shard of himself. Now, in the present, Claude bellowed in terror as Feniliv was destroyed before him. It was as if his world had ended. He fell to the ground and fainted on stage. Medics hurried over to him. Upon examination, they declared it temporary shock, not life-threatening. The game would proceed. With Claude stabilized, the visiting team was given a chance to regroup quickly. The visiting team had lost a crucial element of their offense too. The balance might still shift. Berter lifted his head, harmonizing with his knight's vision to survey the battle. He saw Ellie coming at him, defenseless and unstoppable. He shot his fusion light ray at her, but Ellie did not meet the attack head-on. She grabbed the corpse of the knocked-out knight, using it as a shield to deflect the beam and bridge the gap. Then, ripping a bladed limb from Feniliv's body, she sprang out of the ray's path. Hurling the blade in midair straight into the corpse knight's eye, she went clear through it. Refusing to wait, she ripped another blade off and attacked the instrument knight. it fired back at once with a signature projectile. Sitting in the stands, watching it all, Cien observed coldly that working the strings did not start the play. It finished it. The corpse knight pulled back its own strings to construct a massive bow and shot an arrow with enormous force. Ellie had just enough time to respond. The projectile hit her, knocking her into the debris, but it did not penetrate. Yuzu had stepped in harmonious synchrony, protecting Ellie's center with her left arm, taking the force of the impact on herself. She was attentive and calm, undeterred. She rushed forward, dodging the second wave with ease, and closed the distance, cutting off one of the knight's huge fingers with Finale's sword-like limb. Saren thought quickly and asked Berder if he had any energy remaining. When Berder assured him he could muster one last shot, Saren signaled his intention. His own knight would hold Ellie back while Berder landed a final decisive blow. By Saren's command, the dropped knight jumped on Ellie, holding her against the ground. Berder's knight charged its fusion ray and fired it at Ellie and the instrument knight. The energy was pushed above safe levels. The beam became unstable and blew up. Berder conceded that he had overextended himself. Siren, in control as before, praised his attempt. They waited with bated breath, not knowing if the battle was won. Then the broken pieces of the instrument knight disintegrated. Ellie stepped out, bruised but unshattered. She charged and slew Berder's knight in a single, perfect swing. The final of the enemy knights dropped. Standing over the rubble, covered in blood, Ellie was triumphant. Silence swept over the arena. Then the crowd burst into applause. Cheers boomed like a tempest. Yuzu stood there in shocked amazement, watching the curtains of applause. It seemed like a dream. The thunder of the crowd swept over him like sacred water, washing away years of shame and contempt. For that instant, he stood and bellowed his name to the world. His voice boomed out over the stadium as the crowd started to chant it as one. Recalling the years of rejection, humiliation, and erasure, Yuzu screamed out his name once more. When the game finally ended, the mood changed. Yuzu now had Era pinned against the wall, yelling angrily, his anger pouring forth as he accused her of remaining silent as they risked their lives. As they bled, she had laughed. His fist tightened on her collar, driving her harder into the wall, desperate for any excuse, any justification that could render her silence pardonable before his final moment of control evaporated. Ira doodled something on her notebook and held it up for Yuzu to read. The note stated that the cat didn't listen to her because its master was only itself. Yuzu knit her brow, puzzled, and asked if Ira was the one who made the cat. Yet even then, Ira would not refer to herself as its master, stating the creature only did what it wanted to do. Frustration covered Yuzu's expression as he parroted her words, hoping to comprehend why she would say that she had nothing to do with it. He insisted that no one would be stupid enough to think it, and if she was telling the truth, then why on earth had she participated in the War of Corpses to begin with? Era wrote again, stating only that the cat had wanted to go along. Veins bulged on Yuzu's forehead as his fury grew. He said it was useless to talk to her, but he couldn't help himself. His voice chilled with determination. He was fighting for his life, and if she killed his knight, then both she and the cat would perish. With this, he stormed off. Elsewhere, Boric stood in front of a bathroom mirror, examining his face. Fatigue seeped into his marrow, and the lines on his face appeared deeper than they had been in his memory. For an instant, he wanted to quit, but the vision of Yuzu forging ahead without rule or surrender made him change his mind. Perhaps that was what youth's abandon resembled. Shortly thereafter, Borak chose to spend what little he had to commission a new knight. He deliberated. If he ate once a day, he could manage. During his way home, he picked up some skewers from a street vendor. His eyes danced until he yielded and purchased some, taking them home though he had no money in his pockets. Back home, he shared them with Dora. She wanted to know why he continued to waste money when they had so little, but Borak admitted he couldn't stop because she liked them. He reassured her, explaining that his work on the annihilation rush technique was nearing completion. Dora's expression lightened as he told her he had finally collected sufficient energy, although his structure collapsed beneath internal stress. He thought about how cockroaches endured pressure by squeezing their bodies and transferring shock through their joints. His next night would replicate it, relieving stress through concealed vents. Initially, he intended to insert the vents in the joints, but soon changed his mind. It would be more effective to incorporate them into the seams of the exoskeleton. The thought thrilled him. This time he was confident it would work. Dora smiled, commenting that although his eyes frequently seemed lackluster, they seemed to shimmer when he talked about the war of corpses. She couldn't help but respect that. Borak flushed and attempted to deflect it, though inside he felt this time was different. If he pulled it off, then maybe he would be noticed at last. The realization embarrassed him, and Dora reassured him in her soft way that no matter what, she would never abandon him. Later, in his workshop, Borak confronted his half-finished knight. For once he was sure. But in the quiet, it came. Doubt. When had it gotten so difficult to even fantasize about accomplishment? In his fantasies, the one who was being cheered on stage was never himself, but always somebody else. He asked himself if this time was really different, or if he was just kidding himself once more. But to give up now would be to toss away 30 long years. He did not accept that. He promised that this time, absolutely, he would win. Back at Yuzu's residence, meanwhile, Ellie is grumbling about burns on her scalp. Yuzu says he will cut her hair, explaining he cuts his own all the time. Although reluctant and without a salon, she consented to have him just cut off the ends. He reminded her to trust him, as she did in combat. When Yuzu had cut her hair, Ellie was amazed at what he had accomplished. He informed her that he had repaired it and gave her a mirror. As soon as Ellie saw herself in the mirror, her eyes grew wide with astonishment. Once Yuzu was done cutting the hair of Ellie, she was angry. What had been straight and sleek before now resembled hair that had been chewed by a rat, uneven and jagged. Yuzu continued to say it looked the same, but Ellie pointed out that her hair used to be cut evenly before, and she had only requested a trim, not for her hair to be hacked. Deciding that he would correct his error, Yuzu grabbed scissors once more, cutting it all in one. The sides were uneven, and trying to fix them made the situation worse. By making multiple attempts, Ellie's hair was shorter than she had desired. Seeing how terribly it went, her anger raged. Storming away, she instructed him to be silent, trusting him no more. As for Yuzu, he discreetly picked up the dropped strands from the ground. The following morning, Ellie woke up to see Yuzu sitting next to her, reassembling her cut-off hair. Furious, she questioned him as to what he was doing, but he explained to her quite calmly that he had discovered a way to repair it. Working with the same natural glue used by necromancers when they were making knights, he was meticulously attaching each strand back one at a time. It wasn't complete yet, still too small, but if he glued on maybe 1,000 more strands, it would look complete again. Stunned, Ellie wondered if he had really spent the whole night gluing them one by one. He waved off her worry, telling her to have faith. Though shocked, she heard him go on, telling her they were playing games with their lives, and he had promised her something, one he was going to keep at all costs. Her face, he promised, would not suffer. Grudgingly, Ellie let him have his way, and this time his work proceeded without a hitch. In another place, in a crowded eatery, customers chatted eagerly about the previous 3-on-1 bout. The warriors had been exceptional, particularly for their first time around. Even Rawl's defenses were breached. They were so powerful, one punch might have cracked ribs. The majority of the gossip was about a human warrior with gleaming silver-pink hair. Everyone thought that this strange look was a demonstration of the necromancer's personal preference. The rumor died down as Neron arrived and inquired about the name of the necromancer involved. One of the patrons remembered it was us. Neron thanked them and departed, lost in thought. A silver-pink-haired woman knight who fought so well. It crossed his mind that maybe it was Eleonora, but that made no sense. Knights, as he knew, did not have memories or will of their own. Why, then, had this one fought as if she still did? The idea disturbed him. They had used the pseudonym Rawl when they fought back then. None of this was adding up yet, but Neron promised to track down the necromancer Us. Distracted, he collided with a pole. Only 9 days until the next fight. Yuzu indicated 2 principal problems they had to resolve. First, their methods didn't have any names. Ellie scoffed at the suggestion, waving it off as useless, remembering fighters who bellowed attack names like Spinning Axe. Yuzu countered that naming styles provided them with identity, something people could remember, possibly even claim a nickname like the Iron Wall of Rawl. He even suggested a name for their go-to attack, something strong-sounding, though Ellie was unmoved. Unfazed, Yuzu went on to the second concern. On watching tapes of their punches, he acknowledged that even he couldn't defend against them in close proximity. If they got a direct hit, they would win, but knights were superhuman, quicker and keener in all respects. Getting such a hit would not be easy. Ellie concurred. Yuzu further pointed out that they had depended too frequently on ground advantages, which would now no longer exist. What they really needed was an approach to close the gap in one sudden motion, a genuine technique. Ellie considered it. If only they could close that gap in a snap, they would win. She questioned whether by technique he was referring to something akin to the alteration of her left arm. Yuzu assured her, but explained that actual techniques were much more complicated. Her arm adjustment, he explained, was really a beginner's drill, hardly deserving the title. An actual technique involved rebuilding biological systems from scratch, using scarce materials, or gathering information from champion fighters. Such a procedure took months or more. Ellie was amazed at the duration. Yuzu said something about the Claw of Yuna, a much-coveted skill for its huge potential. Others had attempted to duplicate it, but only 2 succeeded, and that was after 5 years of mastering it. Ellie also discovered necromancy was more complex than she had thought. Yuzu chimed in and said that when a design was finished, it was simple to reproduce, which was why necromancers rarely changed a knight's body after its creation. Nevertheless, with limited resources, they had to take a risk on unstable, high-payout materials with low success rates. Eventually, Yuzu gave birth to a box and told the reason why they purchased it. Within the box was a substance that unnerved Ellie. She stepped back, stating it seemed spooky. Yuzu told her it was the leg of an organism named the Difgust, an insect that dwelled in deep holes on the Black Mountain. Within the core of the mountain was a slippery pit that went down, with methane and hydrogen sulfide filling it. Juveniles resided at the bottom, where they ate slimy moss covering bacterial colonies. But when they matured, the pressure within their bodies increased until their organs needed oxygen. In order to survive and reproduce, they had no option but to break out of the pit. In their juvenile state, they put all their nutrients into their legs and gambled everything on a single, desperate jump up out of holes that ran kilometers long. Ellie became curious, understanding that these were the legs which enabled them to move out of their place of origin and mature. Yuzu attested to this. The Difgust was able to jump hundreds of meters in a single bound, their muscle fibers extremely dense but notoriously hard to manage. Due to that, they were seldom used directly, rather to amplify or support a knight's body. They were difficult to work with and unpopular, but their constant availability made them comparatively inexpensive. Ellie wondered if something like them could be constructed and installed within a few days. Yuzu acknowledged that it would be impossible for a mere human to accomplish, but reminded her that he was no ordinary man. When she asked him why he hadn't used this fabric in the first place, he replied that he hadn't had money and had been busy building her. The risk hadn't seemed necessary at the time, as they couldn't even walk side by side. But now, this could very well be what won them war, or lost them it. He implored her to have faith in him, swearing that his decade of experience would finally be worth it. For 5 days, Yuzu worked non-stop, drops of perspiration running down his forehead as he toiled over Ellie's leg. It wasn't going well. Grousing to himself, he started thinking he was jinxed. When Ellie questioned him, skeptical that he could do it, Yuzu confessed the muscle fiber patterns were a lot different from what he'd anticipated. He hadn't learned yet how to deal with the compression fibers, but he made himself breathe, to think he could. He had to. As he examined her arm, Ellie said she'd found herself recently thinking her motions had become automatic. She was able to move without conscious thought, as if her arms really belonged to her. Yuzu verified it, taking notes. He informed her that he observed her each day, how she laughed, the way she walked, the slightest mannerisms of her actions. When she was irritated, her left eyelid would twitch. When she was deep in thought, she knocked 3 times on the floor with her left heel. When she was exhausted, she raised her right shoulder, and when she was about to sleep, she always rolled onto her side, often even picking her nose. Angered, Ellie shouted at him, accusing him of being crazy, but Yuzu looked at her in a solemn way, informing her that he had been observing her microcurrents, analyzing each minute motion so that she could move naturally without thinking. Without this observation, he continued, he could never have served as her perfect arm and leg. Ellie was shocked. She wanted to know if he had done all this just for the sake of winning the war of corpses. He admitted that was true, but said that if she required his services, he would be with her until the very end. He would be her limbs, since they were now partners. His words left her agog, and she spoke in a low murmur of denial. 4 days after that, Yuzu met with his colleagues. Borak immediately noticed something different about Ellie's form, and, looking closer, realized one of her legs had been made from a difgust. He was astonished. Crude though it was, it seemed functional. He asked if Yuzu had tried it yet. Yuzu said he had only completed it half an hour earlier and tested it once, but the results were a success. Borak examined Ellie, then looked over at Yuzu with an air of excitement, stating that the young necromancer was seriously gifted. Borak became enraged and shouted that he was not going to lose, and that he would exhibit the true power of a veteran soldier. Yuzu could expect it. Yuzu merely instructed him to do his best. With the second match of the second preliminary round underway, Ellie was poised. Yuzu reminded her that if they won, they would move on. Ellie conceded she was anxious, commenting that when they had taken the previous test, the adjustment had not seemed stable. Yuzu concurred that he had not had the time to get it right, but encouraged her to hold out for only a few rounds. She asked whom their next opponents were, and whether it would be the girl called Kaylina. Yuzu concurred, but did not expect to win. The announcer then announced the teams. Team 1, the team of Yuzu. Team 2, Sabino, Rudin, and Belodir. Yuzu observed that each of them had a black rank. He and Borak wondered these might be untrained necromancers who got eliminated in the initial round, or risky new joiners for the first time. Ellie checked their knights and found them strange-looking. She questioned aloud whether such beings even qualified as knights. Yuzu figured they did. Their shape was uneven, their attack and defense unguessable, but their build seemed solid and of high quality. Yuzu offered Borak the lead. Borak gratefully took it, intent on proving himself. On the signal, he dashed forward, crying, "Annihilation dash!" His cockroach knight blazed red, radiating energy. On the far side of the arena, the other necromancer smiled. Borak bellowed that things would be different this time. Power seethed within him, certain that he would at last release the real annihilation rush. But before his cockroach knight could stir, a projectile ripped through it. The enemy's spherical knight had evolved into a cannon, spewing lethal ammunition. The necromancer chortled, claiming he had already killed the highest-ranked one. The second adversary was Ellie. She psyched herself up as Yuzu told her to unleash the strength of her new leg power, jumping and dodging her next foe's projectile. Following her dodge, she asked for another try, and Yuzu instructed her to have her fist ready as well. Concentrating her power into the arm, it started glowing red as the enemy's knight completed charging up its next shot. Ellie jumped directly towards it then. Yuzu likened the action to looking at a dim single dot in boundless darkness, an individual light being the only beacon to the future. Each step toward the future represented the pressure of immeasurable doubts and hidden troubles bearing down on him. Still, he kept going, advancing again and again into the unknown. He did not want to give up. For him, this was the personification of his raging will to achieve his objective, a method which he called one strike. Ellie struck well, crushing the opponent's knight into pieces. Yuzu cautioned her to be on guard, remembering that 2 more enemies were still left. Then Yuzu started glitching. Ellie, frightened, asked him what was going on, telling him to hurry because the enemy was getting closer. She instructed him to kill, and Yuzu complied, mirroring her instructions that killing the enemy would be victorious. His face contorted more, and yellow glowing dots flashed in his eyes. Borak screamed at him to wake up. The target Yuzu was firing at was not an enemy. It was one of his own allies. Ellie was now perched atop Era's corpse knight. Her sword arm, still in the control of Yuzu, came crashing down in an effort to stab him. Borak motioned with his hand in front of Yuzu, attempting to dispel the illusion, but it did no good. Interference in this way between players was not allowed in the game. No sooner had the fight started than the enemy team's round knight had opened up and released something odd. That was when Yuzu lost his mind and started attacking his comrades. It was a form of mind erosion knight, but unlike usual ones with activation requirements, this one took its entry straight into the mind. Their necromancer foe was far too skilled. Ellie found it difficult to hold back her arm, still controlled by Yuzu. Even though she frequently said she hated the cat, harming him was out of the question. She pleaded with him to release his grip, but the sheer force with which her arm was controlled shocked her, and it was nearly impossible to restrain. She weighed up breaking her own arm, but remembered that if she did so, they would be left severely disadvantaged. She stalled, not knowing what to do. Borak worked out what was happening at once. Even great mind erosion knights couldn't keep intricate mental control. Convincing Yuzu that all of his friends were enemies and making him attack them was probably as far as its power extended. Borak decided killing the caster would break the control, but he was already struggling just to get away from the other two enemies. He considered employing Annihilation Rush, but if that did not work, their cause would be lost. He cautioned Era that withdrawal might be their only choice. Era went right on creating hand signs. When Ellie's arm pushed forward at that moment, aimed at the enemy, Yuzu, still possessed, proclaimed victory as the cat knight's head was cut cleanly from its body. The severed head of the cat knight bounced and rolled away. Although completely severed from its body, the cat started changing into a shadowy goo, reshaping itself. Once its head had hardened once more, the cat made eye contact with Ellie. She assured herself it was not on purpose, but the cat immediately engulfed her, engulfing her completely within its shadowy form. Within, she felt an ominous presence. But as suddenly, the cat kicked her out into the open air. Drenched in sweat and shaking, she was amazed at what had happened. The cat dived instantly forward, attacking the knight that had murdered mind corpses. At this, the necromancer ordered a defense, for the mind-controlling knight was paralyzed while he kept his hold. One of their foes darted to cover the mind-destroying knight, while another moved forward to confront the cockroach knight. When the opponent attempted to hit the cat, it jumped out of the way, dodging with impossible quickness. The necromancer controlling the mind-eroding knight started doubting his friend's value, then shifted his focus back to Yuzu, unleashing another flood of mind erosion. Borak stood there as Yuzu came back to himself, and reminded him he had just been assaulting his own friend, describing that their enemy knight was a master of mind erosion. Having known this, Yuzu realized that all that he had just seen was a virtual illusion. None of it was actually real. As he had anticipated, their opponents were powerful, but he vowed he would not come under control again. He shouted to Ellie, ordering her to get ready. Exhilarated, Ellie felt a rush of reassurance at the sound of his voice amidst the disorder. The necromancer changed targets, redirecting the mind erosion spell towards Era. The Crow Knight, at the exact same moment, as the Cat Knight attacked the mind-eroding knight, intercepted, sending the cat flying. The masked necromancer claimed control of the cat, but another asked about the condition of the cockroach knight. The response was, the cockroach had exploded and died suddenly. Borak was heartbroken. He didn't know why it had failed him once again. He believed things were going well, but his persistent attempts only resulted in frustration. He was overcome with grief while Yuzu said nothing. The Crow Knight grabbed the cat, held it aloft, then brutally ripped it open, its beak sinking into the body and pulling it apart piece by piece. The mind erosion method was meanwhile explained as causing frenzy, to make the victim see everything around them as enemies, and to attack indiscriminately. This was most effective when enemies were bunched but was lost once the fighting became disorganized. as now it did. The necromancer opted for a different strategy. His knight started to evolve, destroying itself until the pieces reformed into a humanoid creature with butterfly wings. Ellie and Yuzu merged their speed, attacking the new creature simultaneously. With a combined effort, they delivered one massive blow. The reanimated knight was unprepared, but raised a triangular shield almost at once. Despite that, it couldn't hold out against their sheer strength. The shield broke, and the knight was destroyed before it had a chance to respond. The necromancer stood there stunned, then began to exit the arena. The masked necromancer called out to him to go back, saying the fight was not yet over and that they could win. He begged for instruction. But Rudin asked if their knights appeared to be deceivers from a normal necromancer. Calling the round lost, he instructed to prepare for the next. He acknowledged that it was a blessing to face such foes. It would mean they would triumph the next time. The masked necromancer seethed at Rudin's demeanor, calling him arrogant and reminding him that he was the first among them to have fallen. He promised to make Rudin prove him wrong and prove himself. The Crow Knight cleaved the Cat Knight in half at that moment. The cat had been cut in half but did not perish. Half its body remaining, it attacked the Crow Knight, rolling directly onto its head. The masked necromancer could not understand what the cat was trying to do in this condition, but it locked tightly, crushing the crow's head into the earth. The crow fought hard, but the cat wrapped itself around its head and, inch by slow inch, started eating it whole. Yuzu stood by in amazement as the cat swallowed the crow whole with nothing left over. After it was done, the cat started changing again. This time, fresh limbs grew, legs and wings looking remarkably like those of the crow that it had eaten. Even Ira's friends were shocked at the sight. The rest of the necromancers did not believe what they were seeing, deeming it as impossible. The cat then had the Crow Knight's legs and wings, a definite sign of copying. Terror gripped them as they wondered if the cat could copy other knights by just eating them. Such an occurrence went against every existing biology law. Yuzu was also shocked. Its unorthodox movements and out-of-pattern fighting pattern were unfamiliar to him. More disturbingly, the cat could apparently regenerate its broken form based on its diet, reforming itself in the middle of battle. Yuzu couldn't even determine what kind of material comprised its body. Questions started forming in his mind. Who was Ira, then? The masked man, unsettled, turned to his partner. Though outnumbered 2-1, he asserted that he had cracked all their opponents' moves and queried whether his friend could change the course of events. He admitted no one else could do it, half conceding that his friend was the most powerful amongst them. Sabino accepted the compliment, acknowledging he had been found out. He asserted true power could never be kept under cover. Even though he had intended to save his final move for the finals, now he had no other choice. Standing his knight on its feet, he threatened that soon they would be shaking in their boots before the actual monster he had unleashed. The knight stood up tall and released its final attack. In a split second, however, it was slashed in half and dropped lifeless onto the ground. Eli had killed the monster in one swift blow. The opposing team was devastated with disappointment when the fans went wild, cheering Yuzu's name and calling him the best. Yuzu reveled in the applause, as if all his cares had been washed away by the tide of adoration. He had won again, stronger and more in unison with each victory. Still, their opponents had been formidable, especially Rudin, who had wielded mind erosion without hesitation and even attempted to shift tactics through molting. His ingenuity and skill were undeniable. To claim the championship, they would have to defeat him once more, and preparation was key. Yuzu noticed Eli's silence and asked if something was wrong. With a moment of hesitation, she asked about necromancy, namely, how a dead body moved as if it were alive. She wished to know what kind of technical or magical element allowed it. Yuzu said that while numerous studies described its practices and rules, the underlying principle of necromancy was still unknown. She likened it to seeing the sun rise and set, and yet not knowing the machine behind it. He assented, but questioned why she was so inquisitive. Eli reminded him of the unusual action of the cat that morning. He conceded that it had been unusual, particularly because it was a kind of knight he had not encountered before. To realize that it could reproduce another knight by simply eating it, becoming greater in the process, was incredible. After a moment, she pushed him further, directing the question towards herself. Knights were meant to be mindless automatons, but she still remembered and spoke. She couldn't imagine how that was possible, or if anyone else might be able to have the same quirk. Yuzu hesitated for a moment before confessing he had never seen another such case as hers. He wondered what prompted her to mention it now. Eli described how, when the cat swallowed her, she could feel some foreign substance probing her body, compressing her cells as if to disassemble them individually. While it was doing that, she could hear a distant voice somewhere within the cat's body, whispering constantly, questioning whether it should eat her or not. Yuzu brushed the idea aside, telling her that it was not possible. To him, she would have had to be under mind control. No knight could be so aware. But she intimated that maybe, as with herself, it was another exception. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the door. Yuzu scowled. No one should have been calling at the time. He shouted out for who was there, but there was silence. The knocking persisted. Getting near the door cautiously, he advised everyone that breaking into players' waiting rooms was not allowed. When he opened it, to his surprise, Era stood there waiting. She stood in silence, as Yuzu froze in shock. Yuzu told Era the match had concluded and wanted to know why she had come to his room at that time. Ellie readjusted her mask. Yuzu figured that Era had thought the match was too perilous and had planned for her cat to eat them. He looked for the cat, feeling something behind the door, hoping it would be there. But Burak suddenly opened the door, pushing both Era and Yuzu in. Burak then spoke to them, extolling Yuzu as the insane, emerging god of necromancy, and acknowledging Era as the insane cat who ate other knights. He expressed gratitude to them for letting him proceed to the second preliminary round and indicated that this time he could finally qualify for the main tournament. In a tone full of excitement, he declared that this year was different from years gone by and that he really believed that they had a shot. Yuzu questioned why Burak had trailed behind him, and Burak responded incredulously that comrades, albeit briefly united, ought to at least mark occasions together. When Yuzu questioned whether Ira felt the same way, Burak confessed he didn't know, adding that she would not reply but appeared quietly hungry. Ira remained quiet and unflappable as usual. The cat called outside the door as Yuzu stood watchful. Everyone gazed at Yuzu in shock initially. Later, Yuzu, who had on a party hat, informed them that they were ultimately going to have to battle one another. Anyway, so it really didn't make a difference. Burak agreed, but opined that fighting together first had been great fun. Yuzu heard Burak go on to remark that it had been a while since he'd done anything with other people, and maybe that was why he'd had such a great time. While serving in the War of Corpses, he had never felt enjoyment before. But being with young prodigies like them, he felt alive once more. Nearly young. For some reason, he was convinced he could really make it this time. Ecstatic, Burak had announced that this year would be the one, his year to be champion and be acknowledged by all. Yuzu disagreed, protesting that the championship belonged to him. Burak responded by offering the soon-to-be champion a celebratory drink. Yuzu had taken the drink but continued to claim it wasn't any fun. Soon he was thoroughly drunk, clothes in disarray, wildly dancing. He and Burak danced like madmen as Ira played a pirated version of Jenga and lost, though the party went on. Interestingly, Ira was the only one that could drink on, still drunk-free after 18 glasses, whereas Yuzu was completely drunk after only one, an incredible achievement. After some teasing back and forth, Yuzu sprawled on the floor as Burak and Ira sat close by. Burak questioned aloud whether or not Yuzu had truly grown up rummaging through trash in a junkyard. Stumbling and incoherent, Yuzu admitted to having spent his whole life devouring leftover scraps, being ignored and referred to as rubbish. Suddenly, with renewed vigor, he asserted that regardless of how and where one is born, only the individual themselves has the authority to determine who they are. Burak believed that he had heard that before and inquired as to who said so. Yuzu answered that it seemed like Raphael. The camera lingered suspiciously on Era, as if she were the daughter of Raphael. Yuzu clarified that Raphael was the best necromancer and that he wanted to be just like him. Under that line of thinking, Era's similar hair color was another evidence. After all, In anime and manga, exact matching of hair color is a de facto DNA test. Ira wrote in her journal, "If you want to be like Raphael." Yuzu explained that Raphael was the beloved of all necromancers. She then inquired whether he knew what became of Raphael. Yuzu seemed confused. Barak remembered that it was a long time since news of Raphael had been heard, and wondered if he must have become wealthy and was enjoying life to the full. Yuzu bellowed that Raphael was a remarkable man. Eira wrote vehemently before stopping abruptly. Ellie, who was behind her, realized that Eira's face had puffed up with swollen veins, her face contorted in rage. Ellie was shocked. In the meantime, a man ran on a treadmill for 15 minutes and 13 seconds before falling over, then stood up and ran again, falling over again. They nicknamed him the CEO, and his overall run time was 9 hours, 15 minutes, and 16 seconds. 3 seconds more than he did the week before. He was happy, claiming to have become a better person than last week, but others were concerned that if he continued to push his boundaries, he could die. The CEO swore that he would rather die than not get better. This CEO was the individual who had taken the failing war of corpses and made it the best entertainment globally. Efficient and calm but mysterious, nobody knew his age, place of origin, or even his name. He was a specter under a wide-brimmed hat, a ghostly figure of the war of corpses who lived but could not be felt. What he intended to gain by this tournament was still unknown. He inquired whether the information was correct, and his subordinates assured him that it was a summarized list of the tournament's outstanding players. He loved it, believing that this would be the most exciting tournament ever. As the last preparations were being made for the preliminaries, he inspected and sanctioned the final actions, pronouncing that they would fight with a will to die, and if so, that the world would never forget their victory. 2,502 contestants who passed to the third and last preliminary round, excluding prior winners, made up the group. Every preliminary round, as stated, had its own different rules, so preparation became tougher and tougher. The best approach was mobility and endurance. But Yuzu knew they already had a dire situation. Ellie charged toward them with amazing speed but slipped and fell to the ground. Her leg broke once again. The last one had lasted for 7 runs, but this one had ruptured after 4, a result to be expected. Creating legs for a Nefes wasn't an easy feat, but their trial runs had provided Yuzu with a clear idea of what was required for improvement. They tinkered with it again, and the new design lasted 6 times, and even made it to the 7th, breaking a new record. But on the 8th attempt, it came apart. Ellie was careening towards a rock, preparing for impact, when Yuzu blocked her path, taking the hit for her. Examining her, he determined that Ellie was uninjured, while his own shoulder had been fractured. He said it was merely a dislocation he could repair on his own, something which had occurred multiple times prior. Ellie objected that a dislocation was not to be taken lightly, but Yuzu, being out of his mind, informed her she meant more to him than anyone else at the time, and if she wasn't hurt, nothing else did. Ellie heard this and turned bright red. Yuzu went on to say that her body was a little warm and asked her if she was okay. She instructed him to shut up and not fuss over her. Yuzu then continued to explain that after a Nefes risked its life to flee from the pit that it was born in, it would shed at once its inefficient, energy-wasting rear legs. Ellie understood that the legs were designed to be used once in a lifetime and then abandoned. Yuzu concurred, saying that this accounted for their brief natural lifespan. Their tests indicated that the legs could safely handle 3 uses, but after that, a function of their performance or not, they would ultimately collapse unexpectedly. Ellie realized the risk but refused to give up on the legs being too effective. Yuzu concurred, explaining that they had to complete the match in 3 jumps. Ellie then inquired about the regulations for the final preliminary round the following day. Yuzu said he had no clue. They were utterly unheard of. The only limitation was that knights would have to be scaled down to 5 meters or smaller. Ellie noted that previously there had not been any size restrictions, which indicated they might be battling within a small arena. At the beginning of the final preliminary round, A huge red gate stood in front of thousands of awaiting participants. Yuzu was curious if the game would be a battle of teams and what lay behind the gate. He guessed that the mystery of the round was behind it. A sign told contestants to leave their knights and proceed with the guide out slowly. Yuzu instructed Ellie to wait while he went off. Being alone among such a crowd in the palace was claustrophobic. He had been with Ellie ever since until now, but now mocking voices rang in his mind, cursing him as pathetic, disgusting, and worthless. Darkness seemed to close on him as he started breaking down. He attempted to call Ellie, but she was out of range. The insults became deafening, and he could hardly breathe. Then a hand clamped on his shoulder. It was Burak. Burak assisted Yuzu to overcome the mental attack and told him that the time had arrived to witness the magnificent moment prior to the main tournament. After Yuzu had composed himself, Burak inquired about his preparation for the final preliminary round. Yuzu assumed that the organizers were organizing some sort of team fight. Having finished the mandatory proposal forms and agreeing to the rules, the candidates were then issued magical devices to strap onto their arms. The device on the left arm showed distance and current ranking, while the right arm device was for protection. The CEO said that the right arm device was a one-time teleportation device, only usable in cases of emergencies or forfeit. Once the match was done, it would teleport them automatically to a predefined safety zone outside. These gadgets were crucial since the battlefield was very limited and hazardous. The CEO then nodded toward the gigantic red gate, indicating what was behind. 9,999-meter-long living beast, the very personification of hell. When the gate slowly opened, it revealed a monstrous southern maw, its throat exposed like the intestines of the underworld. The only goal of the last preliminary round was to make it to the end of the intestines of hell. It was a set of rules, previously unseen. The first 1,000 to reach the finish line at the end of the gut-wrenching intestines would move on, and killing another contestant with a knight or leaving the arena would disqualify. Such was considered to be lack of will to proceed. Inside the intestines, many eye-like magical monitoring devices had been placed to watch and relay the progress of the contestants to the outside world. The race was about to start in a minute, and the announcer cautioned all of them of the gruesome experience that lay ahead in the living hell. No one ever saw a preliminary round like this. Yuzu was disturbed by the CEO's threat that only the first 1,000 would emerge, which meant that anyone who failed would be stuck inside the gut that was collapsing. Ellie also said that the intestines would burst at some point and kill the knights, emphasizing that not ending up among the top 1,000 meant death for sure. In spite of the risk, Ellie was drawn to the concept of a race for life or death. Burak invited Yuzu to ride with him on his cockroach steed, telling him that even without the use of his annihilation rush, it would beat any knight on foot. Since Yuzu's assistants had already pushed Burak to the second preliminary round, he was prepared to reciprocate this time. Yuzu cautioned Burak not to renege on his promise. The participants held their breaths for the beginning, and finally, the announcer signaled that the final preliminary round was underway. The crowd filled the entrance point and plunged into pushing and grabbing in order to find themselves inside the intestines. Burak's cockroach sprinted ahead, leaving Ellie's running pace far behind. Burak admitted that he hadn't excelled in combat, but in moments like this, he could show the true capability of a veteran warrior. However, several knights began overtaking him, pushing the competition further. Yuzu jokingly called Burak the Effort King, asking when he'd ever live up to that name, but Burak stayed silent. Then they arrived at the gate. Their current standing was 873. The entrance was crowded with individuals, yet being in that spot was not so bad. They ran as fast as possible, with the knowledge that all they had to do was get a spot within the top 1,000. The intestines' walls started to contract like living tissue on a colossal scale. Tongue-like projections burst apart, creating steep cliffs, and Yuzu and Burak slid down them, racing through a near-vertical tunnel. A mouth-shaped magical communicator declared that they were in the esophagus of hell and alerted them to special obstacles to come that were meant to slow down contestants. Any contestant captured by them would be immobilized for 10 minutes. One whip-like tentacle whiplashed at Yuzu, but Ellie quickly severed it, rescuing him. Yuzu made up her mind to stay near her. To be alone was as bad as being defeated. They slid together, Ellie deflecting and dismantling the hazards in their way with skill. When one came too suddenly for her to defend against, she pushed Yuzu out of the way to make room, and they slid on. Their fingers touched for an instant, and Ellie, holding Yuzu tentatively flat, sidestepped the next danger completely. Having slid almost 800 meters, they landed on firm ground, now placed at 911. Burak and his cockroach were still lagging behind, held back by the crowded corridor. When they reached firm ground, they pushed on toward the end. Yuzu inquired whether the cockroach flew, but Burak told him that until he mastered his annihilation rush, flying wasn't achievable. Then, out of nowhere, Yuzu overheard someone yell his name. It was Wung, the frog bomb necromancer, and Yuzu's very first fan. Wung welcomed Yuzu with enthusiasm, telling him that he had been rooting for him the entire time. In order to express his support, Wung had turned his knight into a huge, highly detailed replica of Yuzu's face. Yuzu and Burak were both amazed and frightened by seeing the huge face standing in front of them on the field. They continued to run as far from Wung as they could, but the frog bomb necromancer relentlessly chased after them, insisting that Yuzu come to a halt and properly appreciate the huge face he had created. Finally, Yuzu and Burak were able to get past him. Burak commented that the invention was a hellish monster, but Yuzu became angry, telling him it was rude to say his face was gruesome. Pausing for a moment, Yuzu admitted the face was ugly, himself not enjoying the view. Burak, alarmed, wanted to know why Yuzu felt so self-hating. Wung then came back, his giant knight, Yuzu 2.0, striking battle again. Wung loudly announced the arrival of a pretty face, as Yuzu 2.0 dramatically stuck out its tongue, but the large head made it lose its balance, and it fell onto the front wall. The walls in themselves were peculiar, filled with holes in different shapes and sizes. With little time to make up their minds and their rank falling rapidly, Yuzu, Burak, and Ellie made for the most normal-looking hole to make an exit. Their position had dropped to 977 at that point. Elsewhere, beyond the intestines, the action was being televised using magical eye machines, with commentators enthusiastically describing the action. A nearby officer informed the CEO that audience interaction was good, with new players receiving publicity and interaction with the crowd hitting targets. He did, however, express fear that the race was too much reliant on fortune, making it subject to media attack. The CEO inquired if the officer thought he had earned his place simply by working hard. The officer indicated that perhaps he was not the best, but he had always done his best, which had led him to that chair. The CEO nodded in agreement, explaining his own success was partly luck. The officer recognized that the CEO had lived responsibly, but the CEO continued. He had been lucky to avoid sickness, to be born during an era that was favorable for his skills, to encounter individuals who appreciated his strengths, and to have loving parents. His success, he concluded, was a result of circumstance. Nevertheless, he wanted to test if desperation could triumph over destiny, if a man, blessed with luck, could resist calamity. He thought the tournament would be a platform to showcase human strength, and that people would feast on the spectacle. Within the intestines, the channel was constricting. Yuzu worried that it would shut down, and they had to fall back, but Burak would not yield, declaring that retreating now would be a defeat. To go back that far. A necromancer knight stood in their way suddenly. The necromancer instructed them to head back and find another path, but Yuzu would not listen, claiming that because they had already been 700 meters, going back would double their loss and increase the risk of being disqualified. The necromancer complained, citing cost, and stating that this was their last chance, but Yuzu stood firm that his life was more important. The necromancer had reminded him of the rules of competition, that players should not intentionally cause damage to other people's knights, although combat from knight to knight was allowed. She struck, her knight's tentacle almost brushing Burak's cockroach. She threatened that if they lost their knight, disqualification would exit them from the arena, and she encouraged them to get going quickly. A burst of light indicated Ellie's action. She had run forward and cut the necromancer's knight in half. The necromancer was then teleported out of the arena. Yuzu consulted with Burak. Although some of their legs were cut off, they were still able to move throughout their bodies. They pushed on, now realizing that night fights were permitted, introducing a fresh degree of uncertainty to the race. At last, they saw the finish. 7,800 meters to go. Yuzu prayed that the following section would hold some secret advantage, but as he looked around, something odd caught his attention. Yuzu gasped. Before them wasn't an open space, but a throbbing tube lined with veins that glowed softly red, as if blood ran through it still. The farther in they saw, the more the walls seemed to be breathing. It wasn't their imagination. The intestines themselves were alive, contracting and relaxing in rhythmic motion. He saw that this part was not a passage, but a part of the heart system of the creature. One misstep here, and they would be crushed immediately. Ellie moved low, studying the floor as it shook beneath them. "It's responding to movement," she told them. "If we charge in, it'll snap shut on us." Borak scowled. "Then how do we go?" "We can't remain here forever either. Look, our rank's falling." Their left arm tools registered 997. 3 more behind, and they would be gone. Yuzu breathed deeply. "We go when it exhales. When it constricts, halt. Time it to the second." The walls contracted once, a slow rhythmic spasm, and he ran forward, jumping with precise timing. Ellie was after, her rebuilt legs kicking the fleshy surface to accelerate. Borak spurred his cockroach knight ahead, its claws digging into the slippery ground. For an instant, it all worked. They progressed almost 300 meters when a deep, resonating thump echoed through the air behind them. The walls started heaving irregularly, no longer rhythmic. The heart had gone arrhythmic. Ellie almost fell as the ground tilted, sliding her towards a meaty abyss. Yuzu caught her hand, himself digging into the floor with his knight's claw. "Hold on, don't let it suck you in." Cockroach Knight scurried over and offered a leg. Yuzu grabbed hold of it just in time, yanking Ellie back onto firm earth. Borak yelled, "The organism's going wild!" reversing blood flow. A red, thick liquid started pouring in from the other end of the tunnel. It was not blood alone, it was acid. The luminous veins exploded, spewing forth bubbling fluid that hissed when it came into contact with metal. "Run!" Yuzu commanded. They rushed ahead, their ranks now shimmering 1001, 1999. The acid boiled up behind them, reducing whole knights to slag too far in the rear. The cries of the doomed resounded through the tunnel, hacked off individually as teleportation bursts swept aside the unsuccessful. Ellie's legs sparked with furious energy. "They won't last," she yelled. "Just 3 more times," Yuzu cautioned her. She balled her fists and ran further, her pace blurring with speed. Each pace left a faint red stain as her body overheated. They were just short of the end when a dark figure cut off the path. A towering knight stood before them, insectoid in form, with segmented metal armor and radiant green eyes. The necromancer riding it donned a worn cloak, his face hidden behind a steel mask. "Turn back," he cautioned. "After this point, the way crumbles." Yuzu hesitated. "Then why are you here?" "To ensure others don't go through," the masked necromancer said matter-of-factly. "Orders from on high." Ellie scowled. "You're giving up your life for that?" She sprang, heading straight for the insect knight's chest. The masked necromancer spread his hands, creating a shielding cocoon. Their charges clashed. Light and darkness briefly writhed together in midair. The explosion that followed ripped the barrier asunder, sending pieces of carapace flying through the tunnel. Yuzu mounted its back, surveying the devastated skyline. The cube throbbed once more. Heartbeat detected. Target closing in. Yuzu slitted his eyes. "No rest for the weary, eh?" A blast of wind screamed through the ruins of the city. In the distance, he caught a faint red gleam, the same rubicund light reflected from Tyron's armor. He tightened his knight's reins. "Then let's see which of us will get to live, Tyron." The wind bore his voice away on a whisper across the desolate landscape. "And which will be done with." That's it for today. Come back for more crazy recaps next time. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. His gaze took in the other contestants. Briefly, he considered using some of them as bait. But that meant fighting and creating enemies, and even then, the bait wouldn't last very long. With no good options remaining, a wave of anxiety washed over Yuzu. His frustration escalated as he realized their rank continued to slide down and down, into a place where the rest of the weak remained. A monstrous voice from his dreams mocked him, bringing home the thought that maybe he wasn't good enough. These further taunts completely infuriated and frustrated Yuzu, his rage now burning all the hotter inside him. A fierce red glow flared across his eyes. Then, a new voice invaded his thoughts, saying that all of this was simply too easy. Above them, a flying necromancer on a bat passed over them and mocked the foolish people below. Yuzu immediately recognized her as the red-haired woman who accompanied Kalina. He began to think carefully about what to do next. The woman had thought that finally her luck was turning and that it was time to live well. Then, something hit her bat hard, sending her into shock. It was Ellie who had just landed on the bat, infuriating the woman. Yuzu reminded her that night battles were allowed, and warned her about disqualification. Ellie grabbed the bat's eye, making the woman scream in pain. Uso immediately ordered her to carry them both to the exit. The woman protested, saying the bat couldn't fly. Uso had nothing left to lose. Proving her wrong, Ellie squeezed the bat's eye again and heard her shriek as she hesitated. Finally, she acceded to his demand but added one condition of her own. Yuzu didn't understand how she could be in a bargaining position. Still, she pressed on that if they were ever going to get out, he needed to do what she said. She had some mysterious condition that kept Yuzu scratching his head. What was it? He insisted. She replied that she could only carry him alone. That was final. The bats could handle only 200 kilos and were already struggling to carry 3. Not able to bear the load, she urged him to hurry up and get on by himself. In response to that, Borak cried out in fear of being left alone. He pleaded desperately, knowing full well that fighting the fish meant instant disqualification. He told Yuzu he was old and weak, and that his knight couldn't even fly, but Yuzu remained silent, with no reassurance offered. Screaming, Borak begged to be taken along. The red-haired woman cut in, saying it was impossible. Again, Yuzu said nothing, his silence heavy and cold. Then, Borak made the grim suggestion of at least taking his knight's torso. He pleaded profusely, imploring in a tone full of despair. Clinging to Yuzu, he cried out for help. While sobbing, he begged him not to let their efforts of 30 years be in vain. Yet Yuzu maintained his silence, and his expression was impenetrable as ever. Finally, he freed his cape and said with a quieted apology. He called to his knight and prepared to leave Borak behind. Borak could only watch, frozen by the agony of being abandoned. Leaving him behind, Yuzu flew off with the red-haired woman on the bat. Finally, she turned to him, puzzled by his silence. "Why so serious?" she asked, guessing he was worried about the old man. She told him not to worry. Everyone would turn into enemies eventually. Yuzu told her to shut up, adding that he didn't trust her. She feigned fear until he asked her about Kalina. The woman admitted she'd known Kalina for a number of years, but wasn't close to her. She only kept people like Kalina in her life while they were useful. Yuzu realized that she was like a bat, clinging to whoever benefited her at that moment. She did not want him to be mad. After all, she was being useful to him now. Then, she said with a teasing grin, that he should be happy to have a cute girl like her with him. Yuzu told her to stop joking and focus ahead. They flew on, ignoring the tension between them. Checking the ranking, Yuzu saw they were back in the top 1,000. He was expecting this, actually. Many necromancers must have been delayed in that section, but then his eyes suddenly widened as he felt danger from below. An attack shot up from the ground, and he shouted a warning. A monstrous hook latched onto the bat's wing, yanking them down violently. Yuzu realized a knight on the ground was pulling them from the sky. The necromancer below ordered them to fly and carry him while he was still being nice. The redhead recognized what was going on, but Uso said the bat was overloaded. The necromancer pulled harder, as if it would be all right without Yuzu. Then, Ellie leapt from the bat, diving straight for the attacker. A corpse knight sprang to meet her. With an effortless leap, she avoided the knight's strike. In a moment, she had cut him down and was pressing her attack relentlessly. With one final strong slash, she ended it. The knight was destroyed, and the surprised necromancer was teleported away. Impressed, another necromancer decided to get serious. His corpse knight transformed, and multiple sharp hooks sprouted from its body. Yuzu ordered Ellie to start jumping immediately. Power surged in her leg, glowing with blue energy as she moved at blinding speed to dodge every hook. In an instant, she was in front of the knight, her blade plunged into its core. The knight turned to stone as the necromancer pled for mercy. He asked to be given another chance, but he too was teleported away. Yuzu simply told him to choose his battles more wisely next time. Then, with a surge of chivalry, he turned to the red-haired girl, extended his hand in case she was hurt, gesturing for her to keep moving. She was surprised by the gesture but nodded uncertainly, saying she was okay, then took his hand. With that, the two kept flying. When they flew across the water area, she cheered and loudly declared their arrival. Yuzu let her celebrate. She praised his strength and told him her name was Nia and asked him with a straight face to be his friend. Yuzu listened to all this with a neutral expression and an indifferent tone, saying she could do as she liked. Nia invited him to join them for dinner after the prelims, and then Ellie suddenly leaned over, reaching for Nia's hand. Nia had no idea why Ellie was clinging to her arm. Yuzu whispered quietly to Ellie, asking her if that was such a good impulsive move. He told her to let Nia go or they might both be disqualified. The red-haired girl instantly fell silent. Ellie looked back at the quiet girl, saying nothing. Yuzu grew more curious about her abrupt action. Ellie, however, feared that may get her disqualified. Then Yuzu noticed the eyes upon the wall that were observing them, strange, unblinking eyes that followed each movement. He apologized and explained that his arm had moved of its own accord because of unpleasant memories. He lifted his hand from her hair and asked if she was hurt. She said she was fine and glanced at his unique, almost human knight materials. She couldn't help but notice how alive the knight's eyes appeared and asked about the emotion behind them. She wondered if it was anger or confusion, but quickly dismissed those thoughts. Then another emotion crossed her mind, perhaps jealousy. Suddenly, other contestants began sprinting past them, jolting her back to focus. With that, Yuzu turned and took off, cautioning her there was no time to be wasted. She quickly decided to follow. As they ran, Yuzu asked why this time her intent felt different. Ellie replied that she just didn't like the other girl. He asked her to explain, and she encouraged him not to even meet the girl. Yuzu said he would do whatever it took if that's what it would take for them to win. Upon hearing his resolute determination, Ellie looked at him with concerns and told him she didn't like that idea one bit. Right then, a strong gust of wind violently slammed into the red-haired girl. Struggling desperately, she hung onto a tentacle against the strong winds as an announcement echoed, declaring they had entered the relentless winds of Hell's lungs, where strange germs immediately began to attack them. The announcer explained that these were the infamous germs of Hell, and wished them luck as the redhead fought her way forward. The wind grew too strong, her grip weakened by the second. At that moment, her hand finally slipped. But before she was swept away, Yuzu caught her hand and pulled her in, helping steady her onto the path. She gasped, asking why he'd help her when he was her rival. He replied that he could block the wind, telling her to focus on controlling her knight. She agreed it was much better, but worried about the strain on him. He told her not to worry. She was light, and he was strong enough. She touched his chest in surprise because he felt so solid. Then Yuzu realized that her flying ability was crucial for them both to survive in this ordeal. As they crossed into the windy zone, he realized that having her with them was a real coup. The redhead blushed, flustered by their proximity. From a distance, Ellie was watching. When suddenly, a germ flew straight toward her. In one swift motion, she snatched it from the air and, in her bare hand, crushed it, her face filled with irritation. Then they all pressed forward through the treacherous path. At last, Yuzu wondered if they had reached the end. But when they emerged, both were stunned to see contestants climbing what looked like a massive spine. A voice over the loudspeaker announced the final section, the spine of Hell. To escape, they had to climb the endless vertebrae. The announcer added that if one fell, they would land softly on the soft cushion below, the Hellcat's paw. He encouraged them, saying that with sufficient stamina, they could climb again. Yuzu said nothing. The redhead declared it would be a piece of cake. She called her Bat Knight, and Yuzu thought she was worth keeping around. With one firm flap, the bat sent them high in the air. Yuzu looked at the fluctuating rankings. He was confident they would qualify as there wasn't much distance left. But then he saw something unexpected below. It was Kalina. She was climbing the tower by hand. She spotted Yuzu and her expression darkened with irritation. She couldn't believe he was still in the race. Kalina ordered her necromancer to kill him, but he demurred, concerned about the timing. She wanted his elimination more, simply because she wanted to see him fail. She was obsessed in keeping him below her. She offered to motivate him, a tenfold reward for Yuzu's downfall. The necromancer approached Nia, but she refused, saying sticking with Yuzu was the smarter move. The necromancer brushed her off, confident his bats were quicker, and summoned a dark, blinding mist from his night. The attack sent Nia into shock. He bragged that nothing would be seen through the ink, egging Kalina on to attack. But just then, Ellie dashed straight through the black mist. The necromancer was utterly stunned. Without hesitation, Ellie slashed straight through his knight. The necromancer couldn't understand how his knight was hit. He thought he had dodged already. He knew that up in the air, Ellie just couldn't fight many opponents by herself. Therefore, he ordered the second necromancer to strike, but that second necromancer refused. He knew he had only joined them for money, and that he was the strongest of them all. Ellie was good, but he felt he had already found her weakness. To exploit it, he ordered his corpse knight, Vasilov, to jump. The knight dove from the spine, shooting towards Ellie at high speed, but Ellie flipped in the air, using the spin to maintain her momentum. The force of the thrust shot her forward, and in one moment, she closed the distance between them. She smote into the knight's core with a mighty sword arm. In an instant, the knight turned to stone, frozen in place. The second necromancer was even speechless. He hadn't even reacted before he was teleported away. The first necromancer stood in silent disbelief as events unfolded before him too quickly to comprehend. Meanwhile, the bat flapped its wings, clearing the dispersing ink. Yuzu noted that vision-blocking tactics were useless against Ellie, though he feared Ellie's leg might give out from the strain of her leap. Enraged, Kalina called Yuzu useless and shouted for him to follow her lead. Her knight then launched forward, charging in for an attack. But Ellie was too quick, and she dodged the knight's blows without breaking a sweat. She sprang high in the air, coming down fast for a perfect strike. Callan watched from the sidelines, looking like he was shocked speechless. Even after having his limbs severed, the unstoppable knight fought on. Then suddenly, a grotesque mouth extended from his torso toward Ellie. In a flash, she flipped back and avoided the horrific attack. Ellie immediately countered, swinging her blade in a clean arc to sever the extended mouth. The knight's arm morphed into a hidden array of arrows and fired in rapid succession straight at Ellie. The arrows closed in instantly, with Ellie deflecting them all with perfect precision. The necromancer felt overwhelmed, aware that they were being overpowered entirely. The opponent was steps ahead of him, and it was a good time to start thinking of yielding. In contrast, Kalina was furious. It just could not be that this boy was superior to her. She shrieked in disbelief, convinced she was the better one. The words of her father rang in her mind. She was above all of them. Once, he had taken her to view the poor and asked her if she thought that they were the same species. In that memory, a miserable Yuzu stood amongst the garbage. The young Kalina could only deny any resemblance to them. Her father told her that from birth, immutable ranks were imprinted, and bade her take pride in their noble bloodline. She had accepted it unquestioningly, reveling in her supposed superiority. This belief in her exalted lineage became her deepest pride, and the source of her disdain for others. But then her father's business went under, and their fortune vanished with it. Anxiety seeded in her heart when the fortune was gone, and she started to hold back, terrified that actual effort would show her to be normal. She was afraid to face the fact that she wasn't special, so she did only the bare minimum and had belittled her actors, convincing herself she didn't need to try to beat them. That was how she hid her fear and salvaged whatever pride she had left. But now, her necromancer ally vanished into thin air, suddenly teleported away. He couldn't believe it as he disappeared right in front of her eyes. And now the man she had most despised stood over her fallen knight, the one she deemed insignificant, victorious. A truth she had long ignored was forcing itself upon her. She wasn't superior. And now, that fact was being proved right before her eyes. Her expression froze in pure terror. A panic-stricken Kalina could only whisper out a denial. Ellie casually sat along the knight's decapitated body, her sword raised for the final strike. Kalina shrieked in horror, pleading with Ellie to stop her, but Ellie paid no mind to her cries, slashing the sword downward and beheading the knight while leaving the core untouched on purpose. Confused, Kalina wondered why she'd been spared. Yuzu explained that if she was eliminated, then she would just be an onlooker, so he wanted her to recognize him as a rival. She was to watch while he rose above her, words that stung deep, inflaming Kalina with rage as he mocked her, telling her to struggle all she liked. She retorted he only wanted to feel superior himself, accusing him of hating his own pathetic, disgusting existence. Yuzu's glare hardened then, his anger surfacing at last. Kalina added that superiority depended upon the feelings of others being trodden on. To her, he was no better than other human beings. But Yuzu's expression did not change. Burning with resentment, he proclaimed how nothing in him was like her. Kalina pointed at him, shouting that she despised his eyes. She whispered that they reminded her of the gaze of her father. Yuzu stared back silently, and in complete silence, he jumped onto the bat. They flew off, leaving Kalina behind. She stood alone beside her destroyed knight, and as her face contorted in despair, she repeated her question again and again. He thought of himself as different, that the world would soon recognize how great he was. He was so sure that everyone would then acknowledge his greatness. They went upwards, past the spire into a new realm of shadows. A voice announced the final section, the intestines of hell. The explanation was that it was a simple 2-kilometer dash to the end. The number of finishers was continuing to increase and increasing their alarm. Yuzu realized they were barely in the 1,000th place and urged Nia to fly faster. He screamed desperately for more speed as racers flooded the narrow tunnel, colliding and fighting for position. Yuzu shouted again, but Nia was already at her limit. Without warning, a web-like attack ensnared them, slamming them against the wall and trapping them instantly. Someone was holding the racers back, telling them not to go forward. Infuriated, Yuzu threatened to kill whoever did that. Nia wondered whether such was allowed under the brutal rules of the race. The web-slinger yelled for one and all to stay back, until, in an instant, they were sliced apart. Era's cat knight had intervened, defeating the attacker, who was immediately teleported out of the race. Uso shouted, recognizing Era, and asked her how many knights she had absorbed. He was begging her all the time to free him before she left. Ignoring him, Yuzu remained trapped as an announcement declared that 800 racers had crossed the finish line. Suddenly, Ellie grabbed onto Yuzu with fierce determination. Stunned, he felt her strength as she tore them both free. Naya pleaded for help, but Yuzu apologized. There was no time. They ran desperately since the number of finishers continued to increase. Knowing they were too far behind, Yuzu had insisted they use the leap. Ellie had warned him it might explode, but he had told her to trust their luck. She set her fear aside and began to focus her energy to prepare the move. Meanwhile, in another scene, a retired necromancer mocked Borak, asking him why he hadn't quit. The cruel words shook him, but instead of faltering, determination blazed within him. Elsewhere, Kalina pressed on, grumbling that she refused to give up. She vowed to prove her worth and her superiority, climbing up the rock face as if possessed. Back with Uso, he had warned Ellie that their connection would break if they were to split up. He assured her as long as some part of them remained linked, they'd stay connected. Urging her to have faith in him, he told her to move forward without stopping. And so, taking his words to heart, Ellie closed her eyes and focused inward. She did a few sprints to get ready as the announcer said that even more contestants had finished. Then, Yuzu's face abruptly sharpened. He threw a quick, intentional hand sign. In that moment, a wave of blue energy exploded. Ellie launched into the race, shooting forward with incredible speed and quickly passing by all in front of her. Her momentum took her far beyond the others. She leaped, and Yuzu turned midair to see if she was all right. Ellie called back that she was. Yuzu reminded her that 2 leaps remained. 894, said the announcer. Yuzu warned that communication might soon cut off, asking if she could rely solely on her senses. Ellie was confident. Yuzu encouraged her with words of trust. He knew she could make it. As their bond was reaffirmed, Yuzu focused his energy. "Ellie!" she announced her next leap, telling him to ready himself, clamping down on her leg tightly as she harnessed her energy. A moment of fierce focus carried between them. Energy surged again in her leg for the next jump. She propelled herself forward with a lot of speed. Meanwhile, at the location of Borak, the necromancer felt that his investment had been a waste. Still, he was comforted that his first creation remained remarkable. He agreed, but Borak questioned his partner's talk of next time. He couldn't believe there could ever be another chance for them. An angry voice shouted that Borak was just out of luck and that they weren't the same. The harsh words from them silenced Borak completely. His expression darkened as he fell deep into thought. He remembered when he was young, how much he loved making life forms because people admired them. Because of that, he desired to become a necromancer. That first failure had hurt, but it had also given him hope. As his confidence in himself faded, that hope remained a fragile thread he clung to. For a day, then a month. That hope sustained him for 1 whole year, then bridged 10 long years. Only fragments now of a once-cherished dream remained today. All that remained was regret and longings for what could have been. Suddenly sweating, Borak panicked about where everything went wrong and who was to blame. He thought of his partner but knew he'd have acted the same. His teacher? No, that was absurd. He realized the fault was his own. Talentless necromancer, fleeing from reality. The truth brutally weighing upon him had brought tears to his eyes. He was overcome with despair and fell to his knees. He thought effort alone could bring blissful ignorance. Was that really too much to ask? Why was he given deep desire but no talent to match? His painful question echoed into the emptiness as he wept. All he wanted was 1 moment to shine, and he slammed his fist into the ground, promising that he would do anything at all, for that one opportunity. He shouted this out, then said it over and over. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed his despair, questioning his resolve. The sound jolted Borak, and he looked up to see a towering monster before him, goat-like in appearance. Grotesque as it was, there had been a glimmer of hope in the monster's eyes for Borak. The demon looked into his eyes, and Borak nodded. It slowly turned its head, gaze shifting away. Borak followed the direction of its stare, to his loyal cockroach knight. A chill ran through him as realization struck. Slowly, he reached out his hand. His palm came to rest on the knight's hard shell. The knight was stock still, frozen. Suddenly its eyes swiveled and locked onto Borak's. Borak said nothing. A cold dread filled him. Then he gave his final command, Annihilation Rush. Immediately, overwhelming power coursed through the knight's veins. Its body shone red-hot as its entire body flared up. Suddenly, it shot forward at unimaginable speed. It created a sonic boom in its aftermath. Meanwhile, Kalina, eager to prove her superiority, was climbing. A bright red flash flared beside her. She whirled in time to see a crimson blur streak past. Stunned, she could only wonder what it was. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew over her. Elsewhere, Ellie was making her skilled leaps toward the goal. She had completed her second jump and could see a way out. Then, her comlink stopped transmitting altogether. Something felt off, and she turned and saw him. Raoul stood right behind her. It was Raoul, the fallen former champion. She readied herself for the final jump, knowing she couldn't hesitate. If she failed now, she would die. She steeled herself for this final test of fate. Just at this moment, Yuzu let out his strongest technique. Ellie prepared to match his power, but in an instant, her leg ripped open. She was numb with shock. Then a blinding flash of red light appeared before her eyes. In less than a heartbeat, the red streak had blazed past them. Ellie stared in awe at a sight he could not fathom. Then that same red light engulfed her. It was a display that left the spectators of the tournament dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. It had all happened quicker than thought. An unknown contestant had put everything into one final attack. The annihilation rush didn't stop until it reached the finish line, where the knight collapsed, broken and burned. Sparks and fading light marked where his energy had finally come to an end. The once mighty knight now stood charred and lifeless. Fascinated, the crowd erupted at the telling of Borak's story. The impossible had occurred. Once doomed and forgotten, Borak, through his annihilation rush, had finally shone, proving his worth. The unbelievable speed of the knight left chaos in its wake, injuring others. Yet Borak was allowed into the main tournament. Only 16 spots remained out of 984 finishers. And so the preliminaries went on. Here, mental strength mattered more than physical. Yuzu was the first to regain his senses. His ears rang, his head pounded. This pain, however, was nothing compared to what he experienced in the past. That memory fueled his will to keep running. His vision blurred from the strain, but it was better than the disgusted looks of others, so he pressed on. His legs were failing. He might collapse any moment. He cursed his past, his parents, and his miserable fate. He ran, haunted by the shadow of his father and his insults. Nearby, Eleonora pushed forward on one leg, managing to advance while others were still dazed, but not for long. The rest soon recovered and began overtaking her. They quickly filled the qualifying slots. With 995 already through, Yuzu found himself in danger. Just then, the Yuzu-turned Womb called out his name. Womb prepared to help his struggling friend. Suddenly, Womb's frog tongue snatched a startled Ellie. The frog knight swung its long tongue with immense power. Then it propelled Ellie toward the finish line. Yuzu made it to the preliminaries, ranking 997th. Still, Womb's intervention may not have been necessary. Yuzu could not figure out why Womb, a fellow competitor, would go out of his way to help him. Womb replied that he had already achieved his goal and had no lingering attachments. He then revealed what he wanted to do next. He wanted to be Yuzu's #1 fan and cheer for him. When Yuzu asked why, Womb replied it was all because of a simple handshake. Womb looked at Yuzu and wanted to tell him something meaningful. He was way cooler than he thought. Yuzu looked confused as Womb seemed to be smiling even after being eliminated. He couldn't fathom Womb's kindness or his compliment. Yuzu denied being cool and told him to just wait and see, vowing to become the best so that no one could look down on him. He vowed with a determined spark in his eyes to prove himself to the world. Womb said he would cheer for him. Yuzu promised never to forget. He told Womb to watch his path closely. With his resolve firm, Yuzu turned and walked away. Later, in the waiting room, Yuzu congratulated Borak on his win. Yuzu apologized, but Borak reassured him, admitting he would have done the same. Yuzu mentioned they'd have to fight if they both advanced. He confidently declared his own victory and extended a handshake. Borak hesitated, looked at Yuzu's outstretched hand, and then firmly grasped it. When their hands touched, Yuzu felt that something was off. He realized Borak's hand was shaking. Still, Yuzu didn't say a word. This merciless competition had its share of winners and losers, as the preliminaries ended with mixed feelings of sorrow and joy. A brand new phase was awaiting the survivors. A new round was at hand, one that would be more magnificent and violent. The blood-soaked battle of the true necromancers would continue. A figure appeared, and the necromancers wondered who it was. It was the champion, Kalen Crow, the infamous necromancer. With Kalen on stage, finally the tournament had begun. The Great War of the Corpses had finally begun. On stage, the CEO addressed the 1,000 great necromancers, sincerely welcoming those who made it to the main tournament. He then told them that they had proved themselves and that the world was waiting for them. The winners of this tournament would receive wealth and fame, enormous rewards for whoever had the will and talent to take them. He commanded them to fight with burning souls, as if it were their last day in this world. The assembled necromancers listened to his commanding words. Then he introduced the greatest necromancer of the era, Kaelin Crow. He announced that she had a message for the challengers, but Kaelin remained silent. She looked coldly over the crowd. A heavy silence filled the room. She slowly brought the microphone up to her lips. With total contempt, she called them all bugs. That was her message. She flipped the microphone aside and casually walked off the stage without another word. Yuzu watched in silence. Main tournament participants received a number of special privileges. For instance, this year they could sign contracts with corporate sponsors. Those who acquired sponsors could wear company logos, though only 4 were given that honor. Companies hosted showcases, competing vigorously for the best of the best. Meanwhile, some contestants picked up no sponsors. One particularly dejected competitor was also seen leaving the room. The guard summoned Yuzu forward. The large doors slid open, and he stepped inside to face the corporate representatives. The sponsors praised him for breaking Raoul's wall, but felt that his strike style was not suitable for their brand. Yuzu was surely fed up with people criticizing him. He started to walk away, but the guard stopped him and told him it wasn't finished. Yuzu told him he only came because it was required, and he was not interested in chatting. He said he would carry his own weight. One sponsor found his attitude quite intriguing. Yuzu faced him, and the sponsor asked why he thought everything he did was stolen. He explained that they had hired the guard, the best in his field, who also endured unimaginable training and effort. Yet, with the same amount of effort, the world valued Yuzu more. The sponsor asked if Yuzu knew why. It was because behind Yuzu stood the power of a corporation, an empire built not on effort alone, but on countless sacrifices. He seriously warned Yuzu to cultivate humility. The man's warning not to follow his father's fate shocked Yuzu enough to make him react in anger. Enraged, Yuzu asked what he meant about his father. The sponsor described a man trapped in the past, hurting his family, blaming everyone but himself, a disgusting failure. He said that man's blood ran through Yuzu's veins, but Yuzu denied it. In desperation, Yuzu loudly proclaimed he was nothing like his father and that he would prove it. In his rage, he vowed to sacrifice everything to do so. The sponsor seemed to like his determination, urging him to prove it all, to burn it to white ash. The corporation that sponsored him was called Berserker, a huge pharmaceutical giant that created potions that pushed human limits. With the new contract in, Yuzu moved to a cleaner and larger home, and he even got a custom-made mask to replace his cheap old one. It was brand new, crafted just for him. Ellie marveled at how comfortable the bed was. Yuzu told her to relax, and she felt their lives were finally improving, rising above where they once had been. Yuzu, feeling grateful, said it was all thanks to her. Ellie simply turned toward him, listening quietly, before inviting him to sit on the edge of the bed if the floor was uncomfortable. He declined, saying her comfort mattered most. Ellie went silent, and Yuzu glanced around the room. The chilling words of the sponsor still echoed in his mind, warning that he would end up like his father. The memory filled him with sudden, visible anger. Elsewhere, Raoul slammed his hand on the table. He was furious. Fan mail and articles had fallen drastically, and all the press coverage was negative. Frustrated, he complained that everyone only talked about his recent decline. It felt as though the entire world was against him. His assistant suggested reading fan letters to find some encouragement. Raoul scoffed, explaining that the number of letters only reflected his current ranking in the fights. He doubted any true sincerity existed in those shifting numbers, which simply rose and fell according to his performance in the ring. Right now, those numbers told him he was pathetic. Hearing this, his assistant could only remain silent. Raoul, determined not to lose, asked for the name of his first opponent. The assistant hesitated before finally saying it aloud. As soon as Raoul heard the name, he froze completely, eyes wide with disbelief. The main tournament was a tense, one-on-one elimination contest. It captivated the audience because one battle decided everything. Since 500 players were eliminated instantly, the first match was the most crucial. New participants could reject one randomly assigned match. Declining, however, was risky, since the next opponent might be even stronger. This added psychological tension to the competition. Raoul's assistant approached and revealed his first opponent, a player named Liviana. Raoul vaguely recognized the diamond-ranked Lightning Libby. The assistant emphasized her impressive, steady rise. Raoul's expression darkened, a clear sign of growing irritation. He scoffed, dismissing her rank, and demanded to hear the media's predictions. Hesitant, the assistant revealed a shocking 90.5% probability that Sir Raoul would lose. Raoul was stunned by the unexpected result. He began to sweat under the enormous pressure. Meanwhile, Liviana learned her next opponent was Raoul. She could hardly believe it. She would be facing the infamous Iron Wall. Her assistant confirmed it, reminding her of his past tournament victory, but also his recent losing streak. She was told she could decline the fight due to her lower rank. Liviana hesitated. It was a battle she didn't have to accept. Pondering deeply, her inner conflict showed clearly on her face. At last, she chose to fight, for the sake of her loyal fan. Her assistant, expecting that decision, handed her a bundle of fan letters. She was amazed. 30 letters, and even some gifts. She was touched that fans like Ms. Emma planned to attend, along with another supporter, Mr. Baplov. Meanwhile, Raoul remained under intense stress. He wanted to reorganize everything for the perfect night. His staff immediately agreed to follow his lead. His assistant asked if he was sure, given how obsessed he'd become with numbers. The assistant reminded Raoul of his impenetrable wall philosophy and asked what he was really trying to prove. Raoul dismissed the question, insisting that only data mattered. Numbers never lied, he said, and right now they showed him he was falling. Those steadily declining numbers whispered in his mind, feeding his anxiety. His assistant could only watch in worried silence. On the tournament day, the crowd roared in excitement for Lobby. The stadium shook with cheers for both fighters. Liviana thanked her fans, promising to give them her best and make the match unforgettable. Fans shouted their admiration, calling her cute, confident she could win. The arena echoed with her name. But when Raoul's knight appeared, the audience fell silent in shock. They pointed in surprise at his knight's completely new design. Gone was the old impenetrable wall. According to Raoul's data, this model balanced offense and defense perfectly. By rule, a knight's core had to remain visible, so Raoul placed it on the head, the hardest spot to strike. He added a movable shield hand to block aerial attacks. His data showed long-range combat had higher success rates, so he equipped his knight with a destructive pendulum made from a dragon's calf bone, and a weapon that could fire 240 bone spikes rapidly. He prepared several alternate weapons and defensive systems for close-range fighting as well. Confident in his data-driven design, Raoul believed victory was certain. With preparations complete, the announcer began the first main tournament match. As the call to start rang out, Liviana dropped her cloak. Her body was marked with visible strain and swelling veins. Despite this, she stood firm, summoning a massive surge of lightning. Her knight charged an immense amount of energy, swirling and concentrating at its core. Moments later, it unleashed a tremendous long-range lightning strike at the enemy. Meanwhile, Yuzu learned his next opponent would be Papyri. Ellie grew worried. Papyri was a high-ranking emerald, and asked if he would withdraw. Yuzu replied confidently that with Ellie by his side, he couldn't imagine losing. Reassured by his faith, she agreed, saying she felt the same. Still, Yuzu admitted one thing about his opponent unsettled him: her title. She was called the Fairy Queen Papyri. Not knowing why, Yuzu figured they had time to prepare. Then, the focus returned to Raoul's match. He was engulfed in a massive lightning strike, watching the energy surge toward him. He remembered his father's words: "The will to protect is the greatest strength." His father, a stonemason, had lived by that creed, always building protective walls. In an interview years ago, Raoul had recalled his father's slow, meticulous work. Back then, he found it pathetic that his father worked so hard for so little pay and rarely came home. One day, his father fell to his death while repairing a small crack. Bitterly, Raoul had wondered what made that wall so important. The reporter listened quietly as he recounted the story. Then Raoul remembered the landslide in Barrenos after days of heavy rain, a tragedy that buried thousands of people and animals alive. Amid the destruction, one structure stood unharmed, the wall his father had built. That realization struck Raoul deeply, freezing him mid-interview. He then looked ahead with newfound resolve, realizing that the wall, built with love and care, had protected lives. His father, though unable to express affection directly, had built it from a deep desire to protect his family. That memory became the foundation of Raoul's entire philosophy. The interviewer observed that this must be why Raoul now builds walls himself. Raoul explained that he sought to create a perfect wall, one that could protect forever without collapsing. She praised his conviction, but warned that such rigidity could become a weakness. She asked what he'd do if that very belief ever held him back. Raoul answered confidently, certain he knew exactly where to fight. He ended with a calm, knowing smile. But now, in the present, Raoul stood frozen in disbelief as a lightning strike shattered his knight's leg. He countered with a strong ability called Abyssal Drop, yet Liviana's knight evaded with a projectile attack. Her knight's speed overwhelmed his defenses. A rain of arrows followed, pelting Liviana's knight. Raoul believed he had her cornered. In response, Liviana raised a force field, summoning a massive wall of lightning that destroyed every arrow that reached it. Raoul knew he had to land his Abyssal Drop perfectly. He switched strategies, pulling back the heavy anchor to strike. But his movements felt sluggish and unnatural. Then he saw his opponent gathering another surge of lightning, and it sent chills down his spine. The crowd watched as he was forced backward, his usual precision faltering. Another blast hit, his knight's second leg shattered, its body rattling from severe damage. Still, the knight refused to fall. Raoul realized Liviana aimed to topple him entirely, and he vowed not to let her. His knight spread a smokescreen across the field. Liviana's knight began circling the massive opponent. She admired Raoul's skill and the brilliance of his new design, but noticed his energy bar was draining fast. She calculated the timing for her final lightning strike. As her knight charged up again, lightning crackled across its body. Then the brutal rhythm resumed. One leg destroyed, one counter dodged. Their battle raged on in a fierce, unrelenting exchange of attacks. Liviana launched another swath of lightning energies, resuming her vicious assault with precision. With a perfect strike, she managed to shatter another leg off the knight. As its support gave way, Raoul's immense knight crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing its exposed heart, she prepared her final decisive lightning strike. Yet Raoul wasn't finished, and vowed to use every last bit of strength he had. Both knights locked on, ready for one final, simultaneous attack. Then Liviana was able to unleash her lightning in a bright flash. The arrows kept flying in relentless barrages despite her mighty surge of magic. It was then that Liviana's knight, all but drained of energy, finally was depleted. With her defense beginning to collapse, Liviana froze in incredulity. The sweat on her face reflected the extraordinary strain that was starting to show. Her magic of lightning was insufficient. Arrows pierced through her knight's defenses, and in but a moment the powerful magical construct was completely destroyed, riddled like Swiss cheese. Even Raoul stood momentarily stunned by the devastation. But in an instant, shock turned into loud, triumphant laughter. In a post-match interview, a proud and gloating Raoul claimed victory. He ridiculed his critics who had predicted his loss, believed he had proved them all wrong. He excitedly asked his assistant how the public reacted to his incredible comeback. She hesitated, quietly pulling up the official match statistics and showing him that the public saw him on the defensive for nearly the entire battle. It was unanimous. He had won only due to Liviana's critical mistake. Based on the poor viewer reaction ratio, nobody credited his skill. Without her misstep, it showed he would certainly have lost. At that, Raoul's celebration died silently. His victorious expression twisted into deep irritation, and passing by a room, he heard Liviana's quiet sobs echoing down the hall. He came in and found her crying over her careless mistake. She shed tears and said that she could have done better, thanking him for the great fight. Raoul asked if she cried from disappointment, saying excuses were meaningless. But Liviana made it clear she was not disappointed. She was angry. That response took Raoul aback. She spoke of Mr. Frank, a staunch supporter who never missed her matches. She also spoke of her pregnant friend Dilla and the shop owner, Mr. Karelin. She couldn't bear the thought of letting these loyal supporters down. She said it frustrated her knowing that she hadn't shown them her full potential, her eyes welling up with tears once again. Raoul watched her closely, his eyes razor-sharp and intent. He questioned her attachment, calling her fans nothing but predictable numbers. At this, she quietly wiped away a tear. She accepted his point, but insisted her supporters were genuine. Never once had she thought their encouragement was false. Her eyes shone with unyielding determination. Then she asked Sir Raoul what he focused on during a fight. The question made him hesitate and fall silent. He started to respond but trailed off in thought. A quiet moment passed between them. Liviana, with a small bow of her head, bid her farewells. As she walked away, Raoul felt an inexplicable premonition. Deep inside, he knew she would return. He was convinced that one day, sooner or later, she would stand before him again. Meanwhile, at Borak's place, the scene was a disaster. Dora stood frozen, speechless at the mess. She asked why his place should look so miserable after his tournament success. Borak turned to her with a troubled look. He said he hadn't tried the annihilation rush again since then. Dora couldn't fathom why he wouldn't even try to attempt it. He said it brought back a similar sensation to his old failures. Unlike the feeling of his first success, this time something felt deeply wrong. Dora argued, but Borak confessed his fear of failing and losing his new recognition. For the first time, he felt noticed and sponsored, but he was so scared that failure would send him back to the trash he once was. Dora listened silently. Her expression softened as she told him gently that he was never trash, but he insisted she couldn't understand being left behind for 30 years. He confessed that he felt like a lonely, discarded man, cut off from the world. Dora was taken aback by the raw emotion. He confessed his fear had paralyzed him. He simply couldn't do it. Finally, the day of Yuzu's much-anticipated match finally arrived. The crowd roared wildly, chanting his name. Yuzu waved confidently, telling them to remember who he was. While fans called him handsome, Ellie watched with a growing irritation. Ellie told him to focus, reminding him their opponent was formidable. Yuzu explained that Popuri always introduced something new to every tournament. Puzzled, Ellie asked what a furries was and why it was so popular. Suddenly, a sight left him speechless. Popuri let out a wild, feral howl as the crowd exploded in cheers, hailing their queen. She turned around, revealing a shocking beast-like transformation. One of the commercials was initiated by the inquiry whether an individual was not satisfied with the image in a mirror. It went on, hinting that new and beautiful look might have been wanted, something new to what was now the case. The commercial then questioned whether or not adorable animals with furry tail were attractive. Thus it announced with great excitement that they had the very thing, and that they had the furry potion. One of the salesmen presented the potion saying that it had gone through all the tough quality assurance tests by the Magical Drug Safety Administration, and thus was the safest potion in the world. The ad was a brag that the time of the potion was 5 straight hours. A muscular-looking man was presented drinking the potion with an expression of anticipation. His eyes opened with shock, and he experienced the effects of the potion. The man fell down and tripped, and was obviously lost in the sudden alterations in his body. The transformation occurred as his eyes were contracting, which was the first indication. The changes were fast. His fingers were transformed into claws, and his skin began growing fur. The change was almost complete, as his face was becoming more like an animal. At last, the muscular man was turned totally into a bear with a perplexed look on his face, suggesting the surprise of the circumstances. The man groaned at being confused as he continued to adapt to his new bear shape, as a commercial broadcast came on, advertising a potion that would conveniently and painlessly change the man. The commercial went on, demanding the viewers to forget the way they look and live to be a cute and lovely furry. One of the girls attentively watched the advertisement, where the caution of proper use of the potion was given. Her eyes were never leaving the screen, taking in every bit of the advert. She kept on watching the commercial, and a smile gradually crept up her face. A crowd applauded in the meantime, screaming after the name Potpourri. Potpourri was on a podium, and she was getting the love of the people who were screaming her their queen. Potpourri talked to her furry friends, whether they were all ready to have fun with her. The furry crowd drew up their cheers with excited anticipation of the start of the entertainment. Potpourri declared that she would give her beautiful beasts her best struggle. The corpse night, Potpourri came into the arena, and the performance began. Potpourri, with a mighty cry, threw off her penetrating power and was prepared to fight. The corpse knight of Potpourri responded quickly and was about to take action against her. The knight threw a spiked whip directly on Ellie in order to kill her. Ellie moved away the oncoming whip very fast and in a very accurate manner. When Ellie rushed in, Yusu told her of the dangerous path of the whip and the lethal accuracy and force of the whip. Potpourri ordered her knight to make a spiral attack, making the fight more aggressive. The whip started swinging around and a chaotic and threatening atmosphere was developed. The whip was slapped with a vicious stroke, the aim of which was to hit Eli. Ellie used a newly made shield, which was welded on her arm, a corpse shield bearing a design of a monstrous moth in its center to protect herself. She jerked her leg and was about to take her next step. Ellie sprang and dashed upon the corpse knight. Yusu told her that the whip, although it was so fast and threatening, still moved on one line. He said that were she able to read the direction of its initial position, a hole must then be seen. At that point, the whip was fast and entangled Eli, leaving her in the most dangerous position. The whip came round again onto Ellie, and she cried out. The whip knight tossed Ellie aside with a jerk that hurled her into the air. Ellie smashed herself on the floor, and it resounded in the arena. Very soon Ellie came to herself and reassured Yusu that she might wait. But there was no doubt she was perplexed at the unusual motions of the whip. Ellie did not understand the reason why Potpourri, the person she believed was a beast-type necromancer, was holding a whip. The spectators sang the name of Potpourri when she said that her weapon was not only marvelous but beautiful, and it was obvious that they were proud of such a weapon. Potpourri clarified that her whip was a smooth weapon, which moved gently and attached together using muscles. She was proud that her grip had been hardened by years of special training, and that her weapon was still more dangerous. Potpourri had made her whip, the crystal of beauty, the honor of a queen itself, to the great content of the crowd. The audience screamed and demanded to be reprimanded by their queen, admiring Potpourri. Potpourri threatened that nobody could come near to the queen in such an irresponsible manner, and told them to keep off. Potpourri started attacking in a rapid movement as the whip swung with accuracy and force. Ellie just had time to avoid being hit by the whip by crouching down at the last moment. Eli was prompt in leaping to action and went away dashing as she thought of what to do next. As Ellie kept running, she thought she could use their special talent to gain an opportunity again. Yusu warned that there were still 2 more sure applications, and that in case they were caught, they would have wasted just like the previous time. Ellie proposed her punch on the ground, to limit the terrain, but Yusu explained that she reached different, compared to the previous opponent, much, and it was difficult to overcome the distance. He further said that in case they got it wrong, they would not be reachable without their end move. The whip was caught, but Ellie was able to stop it using her shield. Ellie knew that she had no other choice but to do something different. Yusu made one hand gesture, signifying a new plan. Popperin was observant. He didn't take a moment. Ellie sprung back, and she could feel the squeeze as they were being driven away. She dropped, but the whip and her shield had started to disperse, which demonstrated how fierce the struggle was. However, Eli had an odd determination, as though they were not to lose. Eli felt her confidence, and she felt that they were still within reach of victory. The end of the whip was pointed at Eli directly, but she did not lose her concentration and recollected their plan. Eli remembered her and the strategic planning of Yusu, and it made her strong to go on. She recalled clearly how they used to train together, plotting and mastering our art together. Their experiments and trials ran through her head, one of the tests of their unquenchable purpose. The two working together in perfect harmony, and their relationship growing stronger with every challenge met. With the resurgence of her memory, the feeling of determination came to rest in her. There was a moment of silent understanding between both Eli and Yusu, and their faith in each other was not shaken. Yusu swung her shield to confront the whip with one sharp thrust with all her strength. She had her chance and her mind was fixed on it, and Eli was ready to strike. The whip was caught at that very instant by the mouth of the shield, which bit like a steam of iron, and made it useless. Yusu described how the shield was made out of the jaw muscles of a saltwater crocodile, 150 times more powerful than the bite of a human being. Slow and difficult to hold on to, it, however, once it got hold of you, did not give up. Yusu motioned with a set look, the beginning of their next move. The whip was being pulled with all her might by Eli, the actual trial of her strength with his coming up. Pupri wondered whether this was but a trial of arms, and her voice showed disdain as their challenge seemed to her to be arrogant. She disclosed that the whip was 100 meters in length, composed of some high-density muscle and chitin shells, and was more than 2 tons in weight. Pupri asked himself whether so powerful a weapon would not be able to melt down a little knight like theirs. The whip knight started to jerk the whip, and the stress was growing as the challenge was increasing. Eli did not know how to hold on to the whip. Her hands slip away as the sheer weight was threatening to engulf her. The artificial arm that Eli had was very stressed out, with the mechanical components responding to the strain. The whip was creeping out of her hands and Eli was overpowering. Yusu assured her to wait a little more and said that Pupuri could not assault them so long as they retained the whip. Yusu was well aware that once this balance of power was broken, the result of the struggle would be determined. The whip knight still pulled the whip, and the conflict now was critical. Pupuri stopped and noted the two were retaining longer than she had imagined. There was a trace of surprise in her voice. Pupuri said that she and her rival were then sustaining tension by pulling to opposite ends. In case one party abruptly rushed in and switched the course of the force, the opponent would be losing his balance and become weak. The time of such a step was essential, and Pupuri was just going to show it. The two were in a threatening game of cat and mouse with one another waiting to make an error. Pupuri paid attention to timing, as she would lose the battle because of one misstep. The conflict between them was evident, and each was awaiting when the right moment will come to attack. The force was suddenly changed by the sudden rush of Pupuri and his corpse knight. Eli at that point took a step forward and Pupuri fell backwards. Pupuri was surprised by Eli, and this startled her and made her lose her footing. Pupuri faltered at full length, endeavoring to take the weight of her foot. Eli hastened to recover her stability, and was about to take advantage of the temporary weakness of Pupuri. Pupuri was astonished because her opponent immediately jumped to hold his balance and jumped back. Such remarkable attention and reaction were on view, and Pupuri questioned how soon it would be possible to maintain them. She was aware that it was not easy to keep such concentration and quickness along with it, and she was willing to push him to the edge. And at that point, the whip knight began to run, and Eli did the same, keeping the tension on the whip. Pupuri wondered whether Eli could manage to maintain such high intensity. Pupuri could not attack Eli as long as Eli was still holding the whip top. Yet Eli had another purpose in view. When one of the legs of Pupuri was wholly in the air, she was waiting until the center of gravity made a sudden leap forward. Yusu felt that the time was not far at hand, and he was becoming more and more alert as he awaited the stroke. He could feel it. It was almost the right moment, the tension mounting up as he prepared to do so. The atmosphere was one of suspense. The place was about to make the next decisive step. And just at this very instant, Eli yanked the whip, and Yusu realized that now was the moment to do something. Eli began to run away in the reverse direction, drawing the whip knight with her. The whip corpse knight was pulled along, and the dynamics of the scene were changed by the force of the pull. The sudden twist in the situation surprised Pupuri, and she stared with her eyes open to receive the unusual twist of events. The whip knight was being pulled. The thud-thud had been heard, with Eli still in her vigorous tug. Eli kept tugging at her best ability, and her mind was set as she pulled the whip corpse knight. Eli sprinted forward, dragging the whip corpse knight along, then swung around and altered the course of their motion. She dashed at the whip knight with her purpose plain and concise as Eli charged her arm and made her red hot. The Whip Knight was threatened, and the nature of the circumstances grew more and more intense as Eli approached. Just then, the eye of the Whip Knight began to gleam, and the sign of the coming fight. The eye of the Whip Knight flashed at the sight of a red fist racing directly at him. Eli made her final attack, a blow that totally destroyed the corpse knight. Popern was gazing raptly about. Yusu stood still with a steady look upon him. Yusu turned and clenched his fist, and the crowd started chanting his name, and he heard his voices fill the air in a frenzy with the crowd screaming as he took the final step. Yusu recognized it as a great battle after the match, and his voice was full of satisfaction. Yusu reached out to shake his opponent and gave him an accolade of the fabulous battle and the lessons acquired. He put in that it was just because he was stronger, and his voice had an accents of respect and humility. Popuri did not say anything, except that her face was inscrutable. Then she all at once smacked him across the hand, so quick and sudden. It was she who proclaimed herself the Queen of Beasts, and her voice was strong and decisive. Popuri stared Yusu in the eye, and her face was so angry that she refused any suggestion of pity, and insisted that a queen could do without such empty parlor antics. She turned and walked off, leaving Yusu to her as she withdrew to the scene. Yusu stood and watched her go, and his face was even more mixed and stupefied than the silence with which he knew not what to make of the affair. The action changed to the room of Popuri, who was there to find some privacy. She lowered herself, back to the door, and sat on the ground heavily as though the weight of the day had lastly overtaken her. She sighed deeply, and the sound was full of frustration and tiredness that had no verbal expression. By and by she started to change. The animal features of her bestial appearance faded away, and she became her human again. Her human attributes came back. The change was complete, and she sat there with her thoughts hurrying along. She groaned in frustration, and her brain was re-experiencing the actions that just took place. Yusu was undoubtedly strong, more so than she had imagined, and she had, in the best she could done, been out of breath keeping time. Yet it was not only his strength that she was thinking about. Yusu had been good-looking, and he was courteous as he extended his hand towards her, but she had rejected him in a hurry. Now she wondered whether he was angry by her reaction. She could not help but imagine that her furry version of herself would have done things in a different way, with more confidence and poise. After all, that was the perfect version of her, or at least she thought so. Nevertheless, she was unable to get rid of the embarrassment that appeared when she looked at her dress and became self-conscious. There was a murmur somewhere in the stadium, possibly suggesting the presence of the waiting room of Popuri, which was located somewhere nearby. Popuri got out, her fans anxiously waiting to see her, unknowingly that this human body was unknown to them. The audience was in a state of excitement, with everybody wanting to have an opportunity to meet her. The crowd was waiting with anticipation as Popuri slipped quietly out, their voices becoming louder as they sought her out. Popuri kept silent, and her fans did not even feel her presence. Popuri looked back on her past and remembered that she used to be shy and socially anxious, such that relationships were really challenging to her. She recalled the day when she had found the furry potion, and everything had been different. She believed that putting on the furry mask she would be able to change herself and become more confident to communicate with people, becoming a completely different person. The influence of the furry mask was exceedingly high, and it gave her renewed confidence, such as she had never known. She, as Popuri in the fur mask, was able to talk in a confidence that made anybody around her spellbound. The furry Popuri became crazy, and people loved her in a manner she never expected. Thus, there was the perfect and lovable furry Popuri in the eyes of her fans, a complete contrast to what she was like otherwise. And there was still the furless Popuri, who was just as little and inconspicuous as ever, the unsuspected man behind the bold mask. Popuri thought that one day the furless edition of herself might also be loved, that people might peep behind the mask and see her as she was. But without the fur, she knew that she was only an average human being, one that nobody would even know, much less love. Just as Popuri was to peep ahead, she spotted Yusu in front of her, and her heart beat furious with the expectation of it. She felt nervous because she knew it was Yusu, and she was unable to express a word of greeting in a lackluster manner. She observed that he appeared to live in the same neighborhood with her, something that she was ignorant about previously. She was nervous, but she could not stop thinking that he was handsome that day. Yusu then paused and made Popuri skip a beat because she was wondering what he was going to do next. He shifted and glanced at her, and his eyes caught the glance of hers in an encounter which left her breathless with anticipation. He called to her, with an expression of urgency and interest. The fox-like female character Popuri was shocked, and her surprise was felt in her wide-opened eyes and abrupt rigidity of her body. She was not ready of this, and her mind was rushing all over her, working hard to make her understand what was happening. Popuri was lying with her back turned on him, and she was trembling in her voice when she insisted that she was not what she appeared. Yusu said nothing, but looked at her, and watched her with still eyes. Yusu stood and kept watching her, his gaze firm and uncompromising. She looked at him and her eyes showed some hesitation and uncertainty. Yusu believed that, as he gazed at other people, what he would examine was their eyes, and through this, he was able to tell how they were going to behave. In this manner, he would be spared of any trouble that they may cause to him or any form of violence. She was not the same as she had been before, but by the sight of her eyes, it was definitely Popuri. He questioned whether this is the way she used to look when she was a human being and why she was lying. She was uncertain, apparently uncertain in her thoughts. Popuri indicated that they could be heard, and they ought to go somewhere quiet and speak. They went into an isolated place, where ears are not inquisitive. Yusu remained quiet, as Popuri proceeded to narrate the story of her situation. She questioned whether it was not strange that she was regularly mocked by her personality. Popuri replied that he might not curse her in case he was annoyed with her, but she tried to keep her identity private to those who enjoyed the furry variant of her. Yusu liked that sort of cool. She was astonished at his reply, and her eyes were opened in disbelief. Yusu proceeded to explain that anybody who strives to be a better person is great and that one should not be discouraged. Popuri listened with amazement, but as she digested his words, her amazement was eased. Yusu further said that he personally, furred or not, believed that she was cute. His remark surprised Popuri, as her mind jumped how Yusu was about to say that such things are subjective, yet he favored her. Popuri hesitated, telling him that he was quite a lousy person to believe she was cute even with no fur. Yusu affirmed it with a single word. Yusu replied in a very flat way, and this proved what he said. Popuri flushed, and her emotions were too much to her to process. Back to the house of Yusu, Popuri gave a scream of surprise, and her eyes were opened by the view of something. Popuri remarked on the proximity of the houses, saying that it was less than 3 minutes to walk to her house. Eli remained quiet and looked at Popuri without knowing her real identity. Popuri still told Yusu that she was surprised by the way Yusu organized his materials. Popuri was introduced to Eli by Yusu whispering to Eli. Eli wondered in her head, asking herself about the roving fox girl. Popuri agreed with the introduction of Yusu, though Eli could not help but comment on the fact that Popuri did not look as she expected. Popuri burst out into a startled exclamation before she could complete her word. However, the curiosity of Popuri prevailed as Yusu approached Eli. She wondered whether Si-Hai was the knight of Mr. Yusu, and was amazed at the exquisiteness of the work before her. Then she looked away at the fist of Eli, and it seemed to her that she was fascinated with it as she pondered it. Popuri went on, and as she told more and more, she became more excited about the fist that destroys all. And she asked herself how it came, and her curiosity overcame her. However, Yusu ended her investigations by saying that the information she was asking was the personal secrets of a necromancer and an important strategic secret. He reminded her that he had already made his word and demonstrated the house to her, and she had to go. Popuri was sorry, and knew that she had lost herself in her interest. She was grateful to Yusu because he showed her his house, and her excitement was briefly stopped. Yusu was not ungrateful. She just responded with a mere affirmation, and Popuri was left to think silently. Popuri was slowly heading to the door, apparently preparing to leave. She just stopped, however, as though she were struck by some idea she could not disregard. Going back to Yusu, Popuri stuttered, saying that she had a quick glimpse of his weapon blueprint earlier. She replied that she had also thought of something like that, and had a couple of ideas that she would like to express. Popori, would she come and assist in the design? Popori said. Yusu, however, refused her proposal, claiming that he did not need her assistance. Popori in no time started narrating what was happening to her. As she had exposed, the furless Popori had no friends, and therefore no one to discuss these things with. This was the means of her reaching out, of seeking someone with whom she would have common interest. Popori just came out admitting that this would be a fun place to visit at least once, begging Yusu to just give her this little treat. Her words lingered between them, and Yusu stood without any answer. He stood there, and Yusu found himself thinking of the loneliness that had been the defining feature of his life. Sadness fell upon him like a wave, and he could not have stopped giving a little impatient sound. The scene changed later, and I could hear Eli through the air, with a tone of disbelief when she asked him not to be crazy. She said that it was insane to have someone to their place in their present circumstances, and Eli was frustrated. Yusu objected, though, indicating that Popori, despite her looks, was an emerald rank. Yusu also said they had some aspects of their design work that he could not get along with, and Popori could perhaps assist. Eli was fed up when she insisted to know what was her role expected to play, as she did not want to be an arm of the background. Yusu sank into thought and considered the position of things. He wondered that it would be hard to stand, and instead proposed that Eli should lie down. Eli, though, had none of this, and declined absolutely. The frustration in Eli burst into an outright tantrum, and her wrath could be felt as she screamed at how frustrating the situation was. Yusu, in his turn, could not but be confused. The following day came, and a set of interactions with it. Popori came and greeted them with a flustered hello. She stretched out a loaf of bread and said that it was the skeleton bread and that she had brought him some. Yusu grabbed one and said that she need not bring anything. He started to eat without saying another word. Eli remained there quietly watching them like a statue as Yusu remarked at how good the bread was, and Popori was eager to concur. She stood looking on silently, and her face darkened with anger when Eli stood up and glared at the two. Yusu started describing his proposal of having a tendon-based axis to enable the exoskeleton plates to slide over it, transforming the shape, but soon understood that the weight was going to be the biggest problem. Popori threw in one suggestion of using lattice structure in the inside, but Yusu rejected the thought, claiming that it cannot work. Popori said nothing, apparently uncertain of herself. Yusu looked at her, and Popori, flustered, was able only to utter a nervous word. Popori blushed shamefully, standing there very conspicuously. Popori was too embarrassed and requested to transform herself temporarily. Yusu looked at her, confused. Popori was changing into her fox, and it appeared to be more comfortable. Relaxingly, Popori said that she felt much better this way. She looked at Yusu, who was observing her with interest. They went back to work with Popori once more, suggesting the lattice structure concept, how it could not be a structural possibility because of stress concentration and fatigue. Popori again leaned against Yusu as she described her thought of hers being a hierarchical honeycomb structure. Ellie stood and looked at them, and nothing could have been read in her face. The tail of Popori wigged in excitement as she said that in places of greater force and load, the cells of the hexagonal packing would be closer together. The bulging of the veins of Ellie was now revealed regarding her increasing anger as she further observed them. Popori and Yusu went on talking, apparently unaware of the mounting frustration of the girl who was Ellie. Yusu was busy writing notes of the ideas of Popori, apparently lost in their business. Ellie was watching them, her eyes on Popori, and she was watching what she was doing. Popori did not stop talking, and she was very enthusiastic about her subject, which she showed by animated gestures. Yusu listened to the suggestions that Popori made with keen interest, and he appeared to consider it. Ellie stood behind, watching the two, never taking her eyes off the two as they interacted. The mood was still dedicated as time went on, with Popori dominating the discussion. The two were still sitting and chatting, and Popori said that she admired Yusu with his ability to become a necromancer. In his turn, Yusu did not disregard the efforts of Popori and appreciated her assistance. Popori hummed to himself and said that the design was still very rough. She proposed to meet the next day so that they would resume their work. Popori continued that they would talk about it later. Yusu thought about her suggestion and thought about what she meant. He had found the interview productive, as Ellie determined by an abrupt shout to announce her existence. Popuri was taken aback, and, while pulling her hair, caught her off guard. Popuri was the one who had been pulled by the hair, and she had warned that she would not take well to any underhanded schemes. Popuri was surprised, and it showed in the expression of her wide-eyed hostility and her startled look. Yusu, also, was caught off his guard when Ellie acted as she did, and his focus was now squarely on the brewing events. Popuri was surprised, and her shock could clearly be seen as she gave a startled cry. The tension was broken by the voice of Yusu, who called out Eleonora in a sharp, urgent manner. Confusion arose in Popuri as she was unable to comprehend the way a corpse could possibly be talking, and her mind was swirling with astonishment. Frustration drove Yusu to curse as he swamped in a tornado of confusion and anger over the chaos that was happening. Ellie was as angry as she was frustrated, screaming obscenities as she angrily swore, her patience evidently stretched to a breaking point. Her words were harsh and blunt, and Ellie lifted her voice in anger as she inquired whether he had lost his head or not. She went on, charging him with a smug expression and hinting at unbelievable designs, her voice falling on her words like sarcasm and astonishment. Popuri struck back, and her words stung, but Ellie was ready to mute her with an insult in return, and the battle between the two started with a fierce pace. Ellie also managed to make her insults more creative, as she likens Popuri to a lump of rice cake, as her anger apparently had no limit. Yusu stood in disbelief and said that he had never seen Ellie so angry before. Yusu understood that it was not important to find out what Ellie was agitated by at the moment, but it was necessary to concentrate on the most urgent matter. He was aware that he had to contend with a witness who had witnessed something that he was not supposed to witness, and his mind is going through the possibilities of that. Yusu looked at Popuri with an ominous expression, and his intentions were unknown, though his manner was disturbing. Popuri's eyes opened in horror as she demanded to know why Yusu was coming her way bearing such an ominous attitude. Yusu silently narrowed the gap between them, and she shivered at the actions of the man. She could not do anything, but Yusu restrained Popuri so quickly that she was left struggling with her bonds. Being in full restraint and back to her human shape, the tears ran down the face of Popuri, as she desperately begged to be forgiven, promising to become one of his servants, should he leave her alone. Seeing the situation, Yili said that Yusu appeared to have become more daring when gaining his powers, and he wondered how he was going to go about the situation. Ellie went on and questioned Yusu whether he was looking to bury Popuri so as to hide what had occurred. The sobs of Popuri increased. Her terror was evident as she interpolated the words. Popuri desperately pleaded to be spared, and her voice fractured every time she asked. Popuri, a desperate woman bewildered, asked why they needed to kill her, and Ellie replied in a cold tone that they had to destroy the evidence. Yusu did not say anything, but he thought about things. Yusu eventually came out and said that it was too dangerous to kill a person, and they should solve the matter initially. Adjacently moving up to the tied-up Popuri, Yusu informed her that she had to listen thoroughly as he was going to take off her gag, and that she was also required to tell in a detail of what had occurred between them. He told her not to scream, and told her whether she understood it or not. Popuri replied with a nod of her head and acquiesced to his terms. Yusu, contented with her answer, was about to take off the gag. When the gag was removed, Popuri started screaming and pleaded to be spared. Yusu ordered her silence, and Ellie told him about frustration and that they should have buried her instead. But after a little while, the strain in the room appeared to alleviate in some degree. Popuri was in chains where she was chained to her leg, thereby limiting her freedom. Popuri was so shocked with what was happening that she could hardly believe it. Popuri understood how serious the situation is. The reappearance of a dead body with its memories was something that should not be divulged at all. Yusu admitted the need to keep her locked up until they could put trust on her. Popuri made no comment and thought of the burden she was now bearing. She acknowledged that it was awkward, but knew of their apprehensive nature upon listening to their tale. Popuri admitted that this secret would get them a lot of trouble, perhaps even stop the war of corpses itself, were she to tell anybody. Yusu also appreciated her comprehension and demanded more time, until they would be able to trust her. Popuri was about to hesitate when he saw that it meant they would spend the rest of their lives together. And, with a smile of devilishness, she clasped her hands together and resigned to the situation with a slight touch of roguery. The necromancer, Yusu, still managed to make their reluctant recommendation that they go to bed as it was, and Popuri, the fox girl, giggled at the suggestion. Eli, the dead knight, was looking at them with an evidently irritated face. When night came, the group lay down to sleep. Yusu was bidding everyone a good night, and Popuri timorously asked to sleep in the middle. Eli categorically declined, and Popuri was slightly disappointed. Popuri hesitated and asked Eli whether she slept as well. This, Eli confirmed, which Popuri could not believe. At this stage, Popuri commented that Eli was literally a living human. Eli did not reply, thus causing Popuri to consider mentally how losing a fight would mean real-life death to Eli, an idea that she considered disturbing. Eli turned to face Popuri at that point. Eli wondered whether she was obliged to explain everything to Popuri. Backtracking to her, Popuri said that was not what she meant, but Eli informed her that she should shut her mouth and go to bed. Popuri fell silent. After a few seconds, Popuri confessed that lying together was something like camping with friends, and it was a bit fun. Eli swore, terming Popuri irritating. The next morning arrived. Popuri did not say anything, maybe thinking about the events of the last night. When the sun was only just peeking over the horizon, Yusu was already on his feet, and he was scribbling in a frenzy as he thought of new techniques. Popuri stood and looked on somewhat in surprise, and observed that he appeared to require very little rest. Eli responded, and, as Yusu was always like this, he hardly ever slept more than 6 hours. This disclosure was taken in with some concern and curiosity by Popuri, who muttered to herself. This is a new piece of information about the habits of Yusu that Popuri was evidently surprised about. Popuri silently took out a cup before Yusu, and her face softened in the process. Yusu looked at the cup and asked what it was. Popuri said it was jasmine tea, which she had brought with her in case she had got fatigued. Popuri was reminding him to take care of his health and sleep when he had time, and the tone of her voice was one of sincere concern. Yusu hesitantly apologized, but silently he was grateful to her, and his usual stoic facade was slightly softened. As he stood away, Eli could see them in their interaction, and she could not read her expression as she watched what was going on. Eli talked to herself, reminding herself to be not too excited by such little but still significant contacts. Popuri and Yusu had tied each other outside, and it is possible that they had done so to be safe, or perhaps to keep one another near as they were going. Popuri remarked at the pleasantness of walking about like this, as though she had overnight acquired several friends. Yusu said nothing, yet nothing could have been said by his presence. Popuri went on, saying that she had heard a rumor when she was falling asleep the night before. Yusu listened, with interest, as she talked of necromancers, who had witnessed a demon going through miraculous things that were impossible to believe. She questioned herself whether it could be so with Eleonora. Yusu soon threw the thought away, saying that he never had a sight of a demon and did not believe in ones. Popuri, however, appeared to keep to the thought, and her mind run away with possibilities as they proceeded in their journey together. The mind of Popuri drifted away, and she gave a little contemplative sigh. She wondered how nobody had ever been in a position to clarify the principle that necromancers used in controlling corpses, and even the thought of resurrecting and regulating the dead was a violation of nature laws to herself. The gods must have been playing some game, she said to herself. Popuri asked herself whether the gods were fooling around with them. Yusu, however, did not say anything, but was preoccupied with his thoughts. He was not worried about the deities or the values. Winning was all that it counted with him. Popuri was looking on watchfully as her mind still struggled with the puzzles of necromancy. Even then, they caught sight of Borak coming. Yusu summoned Borak, and his voice like anticipation and curiosity mingled in it. Borak met Yusu and said that today was his first major game and how it was. Borak suddenly shut his mouth, and Yusu waited impatiently. Yusu gazed at Borak, inquiring what had been in his thoughts. The thoughts of the match came to Borak, and he stood before Yusu, and they filled him. The Raxa of the crowd fluted him, and their cries of annihilation dash resounded about him, and Borak stood motionless and implacid. What he had always desired was the attention of the world, but as it now became truly his, it was not joy that he felt, but a burden that was not pleasant to bear. He was under the crushing weight of his talent, which he was unable to overcome. Clashing in real war only with a single talent was loaded with too much limitations, and he attempted to integrate other methods with the annihilation dash. He tried on several fronts, but like usual, he did not succeed in anything. He never was above average or even below average. He also realized that he was not exceptionally gifted, but he believed that with sheer grit and venge, he would make something out of himself. But he could not get rid of the idea that he was compelling himself to do something which was not possible. Borak was standing, and the burden of his thoughts was pressing him down, asking him what he was doing and whether he was worthy of it. It was not us, thought he, the thought lurking about in his mind. The more he became aware that the annihilation dash was the only thing that was making him special, the less he could utilize the annihilation dash, the less he felt that his uniqueness was fading away. He heard the wild cheers of the crowd in support of the annihilation dash, and was reminded again of the pressure which he could hardly bear. Borak was under stress because he had to demonstrate the annihilation dash, but he feared failure, and his mind was tormented by it more and more every second. He could remember the events of his previous failures, and each time he did it, reminded him of the outcomes that would follow in case he does not succeed this time. Reliving the misery of his earlier failures was a question that lingered in his mind. The screams of the crowd were getting louder, and they could feel their expectations as they were waiting the annihilation dash. Feeling anxious and bathed in sweat, Borak at last released the annihilation dash, which saw his body fly with a speed that he suddenly remembered. It was true that he was a special human being. His skills distinguished him among others. He had already made and manipulated a corpse knight at the tender age of 6, at an age where nobody would hear about such capability. His talent remained bright since he graduated with the best grades in the gifted necromancer school. He was the youngest, and at the age of 15, the lowest possible age at which he could enlist, had taken the preliminaries in one exam. Becoming the youngest player to reach the main tournament, he understood the name of the talented one, and it was all over with him. Nevertheless, he lost his first professional game in the tournament because of some absurd error, which would follow him. The words he heard at that moment struck deep and echoed back in his thoughts like a curse, not having hitherto known what it was to fail. He was cut to the quick by the mutterings of the crowd, who said that he was not as good as they thought he was. The blaze within him rose as he repeated those words in his head, and the fire that had never existed before was created. And these words he never heard before. He was making efforts to come out of this curse by pushing himself to get to the main tournament again and again. However, each time he went on the stage, the words were haunting him as well, and he felt the fear of being looked at by the audience. His heartbeat quickened, and his eyes were blurred, and his hands shook uncontrollably, which was contrary to his usual composure. These symptoms led him to stumbling in performing the tricks that he had mastered, resulting in another loss. He was familiar with what he had to do, and that by conquer this fear, only once he would be free. His target was the first match of the main tournament, as he thought one win will end the cycle. He pushed himself to the limit and made himself overcome his fear. However, the years passed, and he was not able to overcome it. He had been on the stage 18 years the first time, and stage fright had not diminished. In spite of all his attempts, the fear had only increased and tightened around him with every passing year. And his attempts had increased his fear, which every year had tightened its knot more tightly round him. However, he had been training and was able to master every technique that was offered to him and excelled. There was murmuring of suspicion among the people and questioning his capabilities. Anger ran through him. He swiveled around and shouted at them to shut up. He could not endure the injustice. Yet there was no one to face in particular. The noises appeared to be everywhere, and his plea of silence was ignored. The storyteller was announcing the initial game of the main tournament, where Rate was playing Bolak. Rate hardened himself up, and resolved that this success should be the one which would at last loosen the fetters of his dread. When the match commenced, Rate ran ahead with no thought in his mind. but the idea of winning the match. Just then, the Knight of Rate, prepared to fight off his adversary, rushed forward. But then, suddenly, in a flash, there was something. The Knight of Rate stuttered, and he himself was nauseated and doubled up and vomited. The charge of the knight was not successful, and Rate was left powerless and in perplexity. The words of the audience broke him, and their suspicions were ringing in his ears as he tried to get himself calmed. It was all over, just as he thought, when Bolak was ready to play his killing trick, Annihilation Rush. The cockroach knight started working, and its strength was accumulating to the last attack. However, a moment later, the Annihilation Rush switched off abruptly, and all people stood in shocked silence. Borak burst out into a sudden, unmanageable vomiting, and his body rebelled against this, and he was only able to pronounce the word annihilation, and his voice trembled into inarticulate aging. In the meantime, the cockroach knight stood, strangely still, in the middle of the confusion, immobile in its prostrate position. Then, in its turn, the cockroach knight, in a sudden movement, struck the dead Knight of Rate, and the shock ran all over the arena. The impact caused both the knights to come crashing down, and their bodies struck the ground, giving a heavy knock. Rate was straggling to rejoin the game, his brain tearing itself to pieces in its desire to get him to do so. His screams were echoing in his head, and it was a desperate call to his body to move and get back into the fight. The quietness in the arena was tense, people staring at what was happening in stupefied silence as the two competitors fought to get back on their feet. The monsters, which seemed not to have been carried away in the disorder, started crawling over one another in slow, deliberate motions. The surreal impression of the match was enhanced by the grotesque show. The internal struggle of Borak went on, and his body was full of nervousness and pain. His hands trembled spasmodically, and his stomach was turning inside out. Although he was physically and emotionally troubled, he did not want to lose. His will was burning fiercely. He could not think of returning again down there. He screamed inside himself, making himself keep on. The mob was not impressed, however, by this. The tense and apparently futile fight between the two competitors confused and turned them off. Discontented groans spread through the crowd, and their hopes of an enjoyable game were shattered by the pitiful performance they were watching. The combat had become so ludicrous that some of the crowd found it impossible not to laugh in their dismay at the sight they beheld. The people who had gone to watch the expected destruction of Dash were disappointed when the game did not make their expectations come through. Sighs and jeers were intermingled with sarcasm, which expressed the dissatisfaction of the crowd with the show they were witnessing. Others in the crowd were complaining of being frustrated because they said it was a waste of their money and they would not see the worth of what they were watching. There was gossip of dissatisfaction among them when they started to understand what they were witnessing. It was also the first match to reach such a state of desperation between the participants, which started to affect the audience. The crowd was confused as people tried to make sense out of the developing situation. The Necromancer competitor, Rate, could not hold back his frustration and desperation anymore. In his desperation, Rate started pleading with his opponent, asking him to lose this time round. Rate kept pleading, the tears streaming down his face and his pleadings growing more and more desperate. But his opponent Borak answered with another desperate prayer, that Rate should rather lose him. Borak argued that he was the one that was to be saved, as he was an old man and had nowhere to flee. The two contestants were too tired and desperate, and were even hanging on to one another as they screamed. The desperation of Rate was all too real, as he still pleaded, his feelings being as crude and open as they were. Borak was as desperate as Rate himself, and his feelings were a tempest of eagerness and apprehension. As the tension was at its climax, both knights gave their assaults, but their movements matched perfectly in one fatal blow. Coming back to the present moment, Yusu saw something wrong with Borak, who suddenly ceased to talk in the middle of the sentence. Yusu, with a concern and curiosity, pressed him, and would know what had become of him, to render him so suddenly silent. Yusu looked at the face of Borak, and could not stop thinking that something had gone wrong. Borak, however, shook his head, and gave a hint that it was not what Yusu supposed. At last, Borak let out a gale of relief and disbelief, and said he had won. He admitted that he was so nervous and shaky that he was not able to concentrate well during the match. But in spite of his difficulties, his foe had not been any better. he had not been able to bring a single stroke. Barak hesitated, and his thoughts went to the game as he re-experienced the tense moments. The half-baked look the opponent had presented him with at the conclusion of the match was something that Barak could not forget, a frightening reminder of the fight that they had had. The memory was still too heavy to bear, and it hung in the air, a mute testimony of the feelings yet too fresh to suffer in words. Yusu, who had earlier on remained silent, conceded that not only had Barak made it through to the main tournament first time of all, but he had won as well. This was a fortunate occurrence, something to celebrate. With a mocking note, Yusu said that Barak resembled a person who was about to collapse. Barak was quick to refute his victory, as he felt that his opponent had just made a greater gamble, which had cost him the victory. Barak wondered whether such crazy fortune would reoccur, and he was convinced that unless he had the power to execute the annihilation rush again, he was sure to lose next time. He reasserted his belief that he would certainly lose in case he could not repeat his past victory. Yusu was hinting that Barak should have another go, and with that there was a show of amusement, though it could still be within his reach. Yusu indicated that Barak already succeeded in something and why he was afraid of it. Barak seemed to be thinking over something and fell silent. Barak was silent, and apparently his confidence shattered. He turned his head in embarrassment, and his body language showed his troubling soul. Barak owned that he was jealous of those who could talk so comfortably about their fears and their achievements. There was a trace of longing in his voice. Barak walked off, with a resignation in his mind, which seemed to be dragging him down. Curiosity made Popuri inquire of Yusu who the person was that had just walked away. It was explained by Yusu that it was Barak, a man who had recently made it to the main tournament after 3 years. Yusu then gave another reason that Barak had gained his fame as the man who had been able to use the Annihilation Dash successfully, which was indeed very cool and very amazing. He said that he would like to see it again, now with some suggestion of admiration. After a little silence, Popuri added that Yusu was always so calm and never appeared to be jealous of others, the faintest tincture of interest in her voice. Popuri asked Yusu whether or not he was ever envious, to which Yusu replied that he would gladly get carried away with such feelings were it profitable to him, but felt that it did harm more than good. Yusu asserted that he was going to win the war of courses and emerge the best, and as such, he would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. There was a moment of silence before the impact of his words made itself felt, and Popuri found herself murmuring to herself, in wonder, but somewhat worried by the insanity of the obstinacy of Yusu. In an attempt to liven the situation, Popuri inquired of Yusu what his ideal type was, but Eli was quick to close the gap, and she told her not to be a fool. A messenger came knocking on the door and gave word of the notice of the second main tournament match of Yusu. Yusu was presented with a red envelope with his next opponent. Popuri said that everything was going on in a very rapid manner, and Eli questioned who our next rival was. Yusu began to reveal the name. On opening the envelope, Yusu read Beladir. Eli said that the name Beladir was familiar. Yusu told the name again, as he sought to remember, and all at once it came back to him. Yusu discovered that Beladir was the guy at the preliminaries, and who was also called the Crow. Yusu remembered that Beladir was the weak-looking one, who somehow got into the main tournament, and this match should have been an easy one. Yus assured his thoughts, but told them that he had not made a good weapon yet, so maybe they could use the old shield. Pururi felt surprised, which he observed was a very low chance of having to beat the same man a second time, but not impossible at all. The name Beladir seemed to Pururi as one who had heard it somewhere before. Pururi considered, without being able to recollect where she had heard the name, and Yusu stood by with an air of inquiry. At the same time, somewhere in the dark and gloomy distance, an unidentified object was prowling in the shadows. It was a tense atmosphere of anticipation, as though something serious was to occur. Some voice called out into the darkness by the name Yusu, and it sent a shiver along the spine. Beladir opened the red envelope and was puzzled to know whether it was Yusu that she had battled with in the past. She recognized his winning power as she knew that this could not be a smooth sail for her. The idea of defeat burdened her mind, and she was facing the aftermath of defeat. With a loss, she would be back under him, where she wanted to escape badly. Belladere was tensing up in anticipation of the next fight. Yusu also received the crowd at the match, and the audience cheered as they knew him to be the one striker. Pururi was one of the crowd that stood and stared as people around her remarked on the handsome looks of Yusu, who was a very dangerous and weak pretty boy. Pururi did not agree, but the thought that crossed her mind is that Yusu is not a weak pretty boy, but a kind, gentle, and soft pretty boy. Pururi was speechless, and the crowd that followed her suddenly started moving around, and their murmurs filled the atmosphere with fear and confusion. The crowd was responding with an amalgamation of shock and curiosity, and the murmurs escalated to a greater level when a new face appeared, marching towards the scene through the crowd. The excitement of the crowd was heightened by the fact that they saw the newcomer, and their voices were equally raised in a welcome to the arrival of the champion, Kalen Crow. There was a lot of speculation in the air, with questions being posed on whether the champion was there to see a rival or some other unknown cause. Yusu, the necromancer, stood in silence, and his mind was in a frenzied attempt to comprehend why Kalen Crow, the champion, had come to the scene. He thought that champions might follow the matches of other players in person as a research or a way of putting psychological pressure. The fact that he had grown in popularity did not lead Yusu to objectively believe that he was a person that the champion could not afford to have a close eye on. This caused him perplexity as to what business the champion had there. His eyes turned to the champion, and he was staring hard at her in an attempt to read her plans. As he looked, he saw that she was not at all listening to him, and this only increased his bewilderment. But who saw him, had he not been the champion? A thought struck him. Was it Belladere which the champion had come to see? However, that did not make sense to him either, because he remembered that Belladere had not been exhibiting any remarkable strengths when he had challenged her previously. Pururi, the female fox with whom the story is mixed, appeared surprised when she understood the importance of the match that is going to take place. The title Kalen Crow and Belladere was rippling in her mind, and it sounded like it was a lot more than she had expected. A shrieked Pururi, as a disturbing idea came to her mind. With all the talk surrounding the tournament, then is it true? It was announced that the two players were fully ready, which predetermined the fact that the confrontation was bound to be intense indeed. It was just about to start the second major tournament game, and the atmosphere was horrible. Belladere would then be matched against Yusu, who was a good player who had a lot to prove. When the match started, it was obvious that the champion was completely concentrated on Belladere, and this was a bonus of intrigue to the battle. The female corpse knight, Eli, could not mask her surprise at the peculiar interest that the champion took in Belladere. The necromancer, Yusu, acknowledged that they had not yet time to know everything, but he thought there must be more to Belladere than what was evident. Yusu then recommended caution, and they had to stay out of reach and watch Belladere carefully. He speculated as to what sort of a foe they would have. Eli said that Belladere seemed smaller than ever, and she wondered, was Belladere still a type of knight, one who flies? Eli gazed upon Belladere, attempting to make out what there were strengths and what there were weaknesses. Notwithstanding her remarks, Eli was left to reckon that Belladere did not seem very strong. This further intensified the reason as to why the champion took such interest in her. Belladere lifted his hand and made some mysterious gesture which drew Eli into his notice. Eli stood there and watched, and her gaze was more keen as Belladere appeared to prepare to strike, almost as though he had a plan in mind. Belladere gave her eye to Yusu, and the look was calculating and cold as she evaluated her opponent. Yusu was in the center of the spotlight, a rookie necromancer, and could swing a powerful fist which could not be blocked. Belladere did not deny his strength, and she had already examined his strength, yet she had already examined his fighting style and skills in battles before. She thought out that however strong his fist had to be, its striking area was smaller than 20 centimeters, and when she could escape that, her winning chances would go through the air. With that consideration, she made her construct as small as she could in order to maximize its evasion rate. She made the knight, using the shoulder joints of a hummingbird and sternum, and the pelvis and tailbone of a goshawk. This unprecedented mixture made it possible to make evasive maneuvers instantly, make sharp turns, and accelerate. Her idea was to evade the attack, move towards him, and thrust the beak in at an accurate calculated angle to detect the torso and propel the head. The head would shake 20 times an hour, and would be done with all the internal organs and muscles inwardly. This was the method she had invested all in making. She referred to it as the bone warhead. Belladere made a pledge with indomitable perseverance to demonstrate its efficacy beyond a reasonable doubt. In unswerving patience, Belladere waved her knight to the offensive and was about to demonstrate the efficacy of her plan. The knight acted immediately and jumped forward with great accuracy. Swifter than swift, it came flying on a straight course. When Eli saw that the bird knight was advancing to give her a straight challenge, she stood ready, and holding up her shield, she stood to receive the shock, and saw how the knight was approaching, and that he was making a full run at her. Eli was soon now ready to make her retaliatory attack, to change the fortunes of the battle. The bird knight flew by Eli so swiftly, avoiding her attack as though that were nothing, that it was incredibly quick. Eli looked round and noticed the course of the bird knight, and its turning upon her again. She swiveled about and avoided herself, her reflexes fast and even. Eli dodged now another stroke by leaping, all her motions smooth and graceful. The Knight of the Birds was unwearying, and its swiftness and agility bent Eli to her utmost strength. The plan that Belladere had devised to her heart and soul was very practical, proving a testament to her planning. But what she never expected was that Eli was extremely flexible and nimble, as she proceeded to avoid all the attacks of the bird knight. Eli was quite flexible as she managed to avoid all the attacks of the bird knight that were so incessant. The physical strength of Eleanor was really too much, something which appeared to pass the boundaries of her powers. Her power was incomparable, even to the entire power of her own means. The mere exertion of power startled Belladere, and it had stolen out of her lips in a silent gasp. Her eyes then turned to the hero, and it might be an explanation, or the feeling of awe. The gaze of the lady, which was directed at the girl, was one of disappointment, and his expectations were apparently fulfilled. Kalen Crow was starting to go back, and the view of his departure was not satisfied. Belladere felt disappointed to see Kalen Crow go, and her feelings were a confusion of feelings. Eli, who was watching the exchange, remarked that she had more or less understood the pattern and ability needed. This was a good attempt, but she could not stop at that. Yusu also continued that a more in-depth understanding and plan was required to be able to beat them. The bird re-attacked, and its motions were quick and accurate. Eli leaped and was dancing away, gracefully as was not befitting her might. She landed and turned on her leg as she was about to make the next move. She ran away with incredible speed, her arm attack being also activated, her attention being without interruption. Her punch hit the bird between the eyes, crushing it to dust, which is a test of her sheer physicality. Yusu stood motionless, with his breath coming out raggedly, at a loss of how to deal with the abrupt reversal of fortunes. Victory had so easily, so smoothly, followed, that he doubted whether it had not been only a dream. But the far-off noise of scream broke in upon his reflections, a chilling memory that something had gone wrong indeed. Had they really won? Why was Kaloran fallen then? His eyes turned, and there stood Belladere with her figure that could not be recognized at a distance. He was gripped with a feeling of fear, and he absorbed the scene. The dreadful screams of Belladere resounded in the air, crude and naked, as she, as well as her despair, sank down to her knees. Her mask, which was a sign of her mightiness, was now lying in heaps as she cried in pain, with her face showing her distress. That was a heavy silence that came, and the burden of the moment was pressing upon the people. Yusu was looking at Belladere, and there was a look of recognition in his eyes. Something was familiar with her, something he could not tell. Words passed all over the crowd, and they spoke in a combination of disbelief and wonder. They were talking of a likeness, eyes and hair as like as to a person they all knew. The murmurs grew louder and louder, and the name of Kaloran Crow on every lip. Could it be true? Is this deformed form of theirs residing before them really one of the celebrated twin sisters? The noise was broken by Papyrus' voice, which was loaded with shock and disbelief. The rumors, it were all, had been so. Twin sisters had joined together in the tournament. Doctors came on stage, and their actions were very frantic as they attempted to get to Belladere. However, she was still lost in her lamentation, of which the shouts reverberated in the arena. The screams of Belladere were crude, physical things, a witness to the extent of her sorrow. She could not stop crying, the world of her dreams broken in a second. Belladere was in a state of despair when her mind was flowing to the memory that had been buried long ago. The voice of her mother resounded in her head, and she wanted to have not 2 hyena cubs, but 1 lion cub. Cold look of the mother who gazed at Belladere and her sister when she remembered it gave her a shiver. She had recognized them as her children, but there was a condition. There was a challenge that would shape their future. Their mother would not recognize both of them as her children, the one who deserved the family name, Crow. Besides the name, there was a sacrifice of the memento of their father, a reminder of their lineage. She showed an earring, which was a distinct jewel wrought out of blood of their kin, which had been handed down through the ages. This was a unique jewel, and it was a statement of their family line and strength. Having this earring was to be her right arm at the end of the world and be one of their family. Belladere and her sisters stared at the earring as they knew how serious what their mother had said was. Their mother tightened her fist and took the earring out of them, on a condition that they should show them who the better of the two was, who deserved to be her heir. Their mother said that they had to struggle until one of them wins, and this enhanced their competition and jealousy of each other. She demanded that they always be able to evaluate each other. None of them would lose their way. It had to happen even when their hate towards each other increased. She said with no doubt whatever. Kaylin had the earring her mother promised her, which signified her position and the demands that were put on her. However, in spite of her good looks, Kaylin was sad. She was under the pressure of what her mother said, and the competition with her brother. Their mother indicated that Kaylin had gone to meet Belladere without seeking permission, which was against an important meeting appointment. This was a blatant disobedience of Kaylin, who was not happy about it. Kaylin was apologetic, and she hardly got above a whisper because she knew how serious she was. Her mother did not say anything. Her face was indistinct and Kaylin was in suspense. Following, her mother smiled, and her expression gave some hint of disappointment and amusement. "It is okay," she eventually replied, and it was true that Kaylin was still figuring out how to survive the intricacies of the world they inhabited. Their mother inquired whether Kaylin had cleaned her clothes and style before going out, which mattered the look and the eyes of other people. Kaylin affirmed that she was getting the polishing touches, and her mother was reminding her that she was the jewel of the family, her true other half. Her mother then inquired of her how it was to see the loser who was incomparable with her in a long time, and Kaylin was left speechless. Necromancer champion Kaylin Crow did not speak, trying hard to supply herself with appropriate words to express her ideas. Her mother was waiting patiently as she gazed at Kaylin to hear an answer. Kaylin was convinced that her being the superior one was just a natural state of things, and it cannot be argued. The child had never been even in anything when compared to her, be it reflexes, spatial awareness, agility, or body coordination. This had been the case since they were born till now. She was the only child who could have been the perfect other half of her mother, and was the only human being in the world who will be known as the best. She would always prove it, as she had always proved it. Her mother got fed up with the callous tongue of Kaylin, and she looked disappointed and weary. However, Kaylin could not be stopped, and she proclaimed herself to be perfect, the perfect daughter that her mother had always desired. Tiring as she grew, her mother replied that it was a blessing of God that they had a jewel like her born in their family, and that she loved Kaylin dearly. With warmth and pride in her voice, she called her my daughter. Yes, with a feeling of contentment, Kaylin agreed with her mother, with a yes. Her mother then told her to get ready about her pre-sleep stretches, and that a real star must have the perfect self-management, in which Kaylin responded with an assured known. Kaylin started to stretch and fantasized about her collarbones expanding as she got her body ready to work. Kaylin raised her upper body under the eyes of her mother, deliberately drawing her trapezius downwards to make her ears not touching her shoulders. Her mother looked at the wall and the trophies that she had on the wall. It was a silent testimony of the past victories and what they had to expect. Kaylin proceeded with her stretches, making sure that she was not bending using the lower part of her back, keeping the strength and shape of which her mother had educated her. The championship skull, which was a symbol of her dreams, dropped into her eyes as she pulled the shoulder blades. Her mother observed her closely and could note all her movements and adjustments. A horrible mother's smile came over the face of her mother, a sort of pride and something even more troubling. Meanwhile, Belladere was in her own quarters to herself, dawing away in her mind and talking to herself in despair. Her speech was hardly distinguishable, which was an indicator of the storm that was raging in her. Her voice rang about the room, which was empty, and her cry was a plea. Belladere became more desperate, and her words faded into silence. She knew she was alive, and her voice was hardly more than a whisper, as she admitted that she existed. She felt frustration coming in her voice, her feelings in a kind of mixed net of relief and despair. Yes, she said to herself, it was not yet over. There was one last chance. Belladere clarified that the gold rank begins at Booth Place, where 250 people emerged victorious in the second main battle, and a single champion came to 251 people. She went on to say that the remaining 49 would be selected among the 250 who were not successful in the second main battle in loser's bracket format, the specifics of which would not be known unless on the day of the event. With determination, Belladere believed that she could just get through this bracket of losers and proceed with the further climbing. But suspicion came in with the thought whether she could indeed climb on such poor talents. She thought of how she was always trailing Calren and failing in everything in comparison to her, and that no matter how much she tried, she could never be as good as her. But when the same failed to be surpassed by her, she no longer felt fit. She pulled her hair violently in frustration, and she felt the burden of her inadequacies. She was sitting in her dark, gloomy room, and the isolation was bearing down on her. With her mind, she was lonely, and the loneliness was oozing in her bones. She cried and wept, the tears streaming with her struggling with emotions. She suddenly heard a voice addressing her as a child, and it broke the spell of her sadness. Curiosity awoke in her, and she raised her eyes and heard the voice in her head. In front of her was the same demon that Boric had met, and the presence of the demon, haunting and captivating. The demon said that she knew how lonely she felt, and the voice was very close and wailing. She looked at the demon with a kind of cold curiosity. Was this animal an animal, or was it a demon, she said to herself, as she was busy with her doubts. Were it perhaps, she said to herself, that this demon was making her an offer, a sweet one, of her soul, and her mind was full of both terror and desperation. She said that she did not care whether she would be there in the fires of hell burning all eternity, and her voice was full of determination and resolve. The power she desired was to be able to beat Calren, to beat her at least once, her heart fixed on her end. The demon replied, saying that it did not want her to be unlucky, and it said so in a composed, moderated voice. Nevertheless, it was not even wanting that she should be happy, but its words were tinged with chilling indifference. She wanted to know what the demon really was, and she uttered that in a curious and fearful tone. The demon showed himself as the killer of 1,000,000 and as the savior of 1,000,000, and its words vibrated with the feeling of huge power. The demonic being started to transform. His shape changed with the proclamation of his unrestricted possibilities, stating that it could be anything and do anything. It extended an outstretched hand that it had developed, and with a perverted admiration of the unlimited possibilities of human beings. An eye came out of the midhead, and it was still talking, and this eye offered itself as the chance, which had just presented itself to her. The demon was the one that embraced Belladere, its child, its voice full of a discreet, jealous love. Questions like what sort of human she would have been to become. The voice questioned it, with excitement and enticement with a mixture of both. Belladere seized her breath in an effort to think of a reply. The shot cut quickly away, the demon and Belladere at the same time. The emphasis was on Yusu, who had gone to sleep and was perspiring very heavily. He gradually opened his eyes, and his bewilderment showed on his face. Surprisingly, he discovered Popuri on top of him, as both of them slept together. Yusu opened his eyes in surprise, and his heart sank in the realization of the unforeseen circumstance. He stuttered and inquired of Popuri what she was doing there. She awoke and said she was sorry she had made him feel that way. She had been so crazy towards his warmth, and lay down, and had no thought of what she was about. Popuri went on noting that he was all body heat and league-toned, which meant that he was very popular among the girls. Popuri commented that he never dated even though he seemed to attract most girls. Yusu replied with shock, acknowledging that he had never dated any, as well as the fact that he did not even have friends with whom he would spend time. Popuri was surprised at this, and he understood that they had something in common. She was very much sad because she had to process this revelation. Gradually, Popuri reached to him, and it was possible to state that in case he was interested, they might study dating and learn more about each other. She further informed that she would make him jasmine tea in the morning, and this made the proposal even more alluring. Yusu thought of dating, whether he should take her up or not. Eli, at that crucial time, interrupted by suddenly dragging Popuri away. Eli threatened Popuri, saying that she had been warned several times not to flirt, and asking whether or not she really intended to vanish without leaving anybody behind. Eli continued to tell her that she could make that meager jasmine tea as well, as she dictated she was able to make it. Popuri replied that the tea with human warmth was more valuable than jasmine tea prepared by a corpse, meaning that Eli was not a human. Eli sneered and charged Popuri with becoming too complacent since Yusu could not make up his mind, and expects him to clarify the chain of command between them. Yusu was confused as to what order they were talking of. Eli, the dead woman knight, raised a horrible question. Who would he save between her and another person when both were drowning? But one had to be rescued. Yusu hesitated and could not say the right words because he was thinking about the seriousness of her question. Yusu, after a moment, recollected himself and answered with a sharpness of tone which gave the impression that the answer had flashed upon him. Yusu replied without hesitation. Of course he would save her. She is important to him, and in that moment his voice carried complete sincerity. Hearing those words, Eli suddenly blushed. The usually cold and composed dead knight seemed completely caught off guard by his response. Trying to hide her expressions, Eli casually placed her arm around Uso and proudly declared that it was proof of how strong their friendship was. She spoke as if the both of them shared an unbreakable bond. But Popuri did not feel the same way. Instead, jealousy started rising inside her. She stared at Eli with irritation, and her voice suddenly grew louder as she began shouting. Then, out of nowhere, Popuri made a shocking declaration. She said that she wanted to marry Yusu. The sudden confession stunned everyone in the room. Eli's eyes widened in disbelief, and she immediately started arguing back at Popuri. The two girls began bickering fiercely with each other, neither of them willing to back down. Meanwhile, Yusu simply stood there, frozen in place. He listened silently as the two of them argued over him, completely unsure how to react. The argument kept going back and forth. Finally, Popuri suddenly turned toward Eli and asked a direct question. Did she like Yusu? The moment those words left her mouth, Eli's face turned red again. She became visibly flustered, clearly unprepared for such a straightforward question. Just as she was about to answer, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door interrupted the tense moment. When the door opened, a delivery person handed them a red notice. It was an official invitation for a handshake and autograph event. Popuri quickly explained what it meant. It was an event where players could meet their fans, greet them, and give autographs. Yusu thought about it for a moment. Then his expression brightened, and he happily agreed to attend. Popuri then added another important detail. He would need to bring his knight with him as well. Eli nodded and agreed to go with him. Hearing that, Yusu became even happier and thanked Eli for coming along. The next morning arrived quickly. Both of them got ready to leave for the event. Before heading out, Yusu tried a completely new hairstyle and asked the two girls how it looked. Eli stared at him for a moment before bluntly saying that it looked a little weird. Ignoring the comment, they began walking toward Borak's residence. When they knocked on the door, Borak eventually opened it. The moment they saw his face, they could tell something was wrong. Borak sadly revealed that he had lost his match. He explained that his opponent had been a diamond-level player, someone far stronger than him. Yusu quickly tried to encourage him. He reminded Borak that he still had one more chance left in the competition. But Borak looked deeply discouraged. Fear filled his voice as he admitted that he was afraid of losing again. Because of that, he refused to go to the event with them. After leaving Borak's house, Yusu and Eli headed toward the player waiting area. They stood in front of the entrance door. Suddenly, An announcement echoed through the area. All players were being asked to enter the hall. Yusu turned toward Eli and asked if she was not curious about what was waiting inside. With a small sense of hope, the two of them pushed the door open, expecting to meet a huge crowd of fans waiting for them. As they entered the event hall, Yusu and Eli began looking around at the different booths set up for the players. Each booth was prepared for the handshake and autograph session. Yusu's booth looked surprisingly clean and well organized. But before he could even sit down, both girls once again commented on his new hairstyle. They bluntly told him that it still looked weird. Hearing that, Yusu made an annoyed face but didn't argue. He simply sat down at his booth. As he waited, his eyes kept drifting toward the entrance of the hall. A thought kept repeating in his mind. Were there actually any fans waiting for him? The uncertainty slowly made him nervous. Suddenly, the strange monster inside him appeared again. The dark presence whispered quietly, feeding on his insecurity and making him even more anxious. Just then, the main doors opened. Fans began entering the room, one after another. Eli noticed the tension on Yusu's face and calmly told him that the event had finally started. She then asked him if he was feeling nervous. Before Yusu could answer, a young girl suddenly approached his booth. She looked at him excitedly and asked if he was really Yusu. After confirming it was him, she quickly asked for his autograph. Not only that, she also asked him for advice on how to fight better. Yusu hesitated for a moment, but then simply replied that the most important thing was hard work. After signing the autograph and handing it to her, the girl's face lit up with happiness. Yusu politely thanked her for coming. After that, more fans began arriving one by one. Each of them shared small stories about how they watched his matches and supported him. Yusu signed autograph after autograph. Seeing the smiles on their faces made both Yusu and Eli feel genuinely happy. At one point, a curious fan stepped forward and asked if they could examine Eli, the dead woman knight. The fan stared at her carefully and commented that she looked incredibly cool and really felt alive. More fans continued to visit the booth, but after a while the crowd slowly began to disappear. Soon enough, Yusu's booth became completely empty. Meanwhile, the booths next to them were still crowded with fans waiting in line. Seeing this once again made Yusu nervous. The dark monster inside him suddenly appeared again, whispering cruel words in his mind. It told him that he simply wasn't good enough, that nobody truly wanted to meet him. But Eli quickly noticed the change in his mood. She encouraged him and told him not to listen to any thoughts. She reminded him that many people truly admired him and came to see him today. To reassure him, she gently tapped his shoulder and told him not to worry. Just then, someone quietly entered the room. The person was wearing a cloak that completely covered his face. The mysterious figure slowly walked closer to Yusu's booth, and in a low voice, the stranger spoke. "I finally found you." Yusu looked at the mysterious cloaked person standing in front of him and calmly said that he didn't know who he was. The stranger slowly removed his cloak. The moment his face was revealed, both Yusu and Eli were shocked. It was Neran. Yusu immediately asked him why he was there. But instead of answering, Neran suddenly tried to attack Yusu. Before he could do anything, the guard quickly stepped in and struck Neran down. She angrily shouted, asking how he dared to attack a player during the event. Yusu watched the situation unfold in shock. After everything settled down, he awkwardly gave the guard a thumbs up. The guard unexpectedly blushed at the gesture. Later that day, back at home, Yusu and Eli had Neran tied tightly to a chair. His legs and arms were firmly bound so he couldn't move. Just then, Popuri casually suggested that they should decide where to bury him. Her words instantly shocked both Yusu and Eli. Yusu quickly stopped her and clarified that they were definitely not going to kill Neran. It turned out that Neran had come looking for Eli. He had believed that Yusu was forcing her to fight against her will. Yusu calmly explained the truth about their partnership and the bond they shared. Still not fully convinced, Neran decided to ask Eli directly. Eli simply nodded and confirmed that everything Yusu said was true. To prove it, she showed Neran her arm, the same arm that Yusu had repaired for her. Seeing this evidence finally made Neran calm down. However, he still couldn't understand something. He asked Eli why she was willing to risk her life like this. Eli answered honestly. She said that she wanted to repay her debts. Both Yusu and Eli then explained the difficult situation they were in and why they continued fighting. Eventually, the night arrived. Everyone had gone to bed. But Naren kept asking Yusu strange questions one after another. After a while, Naren suddenly said something unexpected. He told Yusu that he seemed like a good person. Hearing those words made Yusu feel strangely happy. At the same time, he remembered what Eli had told him earlier, that there were many people who truly cared about him. Just then, the dark monster inside him appeared once again. But this time, Yusu didn't panic. Instead, he looked at it and firmly told it to shut up. The next day, they were sitting inside the arena stands. A huge crowd had gathered to watch the upcoming matches. Eli asked Yusu if he had come to watch Borak's fight. Yusu didn't answer clearly. Instead, he said that he also wanted to check out his future competitors. After looking around for a moment, Eli suddenly spotted Borak and pointed toward him. Borak stood in the distance, looking extremely serious as he prepared for his match. Then Papuri suddenly noticed something unusual. She pointed toward a strange knight standing nearby. The knight looked completely different from the others. All of them stared at the mysterious figure. And the same question appeared in their minds. Who was that? The announcer's voice echoed across the arena. "There are a total of 250 contestants," he shouted again, making sure everyone could hear. "No rules." A wave of tension immediately swept through the crowd. Everyone froze for a moment, unsure how 250 people could fight simultaneously without chaos. Yusu sat quietly, deep in thought, repeatedly asking himself how this could even work. Borak, however, stood completely still, his gaze focused, unblinking, as if nothing around him mattered. Then, the round began. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Every contestant started fighting at once. Among them, a knight wielding deadly blades cut down opponent after opponent. His necromancer watched with glee as his creations tore through the crowd. But in an instant, the situation changed. The knight fell struck down by a mysterious figure wearing a crow-faced mask. The masked knight stood tall, radiating power. He let out a victorious cheer, his presence alone sending shockwaves through the arena. Everyone, including Borak, was stunned. He watched as other fighters cried out in despair after losing their matches. For a moment, Borak felt completely paralyzed. His mind raced, recalling the toughest times of his life. Fear gripped him as he thought about the possibility of losing again. He looked down at his book, seeking guidance. His eyes landed on a page saying it's his last page of hope. Memories of his wife flooded his mind. Even in his thoughts, she was there, cheering him on. Her voice, her laughter, her encouragement, they echoed in his heart. She reminded him of their childhood, of the small moments when they dreamed together, laughed together, and promised to always support one another. She told him, softly but firmly, that he was the only person she had ever truly loved. Borak suddenly realized just how hard her life had been too. She had held his hands and encouraged him to fight with every ounce of strength he had. She whispered something that stuck deep in his soul. More difficult than winning is learning to love yourself. Borak's thoughts churned, reflecting on the truth of her words. And then, cutting through his reverie, a sharp shout rang out. "Borak, watch out!" Yusu's voice jolted him back to reality. Borak opened his eyes just in time to see his cockroach-like knight unleashing its full power. But again Borak remained in his shell, frozen in thought. Memories of a lifetime of failure weighed heavily on him. He recalled a time when he was a child and had placed third in a tournament. The memory came alive as he glanced at the small trophy still sitting in his room. He thought about that victory, small though it was, and a question escaped his lips within his mind. Did I enjoy it? His younger self immediately shouted back, full of energy and excitement. Yes! But the moment passed, and Borak's thoughts shifted to his middle years. He remembered the times he had failed, the matches where he had been knocked out again and again. He recalled the frustration, the anger, and how he had shouted after every loss. In his room, he had kept that same old book. He stared at it again, lost in thought. He remembered a particularly dark moment when he had struck a skull against the wall after being eliminated for the 5th time. One memory after another replayed in his mind. Then, in a vision that felt both strange and comforting, all the different versions of himself appeared beside him. They asked him one simple but piercing question. Why didn't you enjoy your life? Why didn't you love yourself? Borak's eyes fell on the page of hope, the shining page in his book. One by one, all his past selves placed their hands on that page, their energy and determination flowing into him. They encouraged him silently, urging him to win this time. Within his consciousness, Borak saw his knight moving with terrifying precision. It cut through every opponent, the sheer speed and strength of its strikes shocking everyone who watched. Knight after knight fell before Borak's relentless attacks. The number of competitors kept decreasing, one by one, until the battlefield grew quiet, except for his unstoppable knight. And in that moment, something changed inside him. A genuine smile spread across his face. Joy filled his heart. He felt the cheers of his younger selves in his eyes, their encouragement lifting his spirits higher than ever. His knight continued to crush every opponent that came in its path. The announcer's voice rang through the arena. "The match is over!" Borak's knight stood still, towering and victorious. Borak himself was overwhelmed with happiness. The audience erupted, cheering wildly for him. Yusu shouted his encouragement, his voice carrying above the crowd. Everyone was calling his name. Borak! Borak! Borak felt a wave of joy unlike anything he had ever experienced. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to truly be happy, surrounded by the roar of the crowd and the acknowledgement of his triumph. After the last match, two figures stood out above all others. Borak, whose determination was unwavering, and the crow-faced Beladier, whose knight had displayed incredible strength. Both of their knights had eliminated countless opponents, together knocking out nearly half the arena. Back at home, Yusu reviewed the list of remaining participants, carefully analyzing the situation. As they discussed the upcoming matches, Popuri began flirting again, her playful teasing drawing immediate reactions. Eli's face turned red with anger, and Niran and Eli started shouting at her, trying to scold her behavior. Popuri, however, ignored their protests entirely. Meanwhile, they continued updating Yusu on the remaining competitors, detailing their strengths, weaknesses, and potential threats. Yusu leaned back, thinking deeply about the challenges ahead and the strategy he would need to succeed. In the arena, the announcer's voice rang out, welcoming everyone to the third round. By now, almost everyone present was familiar to the remaining competitors. Only a few strong participants remained. Then, the announcer made a significant declaration. The champion, Calrin Crow, will now select one competitor to receive a special promotion. A tense hush fell over the hall. This special promotion meant that the champion would choose the player she wanted to face. After a brief pause, Calrin's eyes settled on Beladier. The choice was made. As soon as the announcement was made, she walked away, leaving the hall buzzing with murmurs. The announcer confirmed the promotion. Beladier had advanced directly to the next round. He then began explaining the rules for the third round. Each competitor's name would be placed in a box, and names would be drawn randomly to prevent any cheating. Later, Yusu and the group returned home, exhausted from the day's events. As they rested, the conversation shifted. Everyone admitted they were tired of standing in the arena halls for hours. Yusu then spoke, revealing the identity of his next opponent. Bebe. Popuri's eyes widened in shock. "She's famous and incredibly powerful," she exclaimed. She continued, detailing how Bebe had defeated others before, analyzing her strategies, and explaining how different she was from previous opponents. Yusu listened intently, nodding as she spoke. He reassured Popuri not to worry. His focus was clear. His aim was to be first, and he needed to win every game. Still, he asked Popuri for more tips to prepare himself fully for the challenge ahead. The next day, the arena was buzzing, filled with excited spectators. Both Yusu and Eli stood confidently, waving at their fans, their expressions calm and determined. Suddenly, Yusu's eyes fell on his opponent, Bebe. She was strange, almost unsettling like a grown-up child. She shouted at her fans, "Babies forever!" Her voice echoed eerily through the arena. Both Yusu and Eli were taken aback by her bizarre behavior. Eli leaned close to Yusu and warned him about Bebe's presence. "She's strong," she said quietly. Bebe then sat in a capsule-like device, tilting her head as she addressed them directly. "Can you beat me?" she asked. As the battle was about to begin, Yusu suddenly remembered the advice Popuri had given him earlier about Bebe's fighting style. Popuri had warned him that Bebe's knight was extremely strong at defending against close-range attacks. He had explained that if he wanted to defeat her, he would need to aim his attacks very carefully. Just then, the announcer's voice echoed across the arena. "The match begins now!" Yusu immediately gave the command to attack. Eli's knight prepared herself, focusing all her strength. Then she launched a powerful strike. But the moment her punch landed, something strange happened. She became stuck. Suddenly, Bebe's knight pushed her back with ease. Both Eli and Yusu were shocked by the incredible defensive technique. Yusu quickly asked Eli what it felt like when she struck the knight. Eli explained that it felt strange. At first, it felt soft, almost like hitting a cloud. But the deeper her attack went, the stronger the force pushing her inside became. The strange material completely covered the knight's main body. If she had pushed her attack any deeper, it would have completely frozen her movement. That night was known as the Cradle of Death. Yusu remembered Popuri explaining its terrifying abilities. The material surrounding the knight felt like endless threads. It couldn't even be burned with fire, but the most dangerous part was how deceptive it was. It felt soft on the surface, but the deeper someone attacked, the more it absorbed them and froze their movements. That was why close-range attacks would never work against it. Then Popuri had shown Yusu something she believed might work. It was a whip. Popuri had personally crafted it herself. Yusu was surprised that she was willing to give him her own weapon, but Popuri simply smiled and said she was willing to do it, because he was special to her. Eli immediately argued with her, telling Popuri to stay within her limits. Yusu quickly thanked Popuri and promised that he would defeat Bebe for her. Back in the arena, Eli couldn't help but think that accepting help from someone like Popuri felt suspicious. But at the same time, it was their best chance. Yusu gave the order to attack. Ella swung the whip forward. Under Yusu's guidance, she launched strike after strike, attacking from different angles again and again. But something was wrong. Even the whip wasn't dealing any serious damage. Meanwhile, Bebe calmly sat in place, almost bored, watching them struggle with the fight. Finally, Bebe's knight slowly revealed its true form. The outer shell opened slightly, and inside was a strange creature. A monstrous figure that looked like a baby. That's it for today. Like and subscribe for more.